Sometimes I lay under the moon and thank God I'm breathing. Let I pray, don't take me soon. I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. Get me down. So when negativity's around, I know someday it'll all turn around. Cause all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say. Bless Cody singing. That's just a chilled song, that. Love that song. One sec. Just let me knock it written down. Blinding the shit out of me, man. I think someone said the other day that there was light sensitive, so if you want me to hold on. Oh no, it is. That's the fucking. Hold on, is it better like this? No, it's gonna. My bald head shining bad. Yes, we're on. What's on, man? What is good, people? I need to apologise to Declan because I didn't go to thingy today. Woke up late and ended up going food shopping with my ma and all that good stuff. So I apologise to Declan first off the bat. Yeah, man. Hope everybody's good anyway. And Cody singing Blessing. I love that song though. It's just it's actually an anti-war song by a Jewish guy called Matisyahu, who sings it Cody. So it's a kid called Matisyahu, Matisyahu. He's a Jewish rapper. He's a crazy little Jewish rapper guy. And it's I'll probably get a copyright. Well, I won't get a copyright strike, but I won't be able to monetize the video, but it's cool. I'll show you. So it's an acoustic version of his song called One Day, and it's about like he's a Jewish guy and he's all about like, I won't put my version on because that's just wrong. Stay there. It's not seriously my sort of music, but I stumbled across a viral video and I just sort of like fell in love with it. So I'm going to play this song, right? So just stay with me. Advert standard, you know, it goes YouTube.
Oh, wow.
Right, so.
You're welcoming to the monster and.
This is just a chilled song. Just listen to this on a level. Gone from talking about prison and crime to listening to a bit of. Can you hear it? Yes, Clint, your book is in the post. Should be there tomorrow. Saturday at latest.
Sometimes I lay under the moon and thank God I'm breathing. Then I pray, don't take me soon. I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity's around, I know someday it'll all turn around. Cause all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more war. Our children will play, and one day, oh, one day. It's not about win or lose. We all lose when they feed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement. Keep on moving, though the water stay raging. In this maze, you can lose your way. No way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you. No way. So no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around. Cause all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for want the people to say that he goes into beatboxing now. There'll be no more war. Our children will play one day, one day, one day. True, I love this voice. One day, one day. Yeah, one day. Clint, I've got it. I need to do it. I'll do it tonight. I love this guy's voice, man. It's just heaven. It's not normally my sort of music, but some of Dre's. Nah, he's just beatboxing, bro, with his mouth on an acoustic thing. I won't be able to monetize the video, but it's all good. Smashes it, man. Honestly, God, like a Jewish rapper, rabbi guy. I think his dad's actually a rabbi. Coming towards the end of it. Here we go. Get ready. Coming towards the end of it. Yeah, so DJ. Here we go. Listen to people the same. Stop with the violence. Stop with the hate. They will all be free. I'm proud to be under the same song. Sing a song of freedom like my love and devotion. Oh, yeah. Finished up. Just a chilled song, man. It's an acoustic version of his own song, and it's just blessed, man. It's just chilled, positive vibes and all that, end war and stuff. So pacifist now, that's what we do. But it's just a chilled out song and just like laid back and stuff. And but yeah, old athletic shirt from last season, by the way, just in case anyone's like asking. So anyway, if anyone wants to jump in. What's Declan on? What's this? Been a hard life. How you doing, Cody, brother? Fox, Halifan, I'm good. Chloe Davis, repping Gateshead. Why are you on that? I don't know where Gateshead is. Oh no, I've had a girl on the program from Gateshead. We did a phone interview and she'd served 14 years with a 14-year life sentence under joint enterprise. Claire, she was called. Really good interview. Met her missus in prison and she looked up and she's a good girl, man. And the incident actually happened up there. No, you doing, brother? I'm good. I'm just talking to these crazy bunch on here, but I'm good. I'm tired. I've put so much effort into the last few days into the channel that I'm not sleeping and it's catching up with me. And then away from YouTube, you've got like the subscribers. Some are just friends. Some need help. Some need advice. Some just like the cut of my vibe, man, and just like how we do things. Like earlier on, I was talking to a Canadian subscriber for nearly 2.5 hours, I'm going to say. So, yeah. So I'm on the vanilla latte Nescafe thing. A bottle of water, standard behaviour. Flavoured bottle of water. A couple mile from Newcastle. Yeah, I don't know where it is. I'd love to go to the northeast, you know. I like the Geordie accent. I've been in prison with a few Geordie kids. There's a kid from the Newcastle called Stephen Blackburn. Cheer code there. I have an idea for extra content. Digger the dump, hit me, man. Let's do it. If anyone wants to jump on the shit show, just message me and we shall do a little link up. But yeah, I don't know if these, like, the thing is, it's better. I don't really want to keep talking. I want someone to jump on. Code there, help me loads. Couldn't handle what's going through without you. Yes, Laura. Gates has a cracking night. Yeah, but I've seen videos of them Geordie birds on nights out, mate. They're crazy. One of them started smashing the car windscreen with like a high heel, and the guy ran her over. And then someone just put a typical night out in the northeast. I was like, yeah, I'll avoid the northeast. Good program about Mountjoy Prison in Ireland. I've never watched this documentary about Mountjoy, but I have seen it advertised on the YouTubes. I think it's YouTube. Yeah, Clint and Jono. I don't know if Jono's on here, and he seems to miss the lives and everything. Bless him. But I've sent him 2 books a day. I think I've got 1 or 2 left. I sent 2 books a day, one to John, one to Clint. Sent them pictures of me sat in Tim Hortons having a French vanilla latte iced. Requested to follow you in store other day. You denied it. No, it's not that, brother. The only reason that I would have denied you on there is if you've got about 1 friend and 1 picture or 0 pictures and 1,000, like you might have 1,000 people following you, brother. But if you've not got any pictures up, I don't really want to like my pictures, but you can see something of mine that I can't see like yours because you've not got them out, your pictures and stuff. So that's why I'm a bit finger. Nothing personal, brother. Just got to be one of them. You good, Clint? I thought he said cunt then. I was looking, I was like, what? How's Q cut? Do you know what, brother? Me and Q need to do a link up. Hold on, that's a point. Stay here, my peoples. My people, like I own you. All right, hold on. All right, stay here. Let's see. Hold on. All right, hold on. I was gonna throw a message to. All right, stay here, everybody. 1 sec. I want to try and do a little something. Something's not gonna work. Hold on. Would it suggest going what? Cody, you've WhatsApp me. Why? What's up, brother? I'm just like, I'm read up. I need someone to come jump on. Do you know what? 69 people here, right? There's about a handful of people commenting. So who are the haters, man? The rest of them are haters, you know. My eyebrows like that one. No, that one. Had a good day. All right, called there. Football season back on Saturday. I don't think it. Hold on. Yeah, shit, it is. Hold on. What day is it? I think we kick off on the 13th, 14th. Oh shit, he's absolutely right. Hold on. French is on it again. Keep my every image wants to jump on. We've not really interviewed Frenchie for the channel. It's probably something that we should do. Nicola Blythe, biggest lips in Scotland. Oh, I'm all right, mate, and I'm all right. Hope you and your fella are well. I'll pop later. Got to talk to some friends in North Carolina. Yes, Clint, I've got subscribers in North Carolina. Salvo. How do I think Oldham will do this season? Hopefully we don't get relegated. But yeah, probably going to be another tough season for the Latics. But like this is last season's shirt, just with the white chevrons. This one's blue. This season's blue with orange. I've got all 3 shirts. I've got the home away and the 3rd kit, which is just more money out of the thinger. Blackburn Rovers. Blackburn. I don't mind Rovers. Got nothing against the Rovers. Alan Shearer, Sutter and Shearer back in the day. I got friends in Charlotte, right? So I've got a subscriber called Vicky, I believe, and she lives in Salvo, which is in North Carolina, right on the coast. I've got Dan Robinson in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've got Morag. She lives up in Toronto. Like she lives in Toronto in the Canada. So play up, Pompey, play up. But yeah, if anyone wants to jump in, just let me know. Shut your mouth and grow some hair. I wish I could grow some hair, but be here all day. The beard is growing quick though, I can't lie. The beard is just... I'm absolutely knackered, man. Honest to God, I'm really tired. And I don't know why, but when I sit here, I get really hot. Declan, who are you talking to? I don't worry about Declan, it's just how he is, isn't it? Should we get Declan on, guys? Because Declan's like, he's on the WhatsApp, he's on the text message, he's in the comment section. We've not really interviewed Declan, really. He's done videos, but we've not really interviewed him. So maybe it's something that we should do. Get to know Declan a little better. If anyone is in agreement, say yes, yes, yes. Cody, how do you think United will do? Interesting, brother. Good. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going to be. I love the Premiership, bro. It's the best league in the world. It really is. From the other day, I was supposed to. I made Pirates of Drum and Bass. Hold on to what? So I don't know if Declan wants to come on. He's gone quiet. Bloody hell. Big world. What? Small world, Clint. Yeah, got Declan out. Called there. Greetings from Germany. Brother, if you're in Germany, jump on a live now, bro. Let's do a live, bro. Germany, Manchester, link up, bro. I used to be based over there, innit? Let's do it. Beast mode, right? I'll put my number on the screen, right? And if you want to jump on, right, send me that's my digits, bro. Send me a text. Plus 449 in it over there, Germany. 49. But yeah, if you want to jump on, brother, there's my number. Plus 44. And then we'll do if you want to jump on, brother, beast mode. Let me know. Quickly screenshot the number. I'm going to take it down now. And then if you want to jump on beast mode, let's do it, man. He said he asked for the link. Tell him to text me again or WhatsApp me if Declan wants to jump on. He's gone quiet, which is not like Declan. Hold on. Aye. Right, if Declan wants to jump on, guys, we'll do a little interview with Declan. We'll get to know Declan's story better. And try and get to know Declan in some capacity because we know other people. We know people that we know. Q's done interviews and stuff. We spoke and stuff. I've grilled him. Prison officers. Neil Samworth's done videos. Declan's done a video, but obviously it's nice to ask questions, isn't it? Come on, Derek, get him, pal. But yeah, beast mode. If you want to come on, man, let's do it. Well, what's happening, lads? Dara Lions. I don't know who Dara is. Dara. I'm waiting for the link. Right, well, text me again, brother. If you want to jump on and you're up for being questioned or whatever, I'm doing like a little interview, then send me another WhatsApp. I can't come off this screen, but if you WhatsApp me, it'll come up at the top of the screen. I can quickly press the button. Right, there we go. That's what I need. Bam. Stay there, guys. Declan is inbound. Right, we're going to get to know Declan, do a little interview with Declan. Right, and now I've got to do all these fucking swipe things. Hold on. Oh no. Hold on. I thought I just messed the link up. Just get 1 second. Nearly fucked up. Right, hold on. If beast mode's jumping on, I'll drop Declan out. Beast mode, take the digits, bro. They're there. Plus 44. If you're over in Germany, brother, link it. And then I'll drop Declan out, and then you can jump back on, and then Declan can jump on later. Going on, big man. You good?
Yeah, man, you.
Yeah, man. You look knackered, bro.
Not much sleep, man.
What?
Not much sleep.
Yeah, bro. Tell me about it. Overthinking shit.
Tell me about it.
Declan's back on, man. Did you get over seeing Laura's titty last night?
You're mad, Dad. I want to apologise to her anyway. I think I scared her a bit earlier.
Right. Sending unsolicited dick pictures.
Nah, man, no.
None of that. Go on. Right, yeah. So yesterday you started to introduce yourself, brother. So because obviously people might not have watched the other videos because since we've started this link up, this like dual stream thing, it's got more hits. So if you want to start, and then we can do like a little interview and stuff, and question you, get to know you, and all that good stuff.
Right, yeah, man, that sound.
Start at the beginning, bro, and then just work up, and then, like I said, and then what I'll do, rather than so when you talk, I'll ask you something, and then continue, and we'll just keep doing that, and just get to know Declan, man.
Yeah, man. Right. So, someone you.
Where was you born? Where was you born?
Where I born? Rotherham, South Yorkshire.
Yeah, man.
South Yorkshire lad. Ended up born to a convicted paedophile. So
with that situation, so convicted in what sense? Was it physical abuse? Was it indecent images or?
I don't know. This is where it's still under a question mark at minute because I've asked all the family on his side.
Yeah.
And they're all denying that he's convicted. But the social workers, what came involved later on in life, have proven he is convicted.
So what do you know about what do you know about your dad? What do you know, like, where was it? His offence was in Rotherham, or was it like somewhere else? And then was it on
What?
you? The offences were against you, or it was against other children? Oh no, because you said he was born to a convicted one, so that
Yeah,
must mean that it was before you was born.
But I know I've got 3 older sisters from him, and they don't want nothing to do with him. Now I've heard all different stories growing up that it was done to the middle sister out of the 3, like she was the victim, and that's why they don't want nothing to do with like me or my other brother from
But why
him.
wouldn't they want any? But why wouldn't they want anything to do with you? You was innocent. You was born to a convicted.
That's what I mean. It's
mess.
all messed up. It really is messed up.
So
Yeah.
what age? So what happened? So you was never a victim from your dad or anything like that when you was like growing up.
By him doing it to the women and obviously seeing it eye to eye, you know, him how he was towards the women. As me growing up, he obviously taught me the wrong being right.
What do you mean? No, you mean right being wrong? No, wrong.
Wrong
What
being right.
Right. Go on. But what do you mean by that though?
Because
For those that don't know.
What he thought was right of how he touched women and his corrupt mind, he was trying to teach me that as being right. But then
In what sense? How was he teaching you though? He was telling you to do this, or he was just putting it in your mind?
Just putting it in my mind, like showing me what to do and stuff. Like it would really touchy feely with women and stuff like that.
What age we talking to your sisters?
No, it was to his missus at the time, but I was like really young.
Yeah. So are we talking? Your dad was a sex offender or he was a paedophile?
Sex offender.
Right. Right. So what else?
So I'd ended up obviously going through Bernardo's, their charity. I was working with them for a couple of years, through social services and through school and stuff. Because they tried basically learning me what he taught me was wrong and showing me the right way in life. So then later on in the school life, my mum married off to my stepfather, which was more like a dad than anything else. He got diagnosed with cancer when I was in year 10, 11. He had that for 6 months out of, and it lasted 3. That took me off rails completely, but while he had cancer, I got introduced by one of mates into weed. Started smoking that around that.
Where was your real dad during all this?
My real dad, he was in Sheffield, so he didn't live near me or out, but my mum didn't want to stop me from seeing him because she thought that was wrong of obviously taking me away from my biological dad.
Even though he's a sex offender?
Yeah.
So what you said yesterday when you came on, briefly, I remember, you said that your dad was teaching you, but you actually mentioned the word paedophile. So I don't know if you got confused or if he was a paedophile.
He was convicted before I was born.
Yeah, but you said yesterday, you said, my dad was teaching me the wrong things and like pedophilia sort of thing, but you said he's a convicted sex offender. I said, is he a sex offender or a paedophile? And you said, sex offender on here. But yesterday you said he was teaching me to be the wrong way and like having these thoughts and pedophilia. And you said you went to Bernardo's and you said even though you think that I've said that you can't
Yeah.
rehabilitate a sex offender, you said, well, from if you'd get them young enough, which I think you was referring to yourself,
Yeah.
that you can go the other way. So because your dad was a sex offender, paedophile, whatever, like, do you believe that you sort of by inheriting some of his genes, like by you was 50% of him, that you and your dad was, like you said, conditioning you or making you think a certain way or training you, that you had yourself sexual abuse thoughts or paedophilic thoughts yourself when you was young?
Because the way obviously he was teaching me, and obviously as a child you learn your children how you want to learn them, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
So him already being corrupt and wrong, he's obviously teaching me the wrong ways and stuff. He didn't exactly treat me correct, so I've had to go down
But did you? But what I'm trying to get to, did you have like paedophilia thoughts from a young age, like, or thinking of sexually assaulting people because your dad, one, you've inherited his genes, and two, because that's what your dad was doing. Was you said you needed, because you said because you said people say you can't rehabilitate a sex offender.
Yeah.
But if you get them at a young age, then you can. And you said Bernardo's helped you, but what thoughts were you having as a child being born to this convicted sex offender?
It wasn't really the thoughts. It was like showing me. It was the actions they were showing, which I relayed on in school, thinking it was right, being obviously touchy feely sort of thing, and it got addressed in school.
So you wasn't. So your dad wasn't showing you like child abuse images or anything like paedophilic things on your phone or like.
No.
So it was your dad was you had these thoughts where it was drilled into you that it's okay to go and grab a girl's breast or grab her ass or grab a pussy or something like that. So what age was you when this was going down? That's crazy.
I was still in school, early teens.
Oh, so you're not talking primary school, we're talking more secondary school.
Yeah.
And what sort of, was it a case of the police were called in, or was it just dealt with internally by the school?
The school obviously went, because they went to the like headmistress or whatever.
Yeah.
Or they went to our teacher, and obviously they spoke between them and got Bernardo's involved with social services.
So how many girls at school? How often did you do it? How many incidents? Was it just one incident, or was it a couple, and then one finally spoke up?
It was like only like two or something, and it was me. I was just messed up at the time because I thought that's what I've been taught that was right, and then Bernardo's have come in and they're like, look, you shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
And then obviously I've said, this is why. And then social services got involved and they says, yeah, he's actually being convicted of that sort of stuff in past, his father.
So what was he done? So what was your dad in your what have you heard? Was it rape? Was it sexual assault? Was it child abuse images? Was it all of these things, or was it like?
I've heard all different by different people.
But what have you heard, just so people can know like the range from the top to the bottom? Like what you heard?
I've heard that it was my sisters who is done it to, obviously touchy feeling too, and as they were kids and stuff. I've heard it was just random people. I've heard all different. I don't.
Have you ever, like, example? Have you ever been told or heard that he's raped somebody?
Not raped, no, but I've heard like that it's been my sister's what has been affected quite a few times.
And your sister doesn't speak about this, and she doesn't want to know you. But why doesn't she want to know you?
She don't want to know me. She don't want to know my brothers or anything.
But why though? Did you guys take your dad's side, or was it what's the case with that?
This was my sisters are way older than me. I think they're like 30 odd or something now.
Yeah.
I don't really know them. not even spoke to them. I've tried finding them on Facebook and stuff, but I can't find them nowhere.
Do you believe the allegations against your real dad?
I do believe them because social services have said it as well. When a social worker comes up to me and says, "Look, you've got a convicted like paedophile or sex offender as a father," you can't really deny that from a children's service.
Did he serve time in prison? Was it in the paper? What's the score?
I've tried Googling his name. I can't find nothing on that. So I don't know whether it was in papers or anything.
What year would he have committed his offences roughly?
I don't know. It's all before I was born.
Right, so 20 odd years ago. How old are you now? 22?
22 this year.
So like before you was even born.
Yeah.
But the fact he was convicted. The fact your sisters don't want anything to do with him. The strangest thing. Do you agree that by your mum allowing you to still see your dad, that it could have caused more victims, i.e., your father wasn't of a sound mind? What are you doing with your phone deck? It keeps rattling. You all right?
No, I'm not even touching it.
All right. So yeah. So like, did your mum do the right thing by? If your mum wouldn't have let you see your dad, would it have been better for you in the long run or worse?
Better, 100%.
So what was this? So you talking? So how was you treated at school? Because you must have had major issues growing up.
I did.
You've got that stigma. You've got that stigma that your dad's a sex offender, your dad's a pedo. So that must have been. Did the kids at school know, or was it not known, or what?
I didn't know, obviously, the behind it all the evidence or anything to the case or anything that had been what he'd done. So I can't exactly put nail on head really with that, but it got round obviously with what I did.
Yeah.
Because what I thought was right by him.
Yeah.
I got beat up in school, got bullied quite a lot. I had no friends really. I was just on my own. So that was that, and then obviously my stepfather.
So what was secondary school like when you started? When you started secondary school, year 7, again, same issues, no friends, loner.
Yeah, it all the same all the way through. All my school life's always been the same.
Was that because, like you said, because of your dad and that shadow of he's a wrong'un, he's a pedo, he's a danger to women, he's a sex offender. That sort of they can often paint the family with the same brush.
That's what I think's happened really with me, because obviously it's sort of come down to me now. When I was younger, and it was like I felt I was wrong because I was doing stuff and I was getting beat up, but then it was like he's telling me, "Oh, it's okay, it's right. Just don't let him do out to you." And it was like it messed me up. It really confused me.
So you still like? Do you have a relationship with your mum now, or?
My mum, it's hard at the minute. It really is hard. I want, but me being honest, I want to disown her for everything.
Why now? Is it because why now of all times?
I've wanted to do it for a while, but then she's had 2 young sisters to another bloke. They're not at risk because it's not the same father. So it's hard because then if I disowned her, I'd be losing my sisters as well. What idolised me and I idolised them, and it was what my eldest sister, well, not my eldest sister, the eldest out of the two youngest, if that makes sense.
So, because I was going to say, you're saying that your sisters, you'll lose your sisters, but you said earlier that your other sisters, or I'm assuming your older sisters, they don't want anything to do with you.
No,
So
they don't. They don't want nothing to do with me. They're on the dad's side, as the younger sisters are on my mum's side.
right.
So I've got
Where are
two.
you? In the middle.
Yeah, I'm in middle.
Right.
It's really, really fucked up my family, honestly. So my biological dad, I've got three sisters, one brother, and then me.
Mm.
To my stepdad, I've got one stepsister, about six brothers, no, five brothers, one sister, a step, and then half by my mum, I've got two sisters.
Right, Declan, let me just stop you for 1 second, right? I just want to make reference to Angie's comment here, right? So obviously I question people, and Declan's asked to come on the live. So Angela has said, and I've brought attention to it. She said, the questions are making me feel uncomfortable. I think you're loving this conversation, Cody. Is it real, or have you paid him? Right? Use more responsive terminology. Hope you don't counsel people for a living. Now, Declan, can I just say something? Right? I've not asked you to come on this live. You popped in the comment section, you messaged me and asked to come on. You've done videos in the past telling me you wanted to tell your story. I'm not, if you feel uncomfortable with any questions, you don't have to come on. I've not asked you to come on. And you've done this openly off your own back, haven't you?
Yes.
But Angie must be a counselor or something. I'm asking questions. I don't know how I should ask it. Should I be crying? Should I be emotional? How do you ask a question softly? I'm very direct. I've spoken to people about suicides on the channel Q, for example, people that have been through the worst things. I've been on my own channel and speak about being sexually abused, having an abusive childhood, being sexually abused and being homeless, right? So I don't delve into people's things without them wanting to come on. I don't put a gun to somebody's head and say, come on my channel and tell me your story. People choose to come on this channel. Declan, you've done videos in the past. You wanted to tell your story. If you want to leave at any time, Declan, or you want easy with any question, please just say, and we'll terminate the interview and we'll move on. No problem.
Oh no, that man. I'm chill with it, man.
That's what I'm saying. But like I said, I respect, the thing is, I'm not being disrespectful. Do you know what? It's a level-headed question. She might work she might be some sort of, what does she say here? Like a counselor or something. I don't know how to ask sensitive questions. I'm direct. That's all I've always been. I speak openly about my stuff. I've aired my skeletons, trust me. Declan wants to tell his story. He's commented on the comment. He's texted me. He's WhatsApped me. He's asked to come on. And then this is the thing. How do you get to know somebody and interview them if you can't ask them questions? Just going to put that out there. No, I'm not. It's not a case of moving on and tell a pal. It's not about that. It's not about that. We're just having a people come on. If Declan wants to sit here and he'll say, do you know what? I don't feel comfortable talking about that. Then you don't delve any deeper. I don't push people on things they don't want to talk about. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of Declan's story. I was nonced as a kid. I've been homeless. I had an abusive childhood, right? I've been homeless on the streets, yeah? I've done bad things. I've been a criminal. I've been to prison. I contemplated suicide. I've heard all these things, right? If somebody asks to come on the channel and tell their story, when somebody tells you the story, you've got to ask them questions. You've got to not challenge them. It's the wrong term of phrase, but you've got to ask questions and try and get more information. So it gives a broader understanding. It's like more pieces of the jigsaw for people to understand. There's been a lot. Declan, have you received any abusive comments on the videos you've done, or have you received nothing but love, brother?
Received more support than I have in my whole life.
Thank you. Oh, and Angie, just make a reference to a point. Last night, the man on the screen, right? God bless him, right? And I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, was suicidal last night when he came on. Was in the comment section, desperate to know that somebody cared. We brought him onto the live. We cheered him up. There's a female that is quite keen on. We brought her in. We spoke to her on the channel as well. And we spent hours right, cheering this man up, telling him he's got everything to live for, which he has, good-looking lad, father of a couple of kids, missus, he's living good, right? So if you go back and watch last night, you'll see that we was actually building Declan up. I'm not here to knock him down. It's just when someone wants to tell their story, if I just sat here, he'd tell you everything anyway. All I'm doing is asking questions, trying to understand for people that might not have caught up with the story or might want to know a little bit more information. Sorry, Declan. Anyway, moving on. Where was we, brother?
I forgot now. We are
Right. So I think you were saying you was in secondary school and you said you was doing what you was doing. So how did the first incident you was involved in, and like I said, so you just literally you'd had it instilled in you. So it wasn't your fault. You'd had it instilled in you that this is how you treat women from your dad.
Yeah.
Right. So what was do you remember the first incident? Like, you don't have to name the girl, don't name her. But like, do you remember the first incident, how it came about? In your head, it was innocent, but obviously it must be very traumatizing for a victim that, like, you might think, oh, you're grabbing their breast or their ass or whatever. But at that young age where you're sort of becoming sexually mature and things like that, and your dad's instilled it in you, how did it come about, the first case? No names, just if you don't want to talk about it, let's move on.
I don't know really how, obviously, to put down to what happened because of how long ago it was and like the shit I've been through since. I am doing soon. I know you have. Yeah, so
Got red, bro. What's going on?
So yeah, can't really put it
Right.
to...
So anyway, so in a nutshell, you I'm assuming from what you said, without, like you said, you sexual assault, sort of grabbing boobs, grabbing asses, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Did it to a couple of girls. School became involved. How did the Bernardo's thing come around? I'm interested to know how how it came about and what Bernardo's helped you do.
Like, first of all, I'll explain what Bernardo's is. Bernardo's is, I believe, is a charity.
Yeah.
They helped me understand what I got taught by my biological dad was wrong. They got involved by the school because school put a referral in with social services and stuff. I don't know who's put the actual referral to them or what have you. I just know a referral's been made to them. The school basically just said, oh, they pulled me out of class and went, we've got somebody to see you.
Were social services involved at all?
The social workers have been involved in and out of my life.
Right. They must have been there at the start because your mum's given birth to a baby boy. He's the biological father. He's a convicted sex offender, in your own words. So when you was born, social services must have been on the case in some regard because he was a danger. Not you as children,
Yeah.
but you guys were potentially like in danger of a victim of this man.
As I think basically what they said is basically because I was a baby at the time.
Yeah.
Basically, you leave him, otherwise I will be taken away from her.
Yeah.
So she's gone and left him. I think she went back to my nan's or something.
Yeah.
She was living with my nan. My nan were helping me as a childhood.
Yeah.
Obviously, she was only 18 herself. My mum at the time, she was still young. So I'd gone back to my mum's mum, my nan, and everything, and started growing up through there. And then she met my stepdad, and we ended up having our house together. They ended up getting a house together, and so on. And I'm mainly now just trying to put all the jigsaw pieces together to actually sort me son out, because at the minute I'm so confused with everything what's gone off. It's still a jigsaw puzzle what's basically been under a ticking bomb, and bombs just exploded, and all jigsaw puzzles have gone up in air, and I'm now trying to re-puzzle them all. But
And you know what? And this is the thing, like, so again, I just want to make the point again. If at any point, if there's a question that you don't feel comfortable answering, sorry, or that you just want to move on, just tell me and we'll move right on. You, like I said, it's just a breezy conversation. So when you was in that class that time and they pulled you out and said, right, we've got someone to speak to you, what was the next step? Just so people know. If you don't mind.
They put me into this room. Obviously, we in school. It was just a room just off at library. And this woman was there. This woman and some other people were there. Year manager stayed with me, like, and they were like, "Oh, I'm such and such from Bernardo's. I'm social worker and all this." What they were all explaining who they are. I was like, "Why am I here? What have I done?" And they were like, "Oh, we've had a referral because we don't think you're being brought up." Basically, putting it into short term, like being brought up right, and you need some additional help away from family. So they were like, right, and then they obviously relayed the incident to me that happened within school, and they were like, "How come you've done this sort of thing? Do you know that it's right? Do you know that it's wrong?"
Declan,
And
can I just one sec? Sorry to intervene. So, what age was you? What age was you at this? What year was you in? 7,
yeah,
8, 9?
by 8, I think it was.
Year 8. So with
It
this
was
thing,
beginning at school.
so I just want to clear something up. I hope you don't mind this question. So with the girls that you grabbed or whatever, it wasn't. We're not talking like attempted rape or anything. It's just
No,
literally so sexual assault, sort of groping, grabbing, sort of just like just bit pervy, like wrong behaviour. But you didn't know any better because your dad had. You was a young lad. You was confused. You've had this crap life, social services and everything. Your dad was, without being disrespectful, well, he was a wrong one, right? And then he's instilled these things in you, and then you're in year 8. These couple of incidents happen, and then Bernardo's are involved. So what was the next step when you was in this classroom, when you was taken out of class?
it was like a meeting thing. They just basically spoke to me, and then they were coming once, twice a week into school. We did courses. They brought paper in, like with women and men, like with no clothes on, basically just like a drawing of women and men with no clothes on, and basically saying it's wrong to touch here, there, and so on and so forth without consent. They were explaining age of consent, just basically sex education practically, and that went on for months and months.
Did it work? Did you? I know it's going to sound really weird, right? You can probably answer it now, but when you're that age, right, and you're doing these courses, and you're confused yourself. You've not had as soon as you were born, while you was in your mum's stomach, you wasn't going to have a normal life because your dad's a convicted sex offender. So it must have been hard when you got, like, you're doing all these things. You're probably thinking, like, what? And you're having these things put in front. You must have been so confused. But looking back now, did this course with Bernardo's, did it help you at all, or was it just pointless exercise?
It wasn't pointless,
right?
Because if it wasn't for them stating right and wrong, I believe I wouldn't be better as I am now. I'd be a lot worse.
Do you believe if you didn't go down the Bernardo's route, and you wasn't, because you was taught that being a wrong un is the right way to go by your dad. So when if you didn't do this Bernardo's course and you wasn't getting that ongoing support, do you think that there was possibly a danger that you could have followed in your dad's footsteps and gone down the sex offender route? It wouldn't. I'm just trying to get a bearing of it.
I understand where you're coming from. And obviously this is where later on in life has to play. So, but I'll get to that later on in interview. Obviously, I'm just going through steps of my life at the minute. So, yeah, due to them, I think it was months. Honestly, I was constantly with these people. They did little tasks with me. It it were a big part at school. Now, when you talk to normal children who's just left school, oh, what were your biggest part at school? Oh, me revision, my GCSEs. As that weren't me. I struggled in my GCSEs and my revision. But main part for me was the Bernardos, because that actually flipped the coin. Like, imagine like a 10 pence, one side's wrong, one side's right.
Yeah.
The right side was facing down until Bernardo's have come in, and then it's like somebody's helped me to flip that 10 pence over, and it's gone from wrong to right. So, like, after a couple of months, like, doing these therapy sessions and these sessions, what they were doing, I started to realise that I'm looking at other lads in school and they wasn't doing what I thought was right at the time. And it's like, I've actually been taught wrong here. So it sort of sunk in then that I was doing the wrong things. But then later on in school year, I think it was like year 9 or something, I went to one of the lasses that I did it to. I just slapped her ass or something, and obviously she went and told them like year 8, like kids do and stuff. It was like, oh, I'm sorry for what happened in year 8, and she didn't want to know. She was like, get away from me, you freak, you're wrong.
Right, but do you understand why she was like that?
Yeah.
Look, as a mature man now.
Yeah, because obviously I've now give her trauma.
That could even though it could be seen to some people as, oh, it's a slap on the ass, but if you put yourself in the victim's shoes, that person, then I know it could actually be a crux and carry it for life.
Yeah.
But go on, continue. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you then, Declan. Go on.
Yeah, so I went and apologised, and basically she just backed off, and she didn't want to know.
So you didn't have to change school or anything, obviously.
Yeah, right. I changed school and stuff.
Because of that, because of these incidents.
Yeah, because of these incidents happened in one school. My mum moved areas anyway because of everything was basically coming to house and stuff.
Trouble.
So, trouble coming to house because of it all. What
are you talking trouble? Are you talking like gangs of kids from school, or are you talking like parents of kids?
All like the lasses' mates from school and everybody from school was just, they followed me home and like bullying me on way home from school, hitting me and jumping me and stuff.
Now, Declan, now with that, right, like I just want to make reference to this. I like you was bullied for different reasons, but I was also bullied in school, right? Now I know how low it can take you. Now, how did the bullying? You've had the worst start in life, right?
Yeah.
Your dad's a convicted sex offender. Your dad's teaching you, yeah, it's all right, lad. Hey, that's what we do. The women, they're just objects to us, and all this stuff. And then you're in secondary school, which can be horrendous anyway, right? You sexually assault a few girls, right? Which, like I don't condone, by the way. But the thing is, I don't sympathise with it. But your dad was just planted the wrong seed in your mind, right? And like I said, but I don't condone those actions. But then you're becoming sexually mature, and your hormones are changing, and you're becoming you're starting to obviously going through puberty and things like that. And then you're doing this Bernardo's course, and your family's all split up, and then like you're being bullied away from school as well. How did that must have affected you massively? Like, was you suicidal? Was you depressed? Did you deal with it?
I went into suicide and self-harm. Now, this is
at what age? At what age? Sorry to ask this question. What age?
While I was still at school.
What we're talking? Year 8, year 9, year 10?
I'd say about 9, roughly.
Yeah, 9.
Yeah. So I ended up self-harming, razor blades, and stuff like that. I was taking pens, proper stripping them down, snapping the casing, and just digging it into my arm and stuff like that. So basically, it all went red. I've tried. I forgot the word. Suffocation.
Yeah.
Tried that one night when my mum and stepdad was asleep, so nobody knew. Like I thought, oh, it'd be fine. They'd wake up and find me not here. It's like it'd be right. I've done naught but cause them trouble anyway. We've
Well,
had to move.
how was your mum and your stepdad? How was they with you during this time? Were they supportive? Was you on your own? Because you had no friends at school. You didn't have any friends. You was being
It
bullied.
was
Obviously, the things that you did.
it was mainly my stepdad, not my mum. My mum sort of, because she thought, I think she was just, I think, and this is me being honest, she's just as bad as my biological dad.
In what set? Why do you think that? If you don't mind me asking.
Because any normal people, if you know somebody's a wrong gun, you wouldn't allow your children around them. I certainly wouldn't with my 2 kids. There's not a cat in hell's chance I would allow my boys around somebody like that. But why would she allow me to go to his on a weekend, unsupervised, round him, knowing full well what he's capable of?
Unbelievable. And the thing is, if this, when you was, so what, why did your mum and dad split up? Because she stayed with him after the conviction. So why did they split up? If you stayed with him after he was a nonce or
Bloody proper crackling, bro.
proper what?
You're right, crackling.
Sorry, but it's not me, brother. My phone's not moved. My hands are here. But Declan, like, so why did they split up though? Because if she stayed with him after the conviction for being a wrong and sex offender, nonce, whatever, why?
Social services.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
So if it wasn't for social services telling her, she would have. If social services didn't get involved, would she have stayed with your dad?
Possibly, I don't know. I can't answer that one.
But go on. So you go back. So you self-harming and stuff like that. School must have been absolutely horrendous for you, 1,000%.
Yes. Worst time in my life really was school. But then my stepfather found out that was self-harming. So he just basically trashed my bedroom, found all the razors, hiding in my drawers and everything. All the snap pens, he basically took everything out of my room. What I could hurt myself with. I've just seen that, Laura's. I'll answer that one in a minute once I've answered.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so it took everything out of my room, basically trashed my room. My wardrobe were upside down and everything to get.
Was he smashing it in anger, or was he looking for weapons?
He was looking for the stuff that I could hurt myself with. So once he'd removed them, I came home from school and said, "What the fuck's gone off with my room?" Practically, it looked like an hurricane or something, or a bomb had hit it. And like, right, I've took all stuff out because I know you're hurting your son. You're now grounded until it's tidy again. Sort of thing. Then it made me tidy my own room up. He wasn't harsh, but he's straight John Bull is like he knew what was going off.
Yeah.
But if you said out to my mum, she'd make she'd make a lie up or something. She's not right normal.
Is she not wired up right? Is what like it sounds from what you're saying. She's not wired up right.
Yeah. So it was like my stepdad was a really normal person I could talk to, and my stepbrothers and that. But when I was younger, I was scared because of the abuse I got off my biological if I said anything, because he's hit me with yellow pages before. He just because I was sat in his chair on so in his chair, he'd throw yellow pages at me, busted my nose. Now I've had to have my nose cauterized 4 times.
Cauterized, so straightened.
No, it's your blood vessels inside.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Don't they like smolder it inside or something
Yeah.
to sort of stop it? Right. Sorry, I was wrong with
Yeah.
it. One.
So I've had to have that done 4 times, just because of the violence I've got as a child. I now don't see him at all. I don't want nothing to do with him.
When was the last time you saw him?
That'd have been 2000. Well, I left school in 2015, so I'm saying 17.
No. So 2017, or you were 17?
No, 2017.
Right. And what was that? Was passing him in the street or in the shop, or you went to see him?
I went to see him because I wanted answers of why he's done what he's done to me. But then it was just sat there. It turned to an alcoholic and stuff, and it was like, oh, I've done naught to this son. It's your stepdad. He's done naught but not let me see thee and all this lot. It's the stepdad what needs sorting, not me, son. It's like, oh, I've done naught but try and help thee and look after thee. And we're like, you're doing naught but lie to me here. So basically, I was just in so much anger. I could have literally leveled him straight up. I just wanted to punch him all over. But I thought, nah. I just left. I went, right, I'm going. I'll probably come back next week or something, and never went again. I'd blocked his number and left.
Did you try to contact you on Facebook or anything like that, or any social media?
He don't have Facebook. That is the thing. He doesn't use Facebook.
Do you believe that not obviously that you heard a lot of rumours, nothing concrete, but the fact he was convicted thingy and social it was definitely a wrong one. But do you believe the allegations or the rumours against him? Can you understand why, like, he's convicted? The way that he is a bit strange or whatever.
The way he was in front of me, the way it was with me, like towards me, showing me basically wrong for rights and stuff as a kid. He's not wired up right.
And when you said yesterday, you said about like he was having these thoughts and everything of like the wrong thoughts towards women, like you said, holding them down, grabbing the breast, grabbing the ass, and things like that. How bad were these thoughts? They was in your head, and you just thought like you just constantly got these thoughts going around your head. My dad said it's all right. This is what you do to women, and you like I said, you're going through puberty. Your sexual urges are starting to come about. You're starting to look at girls differently. Shall we say? It must have. So you had these thoughts, and then you acted on them, and then school and the bullying and your home life. Your mum, without I don't know your home life, but your mum doesn't seem like she knew how to be a mum, or you're getting more emotional support from your stepdad than your birth mother and your biological father.
Yeah, that is correct.
Your stepdad must have been a great man. It must be a good man.
He was. God rest his soul.
Oh, he passed away. God bless him.
Yeah.
Mate. I'm sorry, I didn't know
that. So.
Is that who's on your profile? Is that who's on your profile picture on the Facebook?
No, I don't know. I don't know which profile picture I've got.
It's you as a young lad, probably around 9-10 years old, and it's an older man sat on a chair. And you're oh, is that your stepdad?
Yeah, that's my stepdad.
All right, God bless him, brother. So go on.
Yeah, he basically my world, and I idolised him. He in 2000, not 2011, sorry, 2014, year 11.
Yeah.
It was. Now I remember these days. This is the recent trauma, and this has stuck with me. It was February, early February 2014. He dropped me off at school. He says, "Try and have a good day, son." Obviously, he knew what was going off. He wasn't stupid. So he'd gone to work. I'm still at school, living my school life as it was. he'd ended up coming home early from work. He worked for a council, obviously not mentioning council he worked for.
Yeah.
And stuff. They'd sent him home early because he couldn't drive the machinery he was driving because he had pains around his lungs area. So he went to hospital. They shipped him to another hospital what's got trauma units, cancer units on there. They took him for scans and everything of his lungs, his chest, everything. They went, right, we should get something back within 5 days. If it's clear, you'll hear something within 5 days. Within 2 days, he'd had a phone call, get back to hospital.
Sounds like lung cancer.
It was.
Wow.
They diagnosed him with 6 months. It
So
lasted
it's like,
3.
so what you're talking, stage 4 terminal cancer.
Practically, yeah.
Sorry, Ted.
But we didn't even know he had it. So he's gone from diagnosing to having 6 months left. Bearing in mind, this is what's knackered my head up, and I am still gunning for these doctors. He'd gone to doctors for 2 years now before 2014. So from 2012 to 2014, he had a shadow on his lung. Oh, it's a chest infection, Mr. French. Here's some antibiotics. Oh, it's not gone. Here's some stronger antibiotics. They're going down chest infection route. They were looking at COPD and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they'd never looked at cancer. Not once. And then all of a sudden, because he's had all this pain at work and he couldn't drive the machinery we're driving, it's all of a sudden cancer. So that 2 year, if it weren't for that if that doctor had put him in for a cancer test 2 years prior, it'd still be here now.
Wow.
It'd
So medical negligence contributed to the early passing of your stepdad, who sounds like a bloody good man. Bless him. God bless him.
So he got diagnosed with 6 months. It lasted 3.
Is that the first time? I don't mean this in an insensitive way. This is the first time you actually lost somebody that passed away.
When I was 8-year-old, I lost his mum, and honest to God, that family I worship. They worship the ground.
You feel accepted more by your stepdad's side of the family than your own mother and your own father?
I'm not there for the money, but it's like, just for instance, my own step grandma is my stepdad's mum. Gave me on my birthday £50 growing up every year from 2001. Bear in mind I was born in 98. On Christmas I had £100. I was there every weekend with her. She lived to 88, I think she was. When I was 8-year-old, we'd gone to Turkey. My stepdad had paid for it all, and my mum had paid for it all. We'd gone to Turkey. My uncle, my stepdad's brother, had rung him and basically said, "Look, mum's in a terminal where she's in hospital. She's not eating. She's not even sitting up or anything. She's on breathing apparatus. Can you get through?" He didn't even know we were in Turkey. He's like, "Bro, I'm in Turkey." In a minute, he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it then, don't worry about it. You'll go and enjoy your holiday. I'll sort mum out." He's like, "You what? You just told me that my mum's basically on her back and can't even breathe properly at like 12 o'clock over in Turkey." He's like, next day we were looking at flights to get home. He was just about to pay. Oh, she's up talking and drinking and eating and everything. So basically she lasted from that phone call saying she'd got a bit better. She lasted about a week. We'd managed to do his holiday, just steady, day in day out contact, seeing if she got any worse to come straight over. I'd ended up arguing with my stepbrother's daughter, my niece. We ended up having a fallout over something minor at the time, and my brother's basically saying, "Look, I can't have these two together. She'd fucking kill him. She's nasty, like when she starts." So they ended up taking me to see my grandma on the Friday. So I went and seen her, left her at 9 o'clock on the Friday night. She died on the Saturday at 6:30 in the morning.
And how old was you, sorry, at this stage?
8. She was holding on to see me.
And then you got there, and then she passed shortly after, or while you was there?
No, I'd seen her till 9 o'clock on 9 o'clock Friday night.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
She died at 6:30 Saturday morning.
Oh, you just said, yeah, sorry. Just, I didn't know if you guys got off or stayed through. So she held on for you to see you, and then she passed. She didn't pass when he was there. She passed after you guys had gone peacefully.
Yeah.
But how old was she, brother?
88, I believe.
88. Bless her. Do you know what? For many people that I've ever spoken to, gangsters, hard men, whatever, whoever it is, criminals, for some reason, we're all drawn to our nanas. We're not mummy's boys. We're not daddy's boys. We're grandma's boys. We're nana's boys. And that's the same for me, man. But brother, so that for even just being born, brother, straight away as soon as you was born, you wasn't gonna have a normal life. Your nana passes away. You've got a cloud going over you that your dad's a wrong'un. Like I said, you've had it instilled into you. This is how you treat women, son. Wow. Like, if that Bernardo's course didn't take place and that help, and they drilled it into you, do you believe there was a danger? You can't say definitively, but do you think there was a real danger? If you wasn't taught that this is the right way, that is wrong, do you believe there was a danger, a possibility that if you carried on with that mindset that you had from your dad, that you could have ended up in prison? You potentially, you could have
50%, yes, possibly, yeah.
Like I said, it could have been rape, it could have been sexual assaults, and it's like, this is the thing. So this Bernardo's course, literally, like, it showed you this is a normal way of thinking. Your dad's is the wrong way, and so that Bernardo's course, you think it helped you in the long run, in the short term, in the long run?
It helped me realise it's not 100% helped me. It's not basically took the trauma that I got from it away. It's not saying right. It's not saying right. This is right way. Forget all that. That has still stayed with me. That is basically a chapter in my life. So it's not helped me in that sense, but it helped me close the door on me thinking what he taught me was right, and the confusion of everything. So they've made me unconfused and more, how can I put it, more, they've unknotted a rope, basically.
Yeah, makes sense. It's like you said, they planted that seed. It's literally like your brain was switched in the wrong mode, an evil mode, and then they flicked it back to, like, just literally, like, switched it back to, like, the right way of thinking.
Yeah.
It's a good way of putting it. So when it came to, like,
but I've then had to learn right and get rid of the wrong way of thinking. So it's like I've had to relearn my thought process. So
it's like being born again. It sounds like it's literally like you've had to start completely again to learn this is right, this is wrong. It's crazy, that.
So as I said, like, my stepfather died. Then I ended up introduced to weed.
What age was this? What age was this again?
This was when I got first introduced to drugs. This would be 14.
14, yeah.
Yeah, I was 14 when my dad passed.
Yeah.
The wrong fucking dad I was there. But yeah. Yeah, I got introduced to weed. Mum, 6 weeks after I carried my dad on his funeral. I carried his coffin.
We're talking about your stepdad.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Just to correct people, because your dad was
I
around.
call him dad.
Your stepdad, your dad. I completely with you. Go on, brother.
Yeah. So I carried his coffin on his funeral. On the way out, I ended up with his head. I ended up with his feet going into the church, and I ended up with his head coming out. But the head is heavier than the feet. So now it's indented. That shoulder indented in my bone, because as my brothers, stepbrothers, they're taller than me. So as they've lifted coffee, it bounced onto my shoulder.
It would have been at an angle onto your,
yeah.
And like you said, yeah.
So I've now got an indent in my shoulder blade from the corner of the coffin. So I've now got bad shoulder. Sometimes it clicks and locks up and stuff. So I buried him 6 weeks after I'd buried him, with my stepbrothers and my stepsister. What? Oh, my phone. Yeah, so once I buried him, 6 weeks after burying him, she ended up with another bloke in the house.
What?
Yeah.
She sounds like your mum. I don't know her. It sounds like she can't be on her own though, from what you've said.
Yeah.
It's no been breaks. It's one man, next man, like without calling your mum to lag.
Yeah. So this bloke, he didn't know me from Adam, really. She'd welcome me into house. He wanted all my dad's photos down off at wall. Threw a remote at me because I was talking to my mum about my stepdad. I went,
So
go on.
this guy was just another guy that's come into your life. It's like a revolving door. Your stepdad died. You saw your stepdad. You love your stepdad more than you love your mum and your real dad. And then this another man's just come into the scene.
And
how old was you? What age was you now? 14, 15? 14 still. Right.
My dad.
Yeah.
So he was abusive with me. He told me to stop talking about my stepdad. Took all my stepdad's photos down because he didn't want to be in the house where there was memories of my stepdad. I went, well, if you don't like it being in the house, well, leave. The door's there. Put it nicely. So he didn't want to leave because he only wanted my mum and not me. He didn't want the extra baggage. So he ended up kicking me out while my mum was at work. He went, right.
Where was your two younger sisters during this time? They was living with you guys?
They wasn't born.
All right, sorry. Right, makes sense, right. Sorry, go on, continue.
They weren't born then. So basically he kicked me out. Mum was at work. This was about 8 o'clock at night. He basically kicked me out. He went, right, your mum's told me to kick you out. I went, what? So I'd gone back in. They left the window open, so I'd climbed up my dad's ladders, the ones what window cleaners have, and do you know got 3 ladders together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd got them, put them up to the window, climbed back in. It all changed. They put locks on doors and everything. Honestly, it was horrible. So, like, as if I felt neglected. Pretty much neglected. And everything. So they went, right, you can come back. My mum's like, what you kicked him out for? Oh, because I don't want him in. My mum didn't even kick me out. So I'd climbed back in the house and I just stayed there. Told my mum, got back, I'm like, look, he's kicked me out. Why? What you done? Like, straight away, I've done something wrong. And so I'm like, I've done no wrong. Well, you must have, because he's kicked you out. I'm like, why are you not believing me?
It sounds like she'd believe any man, not just him, but any man over you, her own
Yeah.
son.
Yeah. So then it come to a point where all my dad's inheritance started coming through. Bearing in mind, my stepbrothers and stepsister didn't like her at this point anyway, because when my dad was dying, she'd forced, well, not, I don't really know, not forced him as such, like at gunpoint, but
Power of attorney.
Yeah, power of attorney. She totally flipped Will from my eldest stepbrother having it and dishing it out between the brothers and the sisters and the funeral and stuff like that. Oh no, she wanted to be in power everything. So there was enough money there, honestly. Covering for his funeral and splitting it in half, I would have had £25,000 at the age of 14. Out of all that, I've had £2,500.
That should have gone into, because she was obviously under the age of 18. That should have gone into like a bank account or something. If it went through the solicitors and everything, it should have been put into like a savings account, bank account that you could only access when you became 18.
But she didn't do it like that. She wanted it in her bank account so she can give it me, because she used it.
You'd never see that money. She had the power and the control. She knew what she was doing, brother. Unfortunately.
Yeah. This is where it comes into the crime side of things as well. I'd stole a bank card. I'd stole a purse. I went and stole £2,500 off her bank card.
Oh, what age was you now? 14?
15.
Go on.
I went and stole £2,500 off her bank card.
How did you do it? Just like keep sneaking a bank card, going taking 250 out of the bank, and then just
No. I went to a shopping centre with the bank card, sticking it in, cash and PIN number. I went, because she never bought me real good clothes. It was like just Sports Direct clothes. I'm not dissing Sports Direct throughout if people are short money on here or anything. Like Sports Direct, £2.50 joggers, and she's wanting me to go out in these, and it's like all my friends are going to JD getting brand new Nike Air shoes at £80. It's just like, then that caused me to get bullied even more.
Wow.
So I got bullied for the way I dressed as well.
So when you got this £2,500, I'm imagining shopping spree. What are we talking? Shopping spree.
I went and spent it in JD.
£2,500 in one day.
In one day.
What was you buying, bro?
She was at work and all, so she didn't have a bank card on, and she left it in the bedroom because she didn't need it. She had cash. So I took it. I went to a local shopping centre and just spent it. Took out one of the lasses with me. When my dad died, off at street. She helped me quite a lot. So did her family. When my mum's new bloke kicked me out, her auntie took me in. She took me in off her own, back into her own house. So I went with her to Meadowhall local shopping centre.
Sheffield, man, Meadowhall.
Yeah. So yeah, I went there. I bought her a dinner, bought her some stuff. She wanted some stuff from Primark. I went, yeah, chuck your tip basket, I'll get it there. Went and chucked it, and it only come up to like £20. I'm like, is that all you want? She's like, yeah, I don't want to spend your money. It's yours. I'm like, shut up, idiot. So I spent a bit more on her and her sisters, like, come up to like £100 between them, like, for all three. I wasn't bothered. I had all money in the world there. I wasn't bothered. So when I got home, I'd all JD bags, Primark bags, Foot Silent bags. They're all in my bedroom. She's come home, realised the bank card's gone. My mum. Gone into my room, seen all JD bags, hasn't she? I'd only gone and fucking grasped my head up, literally. I'd gone home, got changed, left up bags there, wasn't bothered about bags. They've used it as evidence.
They're gonna, brother. And the thing is, the receipts. Then they can look on the cameras, back on the CCTV, get you walking in with nothing, get you walking out with everything. So what happened with this? So your mum rang the police, I'm assuming.
Yes, she rang the police saying basically my card's been robbed. Bear in mind, I'd got changed and gone back out with the card. It was just a quick 5 minutes in, straight out, because I can't remember where I was going next. I was just going around gallivanting. I got like an 8 for weed or something after it all, and I'll just treat.
At the age of 15, all at the age of 15. This is go on. Listen, I'm going.
Yeah. So she'd run coppers, and next I'd gone to a bank machine, and it went and fucking swallowed it. I'm like, no. She's gone and dogged me in.
Stolen.
She must have reported it stolen. It swallowed it. I'm like, that's it, no more money. Luckily enough, I had some still on me, like, so that were it. She went and basically waited till I come home. I got home, and coppers were sat there waiting for me. So they went, right, you're coming down to the station. They went and put me, the first time I'd been into the station like that, they went, right.
Cuffed or not cuffed?
Handcuffed.
He was handcuffed?
Yeah. So I'd gone into interviewing room, cameras and everything.
Who was your appropriate adult, brother? Did your mum go down there, or this guy, or
no? There was one from the one where they get from the desk. They asked for, see if you want a solicitor, and then I went, an appropriate adult with me age. So they rung.
So you won't even come down. You'd have to get like an acting. It's normally a friend or family that's over the age of 18 that could be an appropriate adult. But
yeah,
so
nobody I knew. Nobody I knew. It was a total stranger.
Right, got you.
She come from Leeds, I believe. So she come all the way from Leeds to act as an appropriate adult. So went, right, because of what you've told us, they ended up bailing me, but not to the address of my mum's.
What did you say on interview? You was too young to probably go no comment because you probably didn't know what no comment was.
I didn't even realise I no word were like, Cody, I shit myself. Yeah.
You would have been banged to rights anyway. But the thing is, you could have in theory gone down the route of, well, I did get how much was it? 25 grand or something? Your dad left you?
That's what I said. I went, look, I knew that at the time there was money left there, but I didn't know how much. I went, my dad's left me some money. I wanted to go out and treat myself. Mum wasn't in, so I couldn't ask her for a bank card. I've gone and took it, gone and spent it. She's come home, not realised I've got a bank card, and reported it stolen. They're like, right, fair enough, so on and so forth. It's kind of matched up with my mum's story. Basically, it's her saying she's come home, noticed all bags all over. My bank card's gone missing.
Yeah.
So it's all matched up on a level. Obviously, not word for word. I've said my version of events, she said hers, which matched up in the same story. So they ended up bailing me to my mate's house. So once I'd done it, which was not the next door to my mum's, the one after.
So not next, so next door but one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was there. I ran there for a month or so. Mum ended up dropping the charges. They went, right, we're dropping charges because we believe your mum's dropped it because you've got rights of the money. I went, right. So she won't give me no more money, I wrote. She kept locking things away. I was bad on the weed, and I'd basically just run out of weed. So I'm saying, basically, is there any money in the house? I want some money to go to shop. I wasn't telling her I run weed or out.
What was your attitude like at this time? Was you respectful, disrespectful?
No, really disrespectful. I'm like, is there money
No
in this
wonder,
house?
brother. No, do you know what? I don't even blame you for being disrespectful, brother.
So she was like, no, there's no money in the house. But bearing in mind, at the time, she'd put a lock on her bedroom door. I went,
where was this dickhead that she was with? This dickhead.
They were both at work. They left me in the house on my own.
So they were still together, but they
Yeah.
locked everything up because you couldn't be trusted. You was on the graft. You was on the rob. You wanted
Yeah.
money. You had a
So
weed habit as well. How much weed was you smoking at 15?
This is where it come to. First of all, I was buying it and selling it. Not selling it at the point. I was just buying it. So I was whatever I could get, whether it were 10s, 20s, 15s, whatever I could get. But mates were smoking it as well, so it was like just past spliff sort of thing. We all just chipped in and just smoked it all. So whoever put most in, basically, depends how long we ain't shed for smoking.
Well, so was you smoking weed because it's what kids have, obviously new generation of kids now, that this is what they do, or was you smoking the weed using the weed as a coping mechanism for all the fucked up stuff in your life?
Because all lads, bear in mind they were older than me, they're 18, 19.
Yeah.
Our youngest in group, they were like, oh, come sit with us because we know what you've been through. Here, have a spliff, it'll chill you out, because I was having more panic attacks due to all stress and stuff. I ended up with getting diagnosed as depression then. So I was just smoking weed basically in a wooden shed in the back garden. We all just chipped in, put it into like a large mixing bowl, and then we all just like rolled the joint and just passed it round. Free drag pass basically. Just did that and just got basically stoned, and I enjoyed that company because it was like I had nobody, and then all of a sudden I'm with a load of lads, and we're all having a laugh, we're giggling, we've got munchies on together. One had Whitey every so often, we'd take piss out of him, and it was a bare laugh. So it was like I had no money to put in pot basically, and it was like I didn't want to go smoke and not put money in pot. So I went, have you got any money so I can get something to eat? Oh no, there's no money in the house, there's no money in the house. I went, so why it's door locked? In bedroom, internal door, she put a lock on it. I went, there is money in this house. There's always money in this house. I went, carry on lying to me and I'll boot it off. I went and booted the door clean off. And I'd found letters or everything. From mine workers' pension, from state pension, all this lot, basically stating from my passport details, my birth certificate, my age, my address, all that details from my dad. Why would they want that details for me if there were no money involved for me, like my mum was saying? So I kept them. I robbed them. I kept them at mate's house. I went, here, save them for me. I went, I need them later on. So I went and did same again. I robbed all money I could find in house. Robbed laptop, robbed a load of beer, and just went on bender like with mates. So So basically, she got me try getting me done again. Oh, he's rough on me again. So coppers came. So they took me down again, did same again. They were like, this is the second time you've done it. I'm like, right. But like I use same storyline. Like,
Yeah.
it's my money. Oh, if you can prove it, like prove that it's your money, basically you'll get off with charges. So I went, right, bailed me again. I'd been on bail now twice at this point. Then I went next day. I went, oh, there's some letters just come. They went, right. I went, you want me to bring them down? Bear in mind they were the ones I'd saved. So I went and took them down and closed case straight down. Because there were point proving that there was some money there of mine legally.
The last will and probate, the last will and testament, sorry, would have been the proof anyway. But obviously, he was young, man. You know what I'm saying? So this was all at the age of 15, brother. He's going through all this crazy wars with your ma.
So it ended up kicking me out permanent now.
Take it pick now.
And
You're not gonna get up.
I am.
No, you're not.
All right. So yeah, I ended up basically homeless at the time.
Oh, you're doing it slagging your family off.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a mum. I am.
So
Not even me bothered about me for 2 hours.
Right, I'm back.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, so
look.
I just said I'm back.
Yeah, because you're not bothered about me, are you? And you're more bothered about them.
We've only been on an hour and a half. She lives with you. Yeah, bro. Look at what the wife says. Look at what your wife says. Look at the comment roll from your wife.
I know, that's what I'm laughing at. So yeah, keep me out. I ended up living at the same mates. Marcus. So
it's not his mum. It's not his mum.
No chance. Fuck that.
Go on. She's probably on the outside of the door, bro. If you open the bedroom door, she'll probably be listening. She's probably listening, bro, on the other side of the door.
Right, leave it.
Yeah, look, Siobhan said you're going to get filled in.
So, yeah, I'd ended up basically homeless and stuff. So I'd ended up ringing Childline at this point.
Oh, 15, all at 15.
But I was turning 15, 16 now. Later on in the year. I'd ended up ringing Childline. They'd come out, seen me at a friend's house. Homeless at this time, but I gave my friend's address so they could come and see me. I was using it for like get a wash, get changed. I was just dotting about, I was sofa surfing. Yeah, so they went, right, we're getting social services involved because of your age and stuff. You're not legally allowed to look after your son. So I ended up basically in care system.
Right, so 15, not quite 16, still 15, heading towards your 16th birthday. So you went to the care system.
Yeah. So they basically rung my friend's mum and saying basically, can you have Declan there for this certain time? They were like, yeah, why? What's happening? They were like, social services are coming to pick him up. Can you make sure all his stuff's together? And they were like, yeah, that's no problem. Where will it be taken? They were like, we can't disclose that with how close you're living to his mum. Got taken miles and miles out of way, down motorways, country roads, like side of farmers' fields and stuff like that. Ended up at this massive house. in middle of a farmer's field. They're all
Where was
farmers.
this? Still in South Yorkshire? Still like?
No, it wasn't South Yorkshire. It was. Do you know Ramby Prison?
Ramby. Yeah, I've heard of Ramby. I can't place it on the map right now, but I've heard of Ramby. Oh no, it's somewhere in York. I've got somebody in Ramby.
Retford, Nottinghamshire.
Right, Nottinghamshire. Right, yeah.
So I ended up outside of there. It's something to do. Apparently, it was something to do with Ramby Prison. So I get through door, and there's this like airport scanner. As soon as you bang straight through the door, I'm like, what the fuck have I walked into here? It were only a category A children's home.
Oh, the category. I didn't know the kids' homes were categorized.
It was highly secure, that one, basically because of what I've done. They took me to an high children's home. Because some you can just walk in and out and do what you want, like rush house sort of thing. They just put you up, they take money off you, and you do what you want. And there's some where they're in middle of nowhere, and it's high dependent, because if you know for running off or where you know where you are, you can bring out in. So there were violence in there.
So paint a picture. So in this, like you said, secure kids home. How many kids are in here? Did you have your own room? Was it like a dorm?
Yes, there was his own room. There was an alarm on the door. You couldn't come out your door from 10:30. Yeah, had your own toilet, your own shower within your room. Literally, it's like a 4x4 pad. Honestly, it's
like a prison cell.
Yeah, it's did
Right.
it. That's how small they are. The alarm goes on at 10:30. You're not allowed out of your room or anything. You've got to stay in your room till next day. There was violence in there. There were a lad from Essex, Oxford, me, Yorkshire, and another one from Top End.
So what we talking? 6 of you, 8 of you, 10 of you, 15 of you?
You what? Sorry.
How many people were in this secure kids home with you?
4 of us.
4.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just scattered all over. The lads come down from Essex. Like we get scattered all over. So I'd run out of there a few times. Gone into farmer's field, robbing potatoes out of them. On the Wangdament kitchen. Fuck grub. Oh, used to play all sorts, man. Just going to farmer's field all the time. There were potatoes on one time, there were corn and cobs other time. All those lads used to run out, jump over edge, literally body dive into edge. We just made a slip in edge with how big we were. Because we weren't all small lads, we were all quite big.
Where was your head at? Was you happy? Was you glad to be away from your mum? Did you feel like you had friends? Did you feel abandoned?
No, it was half and half because of the violence. I was still seeing violence at the time. It was just mainly violence between young people.
Any towards you?
There's been a fair few towards me because one had basically got money on a Tuesday. Do you know, like, I can explain it. Do you know, with the prison system, you'll get your money on your cards and stuff.
Like it drops into your canteen and you can spend it and stuff. Yeah. Like
it's
spending money. Like
yeah.
I think that's what you're going down the route.
It's like that, but we'd never had money in his hand.
Right.
Because they're obviously theft and everything with the young people.
Spending it on drugs. Spend it on. Oh no, you're secure, right? So you can't really buy drugs.
Yeah. Oh, you can.
Right.
You can. This is the way it gets to it. I've done it myself. I was there about 8 months. I've just got over the point of like hot sweats, sweat, smelling of weed and everything.
So you're withdrawing from the cannabis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my bed sheets were smell of weed, man, just because it's sweat. I was wanting it that much. I was smelling bed sheets. It was madness. So after a few months, you get to the point where you can have what they call as free time. You get basically an hour round the area you're in to go like youth clubs and stuff like that, but that has got to be earned. So for the first 8 months, I was proper earning that, and I got an hour a week to go to youth club. Bearing in mind that we're on 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I always went on a Wednesday, and there was this travelling lad, not mentioning no names. He was smoking weed at the time. He used to come out at your club, have a quick puff on a joint and that, ditch it in a box under bush. And so often, like, in sprays, and I'm like, what's that you doing, lad? I'm like, oh, just having a joint. I'm like, guess to me, I just talked on it, and that was the first time I'd whited, because I'd not had it for 8 months. I'd whited. Then fair come, and he got me into coke. Him and his older cousin, were at coke, and we just ended up. I just ended up having a key of coke, and it gone from that. So I ended up on coke.
What age are you there? We're talking 16 now.
17ish.
17ish, right? Yeah, can't remember.
Yeah. So I'd been there about a year and a half now. Nearly 2 years. My time was nearly up. Because I was reaching 18. So I'd ended up going to a semi-independent unit, which my category for security had lowered massively. In prison terms, we're talking, is it Cat D open?
Open, yeah, Cat D, brother, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like a Cat D sort of thing. You can come, you can go whenever you want. Only to, like, think about 9:30, you got to be in the house.
What are the facilities like in the kit? Do you have a TV in your room, or is it like a TV room that you all sit in, or what, like facilities?
Facilities in the care home itself. Yeah. So you'd have your big living room. This is the care home I was in. So we'd have this big living room. There were 3 sofas on there. Then you'd have your massive hallway. There was this like little booth thing. You'd have a telephone in there, where what we could use as young people, so we could use like ring anybody on there, but it was recorded. It only went upstairs to them, so they could listen back onto it if they ever needed to. There were a room where there were a foldable ping pong table, pool table,
PlayStations, Xboxes, that sort of stuff.
No, they didn't provide them. Your PlayStation and Xbox is down to your young people. They only provided pool table and table tennis. So there was Xboxes and PlayStations in there, but that's what the young people brought with them. I took Xbox 360 with me. So that was, you can imagine how long ago that was. With 360 like, so I took that with me. It will last some days, but because all testosterone were built up, or anger if one didn't have a visit of the parents or the family, they'd smash all their room up. So
Declan, how many of these kids, not just come from violent upbringings and violent homes, but how many have been sexually abused, sexually assaulted, raped, and stuff like that? That you got talking to that might have been more open because you was another kid?
No, we do not tell people what we're in for.
Right. Because the way you're talking like that, we do not tell people what we're in for. You are. It's like I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but you see from what you've said in the past to me, you see you refer care homes to prison, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I didn't tell nobody what I was in for because the simple fact of I didn't want a reoccurrence of what I had at school.
Bullying and become a victim
Yeah.
again. And
Yeah, so I stayed quiet. Like they tell you as soon as you go in, do not tell people what you're in for unless you want to and you feel like you can do, but then that's on your own back. I never told people. Not once did I tell anybody. So there was one guy, I keep relating to him. He thought he was cock at house. He'd been there 2 years already by the time I got there. And he couldn't go down to his parents down Essex because there were no staff to take him. So they'd reschedule for a week after so he could go overnight. So he got more privilege in a way. So like he'd proper kicked off because he wanted to go down and stuff. It smashed all his room up. It just basically come locked down. We all ended up in his rooms. Just all in his rooms. We had to stay there. Police got involved. They basically restrained him, took him. He ended up in cells for a couple of hours. Carers then go and collect him once he'd calmed down and bring him back. But then obviously the money we got on the Tuesday for like the canteen and stuff,
yeah,
they deduct the damages out of that.
right. So how did you earn? So was the money sent from families, or was it you had to earn it by doing jobs, and then it dropped? Then you get your spends, but you couldn't have cash because you spent it on alcohol or drugs. So
So the family could send it in, but
yeah,
they'd send it to them first.
yeah. So you never handled money, I think you said, yeah.
Yeah. They'd send it to them first, and then they'd put it on this like bank card sort of thing. They made bank cards up, and they just sorted it out on like online banking sort of thing.
What age? What age are you in? So when you hit 18, is it a case of you become a care leaver?
I'd end up going into semi-independent,
Right.
then which was basically you're more independent than what you was, so you're more
So
money.
are we talking that they sort you a flat and they sort you like
Yes.
you've got one foot in the care system but one foot out, but they're keeping
Yeah.
tabs on you and support and stuff.
Yeah.
Right, that makes sense.
So when I ended up in the semi-independence, that comes more to like an hostel state.
Right.
You can come and go through there. You can do your college. You can do whatever you want.
Did they put you forward? Did they put you forward for courses and things like that and get you into college and things like that?
I ended up doing my entry level 3 mechanics there, through college, through them. So that was that. I ended up doing a year in college. Till somebody then said, "Oh, go shag your mum," basically, thinking he was clever. I went, "You what?" He went, "Oh, go shag your mum," and I just leveled him. Just proper pasted him all that canteen.
You must have had. See, the thing is, I don't put words in your mouth. How bad? How did you deal with all that? You right. Everyone's
The
got
anger.
different
Are
ways.
you on about the anger?
Yeah, yeah. How do you deal with anger? Like how? Because you must have been like literally. I refer it to like throwing a bottle of Coke at a wall. All the bad things, bam, 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 and then you're going to explode.
Ticking time bomb me, and I'm still the same now. That's what happened last night with the. It's all a bit later on as I'll explain it, but you'll understand why I was like I was last night. So I'm in semi-independent. I met this lass. She was sound at time.
This isn't the girl you're with now, is it? It's not the girl you're with now.
No,
Right.
no. This was my second child's mum. The first one was when my dad died. I ended up losing my dad in the beginning of the year and losing my son in stillbirth in the October.
What age is you here?
I was 14.
Oh, so we're going. Oh yeah, because you lost your dad at 4.
Yeah,
So you lost your virginity at what age? 14.
14. And I ended up impregnating her.
On your first go,
Yeah,
first time you had sex, get her pregnant, and how old she was? Same age.
she was a bit older. I think she was like 13 months old or something.
Right. So
Can't really
15,
remember.
14. So right. So bloody hell. So what, brother? Wow, that is deep, man.
So I'd end up having that impasse. So that obviously played on my mind a lot growing up. So I was with this young lass when I was in semi-independent for nearly 2 years. Bearing in mind, she ended up pregnant after a year and a half or so of being with her. I was going under mental health treatment at the time. They was looking at borderline personality disorder.
BPD.
Yes.
Yeah. Go on.
I'm still going under treatment for a full diagnosis of that.
So you've not been diagnosed, but they're just you've got you
I've
show
got,
you show traits and signs
yes.
that you are.
So she ended up pregnant at 7 months into pregnancy. I was at work. I was working on an agency for you might see them in Tesco's and stuff. New York Bakery bagels.
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah, yeah. I think my mum's actually bought these. I think my mum buys these and has them with cream cheese and salmon.
Yeah, I was making them
Ah, right, cool.
for an agency. So I basically were working nights because
So you're 18 at this stage?
yeah, yeah.
Right, go on.
I
Sorry.
was basically ready for leaving care system. While I was with her, she'd ended up pregnant. The social services got involved due to past.
Yeah.
Which they're going
Can
on.
I need to question something there. So is it because of because we reference what happened when you was in school? You said the police wasn't involved in that incident. The police
No.
weren't involved in the incident. So stems from your dad and your home life and all that stuff, and then the allegations against you from school. So social services were on your case very early
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. So 7 months into pregnancy, they basically called a meeting, and I couldn't make that meeting because of work. I couldn't get the time off because I'd already had time off other times with being agency for other meetings. I'm like, look, I can't keep having time off. You're gonna have to do it on my days off. Oh,
Yeah.
but we're busy on these days. It's got to be on that day or not at all. If you can't make it, you can't make it. So they were being really stuck up about it, like social services are. So I couldn't end up making it. Then all of a sudden, she starts being funny. Babby's mum. She starts an argument with me while I was asleep, like proper shouting and abusing, like proper shouting and bawling. You're not helping, you're not awake, and all this lot. I'm like, what you want me to do, love? It's 10 o'clock. I've been at work since up till 6 a.m. You know what I mean? I've just got in at 6 and you're waking me up at 10 because you want to go to your mum's. I'm like, just piss off. Here, 20 quid. Piss off. Go to your mum's. Leave me in bed. So she's proper kicking and screaming. And all of a sudden, she's on phone to coppers. I'm like, what are you doing? Ringing your mum to pick you up? She's like, no, I'm on phone to coppers. I'm like, what for? For you to get removed or something? They're like, yeah. I'm like, what? You're just blowing this out of proportion here. So, coppers come. They arrested me on ABH, although I didn't even touch her.
Mm.
So I'd ended up on 4 months on bail there, so I'd missed my son's birth. Then I'd ended up going to court on that. After 4 months on bail, they give me 12-month bail conditions where I couldn't basically go to address, couldn't contact
You're
her.
talking like a either an injunction or a
Yeah,
non-molestation order sort
yeah,
of thing,
for 12 months.
restraining order sort of
I
thing.
couldn't do no. My son was born. I'd found out by the social services leaving care team.
Mm.
What I've just not long since left. They've the forwarded it on for a bit till I'm 25.
Yeah.
On duty work, I've just left where they come and do your house checks. Make sure it's clean. Make sure it's all food in. Make sure you're spending your money on rate stuff, sort of thing.
Cleaning house, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I'm now done with all them checks. So once basically I'd ended up on this bail conditions, basically not to contact her at all. I thought, you know what, I'm gonna show that I'm willing as a dad more than anything. Spent £30 off my ESA because I got signed off for mental health because apparently I'm too unstable. Spent £30. My last £30 on ESA. I'd walked 2 hours from my village where I was living to my son's mum's village, like from Rotherham to Barnsley, sort of thing. With this bag from Aldi, so I could get more stuff for him. £30 on baby stuff. Dropped it off. The one nicest pie to me at the door. Oh, thank you,
But
Declan.
by you doing, I understand what you're doing and I get it. But if they ring the police, you're in breach of that non-molestation order, that restraining order. You're liable for arrest, brother.
That's what they did. So that was on the Friday. I was in Barnsley Police Station Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and went to court on Monday morning by the sweatbox. And God, don't you think about life in that?
It's only you only reflect on your life and the decision you made when you're in one of these bloody things, brother.
That's what I mean, and that's when it all come crashing down on me when I were in one of them. Honest to God, I only just fit in it with how big I was. They're only diddy little things. Saw names, wrote all outdoor and everything. It's just like, wow. Picking up at Sheffield from Barnsley, then going to Sheffield Magistrates Court. Then that's when I ended up on a suspended sentence. I think that's the right one.
Yeah,
Where,
suspended.
yeah. Suspended sentence where basically I couldn't do anything, I couldn't breach anything again. Otherwise, I was going down for a breach of restraining order by going to the house, contacting, and indirect.
Directly or indirectly, brother. Yeah, you would have been in that. What was it? Suspended for 24 months, 2 years, or
No,
12 months.
one.
Right. So if you would have done anything in that 12-month, brother, you was going to jail.
Yes. So I've now only been convicted of one crime, but it's got 3 categories in it. That is 1, the breach of restraining order by indirect and direct contact and going onto the street. So, because she went and dobbed me in for taking the stuff, and obviously me contacting her saying, "Oh, I've got Bobby some stuff here." She went and dobbed me in straight for lot. So yeah. Then I ended up more onto the drugs. It got harder once all that had happened because I couldn't cope with. Laura, they extended it. Laura's just put a comment.
Oh, did they extend it, really? Yeah.
Yeah, they extended the hours.
Yeah.
They held you for 24 hours, and then they got to CPS for another 24 or 72 or something.
It's extreme that it's very, very. They don't do it very often. I've never had it. I've never been granted an extension. But if they
We've been the weekend.
They could have charged you. They could have charged you. Normally, guys, when you get arrested here in the UK, you get within 24 hours, ordinarily questioned, questioned, either charged, bailed, released under. But now it used to be bail, no further action, and now it's like released under investigation, released on bail, refused police bail, which has happened to me a few times. And all these things, but it's normally 24 hours. It can be extended, but it's normally the higher echelons, murder, terrorism, things like that, where they try and get extra evidence against you. But the thing is, like, I got nicked on a Saturday afternoon, was questioned at 3 o'clock. I was interviewed about 1 o'clock. I was put back in the cells. They dragged me out at 3 o'clock. They charged me, refused me police bail, kept me until Monday. I went to the court and I was remanded and I went to Strangeways. But yeah, ordinary, it's normally 24 hours, charge, bail, release under investigation, or no further action. NFA.
Unless you do the crime on a Friday, and then you've got weekend in fucking Slammer.
Yeah, no, that's not, no, because I've been arrested on a Friday. I've been arrested on a Saturday, Friday midnight, fighting or whatever, get nicked, get arrested. If I'm pissed up, keep me in till, if I'm arrested Saturday, and I'm like interviewing it. I've been released on a Saturday and a Sunday. But if you get charged and the police refuse you bail, then you will be kept in the police station till Monday. Sweatbox turns up, get put on, go to court. You're either going home on a bail, getting out on a bail app, or you're being remanded.
That's what they did with me. And I went to court, and they basically just gave me the 12-month order. Basically, not to do all else, otherwise you're going down for the 3 breaches, what you've been convicted of, or if you do all else, you're going down for whatever you've done. And
you would have got done for the original offence plus whatever the new offence was.
Yeah, so I got that. Then I ended up going back onto drugs, harder.
What we're talking?
At the time, it was weed, coke, fat, and alcohol.
How with your mental state, right? Because you, it's only natural you would have had mental health conditions, mental health problems at this time. So how did the drugs, like, because you take in one drug does one thing, another drug takes you up, and alcohol as well. Alcohol's a natural depressant anyway.
Yeah. I just blocked it. Literally, it was just taking me to a different world altogether. It was taking me out the shit that I was dealing with. I had the demons of the past, and then I had the demons what I was facing with, and not seeing my son. Still not seeing my son to this day, 2 years on. I took her to court last year.
Did you try and get a supervision order or something, like a contact centre or something like that?
Yes, the social services did that to see how I was with him. Then, because I'd seen him and I'd put him back into a social services car, was a no-no for me. It was the massive, massive trigger in my life. Putting my son into the social worker's car was like, in my head, me going back into care. Later on that night, I ended up in the local hospital for an overdose. Because I felt I'd let my son down already at 1 month old. I just had 2 hours with him and put him in a social worker's car. I felt as bad. Like, I felt really bad and horrible, so I just thought, my son's better off without me. And basically tried overdose as a prevention of suicide. it failed, luckily, and that was the first, not one of the first times I'd done it. The suicide attempts, the overdoses, the self-harm. It just, the ball kept rolling. I know I spoke to Laura about this earlier as well. So
can I just ask? So why wasn't you allowed to see your children? Was you deemed a risk to the children?
yes,
Was
this is where I'm getting to. I'm just trying to work out in my head where I am.
it's all right. I'm just asking the question. I know. Saw you losing your focus there.
Yeah. So the social services said to me that I wasn't allowed to see my boy due to the risk I went through. They deemed me as the risk to my boy.
But if you wasn't arrested for these sexual assaults that you committed in school, why? How can you be deemed a risk if you wasn't found guilty? The police weren't involved.
Because I've been at a risk, and obviously earlier on in life, it proven that it affected me as a younger age. They now thought I was going to do that to my boy. But why would I? Do you see any of
What was your thoughts and feelings towards the social services, towards your ex-girlfriend, the mother of your child? Oh shit, the mother of your child at this point.
They didn't really give me a chance at all. They did not really give me a chance, because as soon as they turned around and I put him in that social services car and I committed the overdose, they deemed me a risk. Anyway, because they said my mental health wasn't stable.
You agree with that? You agree with that?
Hell yeah.
Fair. I respect you there, because you're being honest. I respect that.
Hell yeah. I wouldn't. The shit I've done and the way my head's took me this past 2 years, I wouldn't trust my son. Not that I hurt him, because I love the baby to bits. I love my boy, but I think the damage I've gone through with me being mentally unstable could have caused my boy more damage.
The fact that you was so at this time when you was like your mental health was down the toilet, which I understand why, to be honest with you, brother. I understand, I get it. Was you under any mental health care professionals? Was you getting any medication, or was you simply self-medicating with illicit drugs?
Both. I was on
Citalopram, sertraline.
sertraline. I'm on citalopram now. I was on sertraline. They gave me voices. Even more, because I was getting the voices of my stepdad. When I was doing good things, he kept coming to me saying, "You're doing well." Of my stepdad, what died, he kept coming to me and talking to me. Sertraline gave more voices into my head. What else was it? There were fluoxetine, which made me more suicidal. Metazapine, that put me loads of weight on, and I mean a hell of a load of weight on. But because of how big I currently am now, due to the metazapine, it's now caused me IBS problems, which is
irritable bowel syndrome.
Yeah. So I've now got that for life, and I'm currently on a shit ton of medication for that.
So Laura's asked a good question here, brother. So Laura said, "Do you see any?" Because obviously you went on. It'll come further down the line. You've got more kids, haven't you?
Yes, I've got two. So
two more kids, or one more, meaning two altogether, or three?
Two altogether.
Right. Can I just, Declan, one thing, right? So there's a guy that's done videos for my channel. He just WhatsApped me and he said, tell Declan about child protection orders. Now, I don't know anything about CPOs, right? Child protection orders.
I've been through them.
Right. Well, this guy here, he got out of a prison. I won't say which prison. He got out of a prison and he did videos for the channel. And it was his first time in prison. Lovely guy, very articulate, a really nice kid, lives local. And he did a video talking about his experience. He asked me to blur the video because he was out on license. He still is. And he doesn't want, he feels that by speaking out on this channel that he would be recalled and he doesn't want to take that risk. So I can't even get him on a live. But go on, so explain about CPOs because I don't know anything about CPOs.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've heard you're on about this guy.
Yeah.
Top man to the lad. Anyway, for obviously speaking about the system.
He's a father himself, and he's trying to tell you about child protection orders because he's trying to help you get your kids back. I'm assuming.
Yeah. They did the social services, the Kafkas, and everyone else.
What's Kafkas? What's Kafkas?
Kafkas is a mediation between myself, the baby's mum, and the courts.
Right.
So
like
a big massive triangle basically. So they'll contact say the judges. They're in contact with the judge.
I am listening. I'm just trying to look at something. Go on.
And then they're in contact with me. They're in contact with the mother, and they're basically doing the runaround for the judge.
So Kafkas is Child and Family Court Advisory and Support Service.
Yeah.
Right. Just so people that might not know do know. Go on.
Honest opinion about them, they're like my arse.
The what?
They're like my arse.
Go on.
They're only one-sided.
Do you believe? I'm going to ask you a question, and I know where you're going because you're pretty much going there now. Is the court in the favour of the fathers or the mothers?
The mothers, straight up.
Every single time? Most of the time?
Every time, unless the child is endangered by the mother.
Right.
Every time.
So do you believe that, like, it's sexist, it's unfair, it's stacked in the mother's favour?
Yes, because how they see it, they'd rather not take a child off the mother, but they would rather take it off the father because the mother's got more potential rights than the father.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of BS, in my opinion.
The way that I don't have kids, I can't stand the little shits, right? But like the way that the court system is, I do believe like there's an organisation called Fathers for Justice, for example, and they climb on top of. Go on.
I've gone through them. I'm still on their Facebook pages now.
Yeah.
I cannot rate them enough. I was at a loose end. Didn't know what to do, what forms I needed for the court to take them through court. Just basically put me out onto the Facebook page, not get no details about name-wise, addresses.
Yeah.
They were like, right, go to your I forgot the word now. Your mate might be able to help me on this one. Of who they are. They are the where you go to help fill your forms out.
The family courts, no.
The family courts, yes, but there's another place you go to. They help you fill your forms out and stuff.
I don't know if Dave is still online, but if he is, I'm sure he'll pop it. If anyone knows in the comment section, please put a comment in the comment section if you do know, guys, what Declan's referring to. We're talking family courts, we're talking Kafkas.
So I ended up going there.
Do you agree with the statement on the screen, Declan? So Jamie says Kafkas work the judge. They only help the ma, meaning mother, not the da, meaning the dad. He's obviously Scottish, Rangers fan.
100%.
Citizens advice. Is that what he's referring to with your paperwork?
It's not citizens advice, but it's like the citizens advice for the courts.
Right, got you.
I can't think of the name, but anyway, I'm a lone parent, Dad, and have dotted the IS.
Dotted the
And
I's and crossed the T's.
the family court's mum kept being offered chance after chance. Women do get a lot more help compared. Yep,
Probably
100%.
to the fathers. That's probably what he was getting at.
Yes, 100%.
Hmm.
So I ended up taking it to court, but they basically turned around to me and said, bearing in mind I'm 2 years clean at this point, because I met my current partner and she told me on the 6th of December 2018, it's either me, the drugs, or the alcohol. I chose her.
Is this the strong girl, the fiery girl that keeps coming in?
Yeah.
Declan, I just want to interrupt you one more time, and I apologize for this. So Dave just contacted me, and I'll quickly read what he's just WhatsApped me without going off the screen. Stay there. So I'm just trying to read Dave's message. So Dave said here, Cody, this guy can get to see his kids. Trust me. If you sort out a way to get my number to him, I'll help him, bro. So Declan, if with Dave's permission, I will send you Dave's number, and he will help you in your fight. Is that
Right,
okay
that's
with you?
fine. Thank you,
And
my brother.
Dave, are you okay with me passing your number to Declan and vice versa, so you guys can connect on some level and help Declan try and see his children? The facts are, unless it's like a rapist or a paedophile, I believe that fathers should be seeing their children. A child needs both parents in their life, whether that's male to female, female to male. But the facts are, yeah, he just said, of course I am, bro. He's a lovely guy, this lad. I need to meet this lad personally. I want to meet him. But carry on with your story, Declan.
Yeah, so I took her to court.
Yeah.
First of all, it was in basically a back room of the court. It wasn't a judge. It didn't have no judge powers, basically. He was just basically listening to both stories and put all the jigsaw puzzles together. And he basically asked her, because I haven't got no parental rights on the birth certificate.
Yeah. Was you named on the birth certificate?
No, I'm not named.
Does that, Dave? I don't know if you'll be able to.
That affects that.
It does
Massively
affect.
affects.
But women
Yes.
don't. But why is it? Why should it be in the mother's thing? I know the mother carries the baby and gives birth to the baby, but that shouldn't be right. That down to DNA tests and things like that. It shouldn't be the case.
Bearing in mind, she has accepted that I am the dad on court, and I did have paperwork from the court stating that I am the father. But say if I wanted, for instance, with my mental health how it is, if I wanted to go take my son from her, I would still get done for kidnap. Because I am not on that piece of paper.
Yeah, but why should it? Why should the power 100% be in the woman? Like I said, yes, she gives birth to the baby. Yes, she carries the baby. But why should the power be in the mother's hand?
Exactly. It's 50%.
How has it affected you? Like, because obviously we need to go on to your second child. Keep going on with your story, because I want to touch base with your second child, and then about being
This is my second child. This is my youngest. The first child, I lost him.
Right, yeah, got that. Yeah, 14, brother, and everything.
Yeah.
God bless. Stillborn and everything. God bless him. May he rest in peace. So this is your second one, and then you went on to have a third one.
No, that's it.
All right, sorry, brother. I'm not with it. Go on, carry on.
Getting a bit confused there.
I am, brother. There's a lot to take in, but I'm with you. Let's go.
Yeah. So took her to court basically, and because she had mentioned all the past and all the courts from the magistrates with the breach of restraining orders and stuff, touch base with the family courts, they turned around and said, I need to prove that I am 100% clean of drugs and alcohol, which I was. I offered them, if you're on it, Martin, I've already covered that, buddy.
Yeah, I know. He's just talking with comments with other people, brother. Don't worry about that. Go on.
Okay. I just thought we putting it up, that's all.
Go on.
Yeah, so the turnaround and went, right, you've got a second hearing. It should be a final one, if all goes well. So that ended up being in magistrates itself. In the same room, I got all the orders. So I wasn't happy about it. Yeah, I wasn't happy about that. They went, oh, you're in courtroom 3. I'm like, for fuck's sake, here we go. And I just thought then, it's straight negative.
Was you willing to take, was you saying, look, I'll take a drug test, you can breathalyze me, you can drug test me,
that's what
urine
I'm saying.
samples, blood test.
If you get in contact with my drug and alcohol worker, like from this court hearing, where they're wanting drug and alcohol tests from me every week, every time I'm in, I'd do it. I would go to the end of the earth for my boys. Obviously, one sadly passed life, but I'd go to end of earth to see my boy, and I'd prove that he would never be in danger. So then that's when they come to saying they don't trust me because they think it'd be around my mum, what's currently got neglection above her head, what currently in full custody of my 2 sisters.
I don't know.
That's
it
what
must be frustrating, brother. So have you ever seen a picture of your baby, like your son? Have you ever, what age, how often? You have to go on things like social media to try and track down a picture of your baby.
Yeah, it's not me what gets them. I have to get other people to get them.
And just for the record, whilst you're doing this, while you've looked online on social media platforms, the restraining order that's in place has now elapsed, and it's no longer, the suspended sentence is gone and everything else. Just want to make that point.
No,
I didn't want you to be incriminating yourself, which obviously you're not.
No, they finished last year.
Right, thank you.
So I'm miles out of. I'm free man now. Yeah, and I've been for a while. So yeah, it's either I get them sent by a third party, or I've got. Sometimes I go on my friend's phone and type her name in and delete her name on like her Facebook, see if she's posted anything. Sometimes she has, I'll send it by a messenger and then I'll delete it off their phone. Yeah. So I've only got it on my phone, so I'm covering tracks.
How hard is it seeing you? How old you boy?
He's 2.
And what's his not last name? What's his first name?
Kian. And I've only seen him 2 hours.
Wow. Right, hold on, brother. Right, listen. Right, Dave. Right, who's never shown his face on a live yet, never showed his face on a video, has actually just asked me to bring him into this chat so you guys can talk and he can advise you. Are you okay with me doing that? You sure?
Yep.
All right, brother, stay there. This guy's never showed his face, man, for obvious reasons. But like I said, right, so copied. Right, stay there, brother. I will just. Very knowledgeable lad. This lad speaks a lot of sense, and he's a lovely lad. Lives local.
Different circumstances. That's why.
Yeah, different circumstances, but the rule of the rule seems to be the same, brother. The way that. Hold on. Right, so I'll just whip it all up. Right, so I've just sent that link now to Dave. Dave, if you click the link, brother, it will bring you in. You'll pop up down here. I'll enter you into the room, and then I'll
shit first.
Make sure you've got battery, brother, on your phone. You charged up. Declan.
Yo.
You got charge on your phone?
Yeah, 64%. It's on charge at minute.
Yeah, man, I'm with you. But yeah, this guy lives local. He's a unit of a big, strong lad. Lives very local, Manchester lad. I'm not going to, like I said, the reason that he was blurred in the past is because you've obviously been on license. By speaking out, you've got it in your mind that they could, when you're getting up on your feet, they can pull the rug from under you, the carpet from under
paranoia.
No, probation. Paranoia. It's called probation. They can pull the rug and you can end up back inside. So yeah, he's paranoid that he'll be recorded, and I understand the logic as well. I do get it. But Dave, if you just click the link that I've sent you, brother, on WhatsApp, You'll show up down here as a guest, and then I'll enter you into the chat, and we can jump on.
James 84, I'm from Hemsworth.
Right, here we go, brother. Right, so Declan, get ready to meet Dave. Dave is here. Yes, Dave, how you doing, brother?
How you doing, lads? You all right?
Yeah, man. Good, man.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Not too bad. Right.
Yeah, we need to link up, bro, soon when you're free, man.
Yeah, without a doubt. Listen, I've been listening to your story, mate. Sorry, I've never done this before, so. Right, I've been listening to your story.
Yeah.
I've been hearing what you've been saying about your kids. Kids to me, they're my world, yeah? I was in prison for a serious offence. I took hostages, yeah? I've kept quiet, I've kept blurred because I was scared of probation and being returned to prison. But do you know what? I've done what I've done. I'm fighting to get where I need to get, and I'm not asked anymore. If they watch me, all they're going to see, one second, all they're going to see is me trying to better myself. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not committing any offences, so fuck them. Pardon my language, Cody.
Go, man.
Right, you kids, bro, right? Listen, I've had to fight to see my son. So when I took hostages, yeah, they saw me as a risk, a serious risk. So when I come out of prison, I was seeing my youngest son. I've got 3 kids. I've got 2 older kids with my ex-partner, who she's not allowing me to, I'm not allowed to see them at the minute because she's saying I'm not allowed. But eventually I will see him. When I've got rid of all this and everything's gone through and I've been classed as, you know, safety to everybody, and so what have a leg to stand on. So that's when we'll go to family court. So at the minute, we're going through, what am I doing here? Hang on, let me put it this way. What? Is that better? Right, yeah. So at the minute, I'm going through something called a child protection order. So when I come out of prison, they said, you're not seeing your son. And I said, I fucking am seeing my son. Pardon my language again. I am seeing my son. I am seeing my son. So I said, so what's the steps now? And they said, right, the steps is, it's a child protection order. And what happens there is you go into a room every 3 months, 6 months, and you have a chair. It's a big meeting. But in between those big meetings, you have little meetings. So you have little meetings with the social services, in my case, probation, your mental health worker, and let's say, for example, with my son, is health worker. So, you know, he's child health worker. So the child health worker assesses the child to see whether or not he's healthy and he's growing up right and stuff like that. My mental health worker is there to say that, because I suffer from mental health problems. I've got bipolar disorder, and it's the reason, one of the main reasons why I committed my offence is because I come off my medication and I was drinking, and that's a bad mixture.
Yep.
So the mental health worker is there to say, yes, he's doing well, he's compliant with his medication, and he is, you know, keeping in touch with us and attending appointments, etc. The probation, then they say whatever risks that they think I am, they're still saying that I'm a risk. However, even though I'm jumping through hoops, I'm doing everything that's asked of me, I am doing alcohol courses, which I don't really need to do because I'm never going to touch a drop again, but it's through something called Turning Point.
Yeah.
Now, Turning Point, yeah, so you need to get on that, mate. You need to get on these courses. It's all right turning round and saying, well, I'll go to these meetings and I'll have an alcohol course or I'll have a drug thing. You need to get on these courses because these courses will show these people that you mean business. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All of us. Sorry.
The only issue we've got at the moment is obviously COVID.
It still goes on, mate. It still goes on. So we the other day we had our last CPO meeting, the main thing, and they do it over video link. It still goes on. I know what you're saying about COVID, but it still goes on. Now, Fathers for Justice, I'm with Fathers for Justice. Never give up, Fathers for Justice. Yeah, they are brilliant. They give you lots of things. They give you lots of advice. Someone said on here about if you're not on the birth certificate, you don't have any rights. that actually, unfortunately, is true. You do have rights in relation to the fact that you can you can request the fact that you're the father. You can do DNA tests to prove that you're the father. However, if the mother is not allowing you to get on that birth certificate, you're fighting an uphill battle. However, you still don't give up. You never give up. You never turn around and you never say, my mental health is thinking, I think I'm going to do this. You never turn around and say, well, you know, I might start smoking weed or I might start doing that. Your kids are your main priority in life. Yeah. And you know that. You've said it yourself. I've just been listening to you on here. You're pouring your heart out. Like I said, and Cody said, I've had my face blurred. Yeah. So for me to come on here now and do this,
good thing.
And I've said to people, you know, I'll never come on here until I'm off license. So for me to come on here and try and speak to you like this, mate, I swear to God. Do you know what I mean? And Cody will give you my number. I will put everything that I've been through. I will give you the advice. Just never give up, man. Never give up, and don't judge yourself for what you've done in the past. Yeah, don't judge yourself. Don't think to yourself, well, you know, I can't do this and I can't do that because of my past mistakes. Fuck your past mistakes. That's why it's called past mistakes. Yeah, they've gone. Get rid of them. Cody's done things in the past. Look where he is now. He helps loads of people out. When I come out of prison, I got in touch with Cody, yeah, more or less straight away, didn't I, Cody? Straight away, more or less. And you know how I got in touch with Cody? Because my mum was following him. So when I didn't
know that, bro. I didn't know your mum was following him.
Yeah. So my mum was saying, I'm following a guy he's an ex-prisoner. He's, you know, this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other. Now, I had heard of Cody with his connections with the people that he had connections with. However, what he does is amazing. And everybody who's on his channel, his subscribers, they can see that. And the reason why he's an amazing person, sorry, Cody, for blowing, you know, is because he links people up. So there's people that are going through similar sort of things, yeah, and they come and they try and help each other out. And that's the beauty of this channel.
So somebody will for Cody, though.
What's that?
Why?
Why? Because he still can't grow hair.
Just got this little ribbon thing that he does. But no, but the thing is, Declan, the one thing, right? So for me, Dave has said, he said, look, I'll do videos. And I was like, brother, I'll be very blessed. The guy speaks very articulately. He smashes it. Served his time. Shit scared like anybody would be. First time. Went to prison. Rode it. Come out fighting. But because he was on license, he asked me to blur his face. So he's waived his anonymity to speak to you. Not me, to speak to you. Because he can connect with your story. The courses that he's going on about, Turning Point, I don't know about the course, I'll be honest, but it's about showing harm reduction and showing that no, I'm not a risk at all. It's about risk reduction and harm reduction from what you're saying, David.
It is. So, like I said, you have to prove that you're safe to be around your kids. Yeah. Now, the last meeting that we had, it goes from a child protection order. Okay, so it goes from the way they're basically saying that you're at risk, that you're a risk to your kids. So then you go through the stages, you do the bits that they want you to do, you prove that you're not a risk, and then you get to a stage where I've just got to last week, where they've reduced it. Then they reduce it to something called a child in need. But then what they're saying then is that you're low risk. So then a child in need stays on for up to 3 months, and then they're out of your life. So once they're out of your life, once they've done all the work that they need to do, and once you've proved yourself to them, when you then go to a family court, all that's done. Yeah. So CAFCAS is. Say again, sorry.
You ever gone through the mediation?
The mediation will be the next step in relation to my other two children.
Yeah.
So that the mediation part, because my youngest son, his mother wants us to be a family. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are going to be a family. We're going to get married. I'm a very lucky man. Cody's in my missus. I'm a very lucky man to have her. At the minute, I'm living somewhere. I've got a nice place where I'm living in at the minute, but it's not where I quite want to be.
Right.
But I'm still fighting at it to get there. The mediation part of it will be when I go to the family court to have access to my other 2 children. Now, when I get to that stage, my ex-partner will not have a leg to stand on in relation to say he's a risk, he's this, he's that, he's the other. Because by that time, I will have gone through probation, touch wood, without being recalled back to prison. I can't see why I would be.
I can't see it happening.
You know, I'll be free of alcohol because I'm doing all the courses that they're asking me to do, and I'm not going to touch alcohol anyway. My mental health is stable because I'm compliant on my medication, and I'm proving that I'm compliant on my medication. The fact that the child protection order has been removed and they're saying that I'm no longer a risk, you know, what leg will they have to stand on? What can they say? Well, he's been to prison. Yeah, he's been to prison. He made a mistake. People make mistakes. Yeah, people do that. That's life. It's what you do after you mistake. If you don't say to yourself, right, that's enough. Enough's enough. Your eyes are opened. Then you're just going to carry on making the same mistakes. Now, I'm sorry for going on, and I'm sorry for taking over your thing. I just want to tell you a little bit more about myself. And I'm sorry to your viewers, Cody, that are probably listening.
No, it's cool, man. Listen, it's cool, man. And I appreciate you coming on because, like I said, Declan, Dave's waived his anonymity, not for me, because he can relate to your story and he wants to talk. He's talking to you direct. He didn't have to do that. He could have just said, patch and gone like, he's literally waived it to come on and speak to you. But I'll let Dave carry on with his thingy, man. I'll just take a back step.
So, for me, right, I've heard snippets of what you've been saying about, you know, sexual abuse and things like that. Now, for me and a lot of people that have been through that, I went through it myself when I was young, and I'm sorry for like talking. Are you all right talking about this, mate? Or
yeah,
Declan, you there, Declan? You just head just bounced off the screen. You there?
Yeah, I'm just putting stand back up.
I don't know what's going on, Declan, but for some reason there's a lot of interference. Sorry to interrupt you, David. There's a lot of interference for something, and it must be your phone, brother. I don't know if you're moving or tapping on the screen.
Yeah, it's like
it's not me. If you keep, yeah, that's clear. That's wicked. That.
Yeah,
right, go on, David. I'll let you continue, man. I'll shut up.
Yeah, sorry. So when I was younger, when I was 12, I was sexually abused. It killed me. Do you know what I mean? It nearly killed me. I tried to kill myself. I went through all the rage, the drinking, the thinking I wasn't, you know, proper man and fighting with everybody. Just like Cody, got to 17 years of age, went and joined the army, went into the artillery, which Cody was in. Then I transferred out of the regiment that I was in and went and did my commando training course, and then joined a harder regiment. I then came out of that, and you know, my head was mashed. My head was absolutely mashed, and I kept thinking to myself, what do I need to do? You know, you can't run away from everything forever. Does that make sense? You can't, because eventually you explode, and something explodes inside you. And unfortunately for me, the onset of my bipolar disorder was that traumatic event, which occurred when I was 12 years of age. And that is what the psychiatrists have said to me. Now, since I've been on medication, it's settled it all. But does that mean that I'm a risk? Does that mean I'm a risk to people, that I've had them sort of bad experiences? No, it doesn't. It means that I can speak from the heart and say I've been there, and this is where I am now. Just like Cody can do, just like you will be able to do if you let go of the drink, you let go of the drugs, you let go of everything else, and you take a fucking deep breath and you look in the mirror and you say, enough's enough. And you say, my kids are my priority. Now you've said it, saying things, mate, saying things and doing things are two different things. And I'm sorry, I don't need to say that in a disrespectful manner, because I don't.
This is bollocking him. 1 sec. Go on, carry on, David.
I'm not bollocking you. I'm not bollocking you. What I'm saying is there's people in this world, okay, and I'm sorry to you viewers, Cody and everybody else, that will turn around that will turn around and say, you know, my kids, my family, they're my priority, this, that, and the other, and then they go out and do something else.
He kicked himself off, but he'll jump back on in a second, David. Sorry, it seems to be his missus bollocked him and then he dropped out, but I'm sure he'll jump back on, but he'll still be listening, brother. Carry on.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So, you know, there is Cody, you know this, and your viewers know it. There's people that say, yeah, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to do that anymore. And they carry on doing the same things, and they don't step up, and they don't do it. And I know it's a cliche when people say you need to step up. It's an absolute fact of life. You need to step up to prove and fight for what you want in life. Because if you don't, nobody gives it you. Nobody gives you the things that you want. You know, I watch people on here, ex-drug dealers, ex-flipping whatever else, you know what I mean? They've had it.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, they've had it. And, you know, the addicts, that's a terrible thing to fight for. You know? Are you all right?
Yeah, man.
Good. So what I was saying was, yeah, fight for whatever, fight for what you want, man. Fight for it. Cody's going to give you my number, and I will talk through with you, step by step, what I did when I come out of prison. I was told, and it was put in my license conditions, that I cannot see my kids. And if you think for 1 minute, or anybody thinks for 1 minute, that anybody's going to tell me that I can't see my kids, they're wrong. I will. What's that?
Carry on.
Go on.
Right. So, you know, you fight for it. So what I did is I said, right, what's the next steps then? What's the steps? I said, because I'm not having this. And they went, oh, well, it's a child protection order and this, that, and the other. And I said, right, if that's what it needs to do, then that's what I'm going to do. And I've done it now. It's been nearly a year. But you know.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You sure, bro? Because you're getting your missus going mad. You all right?
Yeah, man.
Has she gone back out of the room?
No.
Go on, brother. Sorry to interrupt you, David. Sorry, brother.
That's right.
She's been. She just popped in twice, but now she's on in 3 times in 5 minutes.
Right. Well, listen, brother. One thing you don't want to do is cause waves in a relationship. Trust me. Yeah, so true. if Cody sends you my number, all right, if you want to shoot off or whatever, just to keep the peace, then I will promise you with all my heart, I will help you get through this and give you the advice that has been working for me that will help you see your kids.
Yeah, man.
I promise you that. I promise you. Yeah?
That sound, thank you.
You're welcome. Just keep your head up, stay strong, yeah? Don't let your mental health define you. Because it's just something that's there. Yeah? You can get through it. You can get through anything. Trust me.
You okay, Dad? You quiet?
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Because your missus there?
No. She's
gone out.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like I said, because you've probably not known you've probably hit a dead end, and then you've sort of like hit the dead end, and you've not looked at other avenues where Dave's come out fighting, but in a metaphorical sense, in the fact that, like he said, so he's got 3 kids, one to his missus that he's with now, lovely lady, super loyal, stood by him, rightfully so, and then obviously the ex. And the fact is, David's mentality is, there is no such word as no, and he's gone down all the different avenues. If you go down this way, it's blocked. Go this way, and he's going to fight, and he's doing all the right things and taking all the right steps and all the right precautions and courses to show that I am not at risk. You've got to prove yourself, surely, David. That's what he's referring to. You've gone, Dave. There's no volume. There's no sound. There's no sound. No, I can't hear you. Mike's
right, what about now?
Yeah, that's the one, brother.
Can you hear me now?
Your mic off. Didn't you knock your mic off? Don't worry, brother. This whole thing's new, but I'll let you and Declan continue speaking.
Yeah, so Cody's right. So you do. You kind of don't take no for an answer.
Declan, if you need to bounce, brother, I don't want to cause a domestic. Neither does David with you and your missus. If you want to dive off, dive off. You can do this over text messages, over the phone. David's going to be there for you.
Yeah, man. Sorry about that.
Right. Listen, Declan, I'll let you.
Don't apologise.
No, you don't have to apologise, man. It's right. But Declan, do you want me to kick you out, or are you going to drop off? Right, he's dropped off. Yeah, sorry. His missus had popped in twice, and she's like, "All you care about is them not being." I thought, but then it's like, I think he's got college. I think he's got something to do in the morning. And she said, "You won't be up. You won't be up." So, but continue with what you're saying, because it might be relevant to other people listening. And I know for a fact that Declan will continue listening anyway, David.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, and I don't want like people to kind of feel that, you know, I'm talking out my ass, Cody, because I'm not. When I come out of prison, you spoke to me when I was in the hostel. I rang you when I was in the hostel. Or should I say you rang me?
Yeah.
I didn't have a clue where I was going. I thought I was going to be homeless. I was told I can't see my kids. I was told I can't do this. I can't do that. And I just thought, no way. Do you know what I mean? And shit. So prior to me going to prison, you know, I'm not a career criminal. I never have been a career criminal. I know for a fact that there's people that watch your channel who I've served with. Do you know what I mean? So people know that I'm not, you know, this sort of person that does this. I had a moment of madness, and people do that. People have moments of madness, and unfortunately for me, my moment of madness was me not taking my medication, because I thought I was having a tough time at the time, and I thought stupidly, if I come off my meds, it could lift me up and give me like a slight manic episode, which had helped me kind of control things and get on top of things. And it just totally backfired with drinking and not having it. I went through the roof, and I ended up just, you know, losing control and doing what I did, and it got me where it got me. But you know, it was a massive experience. And I said on your videos that, you know, I was going to talk about the first time I went into jail and stuff like that. But for me, all that stuff, going into prison and going through prison and everything else, to me, was not as bad as what happened when I come out of prison. Now, coming out of prison and being told you're not seeing your kids, it was gut wrenching. It was kind of like, you know, it was the worst thing anybody can say to you. But I can understand the reasoning why. You know, you've got to understand why they say this. You know what I mean? They're not just doing it to kind of, like the lad said, you know, just stop you from seeing your kids. They do it for a reason. You know what I mean? Otherwise, they'd go around and do it to every single person who has children. If they see that you are a potential risk due to whatever, they have to do it. They have to intervene, because if they don't, you know, we've seen on the news what people have done to the kids. They've done all sorts of stuff to the kids. So they have to do it. And from my experience, they are very professional. They do listen. They do come out. They do home visits. So social services come out, do home visits, see you with your children, speak to you and your partner. You know, they're not stupid people. They look around. They do whatever they need to do. And if you're proving yourself and your children are, you know, they're reacting to you in a positive way, and you're reacting positively with your children and showing that safe sort of family environment, eventually it goes off. And like I said, we've got like up to 3 months now where it's called a child in need. It still sounds bad, because it does. It sounds bad, a child in need, but it's a step down from, you know, the child protection order. So, you know, they still say that you can only, you know, you can see children for so many days a week.
Oh, David, sorry, so are you talking to start off, you're talking contact centres, that sort of like level, like me, or do you literally home visits straight into home visits? Well, you had to get you back up on your feet first, obviously.
So for me, I couldn't see my son at all. When I come out of prison in December last year. I didn't see my son until April.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So when I first come out of prison, there's another point as well. When I first come out of prison, they said you cannot have no contact whatsoever. So I said, is that right? And they said, yeah. So I pulled up the European Court of Human Rights Act, okay, where you have a right to have contact with your children, either it be written or telephone. So I then stated that fact. Probation weren't happy about it. Social services put their heads up and said, we'll have to look into this. I then got my solicitor involved, who she then quoted that to him and said, you're breaching him from his human rights. So what they turned around and said was, right, you can make telephone calls once a week to him from your hostel. But it has to be in an office in the hostel where staff can hear what you're saying. So in this hostel, Cody, which I'm pretty sure you know where it is, Salford, it's full of nonsense. Yeah, it's full of them. I had to sit in a room speaking to my child, going, hello, son, hello, you know, like that, as you would with a child.
Yeah, to a young kid,
with paedophiles walking in, stood behind me, signing in, doing breath tests and all that sort of stuff while I was on the phone to my kid. And I said, I tell you what, this isn't happening. Not a chance fail is this happening. And again, they had to change it. They had to change it because of the risk. They're saying I'm a risk. But is that not potentially, you know, wrong as well? That I'm speaking to a child over a telephone on loudspeaker while there's a paedophile in the room, potentially. So they changed it. They changed it again, and I could speak to him in another room. Then eventually, they said that I could WhatsApp him. So I was WhatsApping him, video calling him. He still knew who I was. He come to visit me from the day he was born. His mum brought him from the day he was born into prison, and I saw him all the way through prison. You know what I mean? So
what, David? Sorry to interrupt. So what was your relationship with with your lad before prison?
He wasn't born.
Oh, so yeah. Sorry. Right. Yeah. Is he? Yeah. I'm with you. Right.
Oh God, it's freezing. Sorry, go on. He was born.
No, so sorry, I just missed the beat there where I asked that question then. But yeah, it's like, what are your thoughts on, in general terms, rather than speaking about your particular case, in general terms, what are your thoughts on women that use their children as weapons, or is that not the case with all women? If you can't answer that, do you know what? I don't even think you should answer that.
Right. Well, I think by the smile on my face, or should I say the grimace on my face, it kind of tells you that people do it. You know, let's just get one thing straight here. It's not just women that do it. It's not just women. Men do it as well. Because I know people who have been in abusive relationships, okay, with the men. The women have had to flee due to kind of, you know, fear for their own safety, and the men have kept the kids.
Yeah.
And use the kids against them. So it does happen.
Both ways.
It does happen both ways. But I think somebody said on there before on the comments that you know, women do use kids against the men, and it seems to all go in the way of the women.
Yeah.
You just need to like kind of think about it. You know, there's a big company, big organisation, Father for Justice. They're there for a reason. You know, men don't get kind of, you know, they don't get legal aid in family courts. Women do.
So it's like, do you agree with the term that the judges seem to side with, for the most part, on the mother side of the fence? They fall on the mother side of the fence.
I think it totally depends, Cody, in all fairness. I think it depends on what evidence is there. I mean, in a family court, so I believe, and so I've been told by my solicitor, it's not an evidential court. So, you know, it's not like, you know, proven beyond all doubt, etc. Yet as in a criminal court. In a family court, it's, you know, he's done this to me, said this, he's, you know, smashed something against the wall or, you know, something like that. And he scared my kids. You know, they can say, anybody can say anything in the family court. And it just seems to be, from what I'm aware of, that, you know, people take it on face value. And I believe that's wrong. And, you know, society today, don't get me wrong, and as I've said before, kids do need protecting. Without a doubt, kids do need protecting. And if there's any sort of a modicum of, you know, sort of risk there, then it needs to be looked into, because unfortunately, kids are being killed, and it's disgusting. Do you know what I mean? So, in relation to the family courts, I've not been through them yet. The family courts.
How far are you away from? Obviously, so you went from the CPO and you dropped down to children in here, which again still doesn't sound good, but it sounds better than child protection order.
It's a lot better.
So how far? How many more steps and lower, like proving that you're not a risk, even though you're obviously not? But it's about proving things. How far away is the family court? Is it the end? Is it the end goal? Is that the end of the road, sort of thing?
So the family court will be in relation to my two eldest.
Yeah.
Because their mother, okay, she basically, when I was in prison, and there'll be other people that are on the channel and been in prison that have been through the same thing. If you commit a violent offence, they put an order in place to say that, you know, you're a potential risk. So we kind of stop you from having any contact with anybody until you've been cleared by social services, etc. I can't recall the exact terminology of it, but I'm sure you'll know what it is. I'm not too sure.
French has jumped back in.
He's in the dark now.
It's probably outside. I think she kicked you out.
No, what that? Fuck that! I can't be asked with that bollocks.
All right, he's literally. There's been a domestic at some point here, David. David, the girl that's commented on the screen. I don't know if you can see Muffin Mouse here. So Muffin Mouse, can you see it?
No, I can't. I've got terrible eyesight now, mate. It's
all right.
It's all in flashbangs.
I'm telling you, brother. Well, the Muffin Mouse here, she just said, "Thanks, Dave." What she put? Some words of wisdom, like good words of wisdom. She's actually in Canada, brother. She's watching live from Canada right now. I spoke to her earlier. She lives in Toronto. Literally was Scottish mother. Dad was in the British Navy, but she was born in Canada, and she's lived a crazy mad life. But we'll save that for another time. So she's just saying words of wisdom. David.
Thank you.
So there's a lady. I don't know if you saw a video by Lily on the channel.
Yes, I have seen the video, Lily. Yeah,
right, listen to this. Right, so she was obviously Scouser, right? Lived all over. Used to live in your current town.
Oh yeah,
on your current street. I'm being deadly serious. So the other day, so I was on the phone to Lily, and then I told her, like, I said, oh, I've had all these people on the channel and stuff, and mentioned yourself. Albeit I said, like, Dave comes on anonymously and stuff like that, and she understood the reasons why. And then I said, whereabouts did you live in this certain town? And she said, I lived on this street. And I said, well, hold on. So then I went to your messages and I found where you said you was living. So I was like, yeah, he lives on that street now.
One sec, Cody, one sec. You've not been on the gin, have you?
No. Drink water,
right,
man.
So nothing will be coming out. Yeah.
No. Don't worry, man. Don't worry, I'm on it. So yeah, literally, she used to live on the street that you're currently living on, in the same town. But then she's moved down south now somewhere. She's living down there. But yeah, she used to be with a guy from Haywood, and literally lived on the same street. I don't know what number, but she lived on that street in that town. Anyway, moving on. So Declan's on the run here. Something's going on.
Oh, it's your mouth. So I just fucking walked out. Fuck that. You got me ass with mouthing women, so I just walked out.
Yeah, so Declan I know you're on the move kind of thing, but I don't know if you can still hear me clearly.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
What I'm kind of basically saying is, and we'll link up, Cody will send you my number.
Yeah, man, that's fine.
You know, there's ways around things, mate. There's always a way around things. You know, if you see a wall in front of you, you turn left, you go try and get round the wall. If you can't get round the wall left, you go right, you try and get round the wall right. If you can't get round the wall right, you try and climb over it. If you can't climb over it, you kick the fucker in.
Exactly.
Yeah, plain and simple. You kick that wall until the motherfucker falls down.
So they've turned around to me and basically said the courts that I need to go back and engage with mental health services,
Yeah,
engage with parenting courses, and
yeah,
engage in drug and alcohol services.
right,
Because I'd moved area from where I was using and the area I was when I was in court. I've moved total areas, so I'm not in the same house I was using, the same area I was using, so I can start fresh. If you
right,
get
mate.
what I
It
mean.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you move.
Yeah,
You can move to the moon. If you're not gonna like kick it yourself, then you're not gonna kick it.
oh, I was kicking it, but I still had the people around me what knew where I lived, what used, so they was coming using it as
Right.
well.
Okay. Yeah. I get that. I get that.
Yeah, so I've minimised the risk of relapse or a lapse sort of thing. So I've moved out of area, I've cut ties, changed my number with from them, and they don't bother me now. So I can focus on myself now.
You focus on your kids.
Yeah,
So
focus
what
on
you
my
do is these guys when they give you that advice, you need to go focus on your mental health. Yeah. Have you got a mental health worker?
yeah,
Yeah. So what you need to do is you need to obviously speak to your mental health worker. You need to tell them the situation. They will then monitor you and do you a health plan, a mental
right,
health plan. You know what a mental health plan is?
yeah,
Right, so they will do you a structured mental health plan, and that mental health plan will give you obviously, what you need to do in relation to your medication, who you need to contact, because this is very important when you put this in. So it's basically contingency plans if something starts to go wrong and who you can fall back on, and that's what they want to see. They want to see that if you start to wobble, that you know where to get that help.
yeah,
And that's one of the main things from the mental health. They want to see that you're doing things for yourself as well as working with them to kind of keep yourself stable, and you are taking your medication as and when. Have you heard of something called patient access, an app called patient access?
no,
Right, so patient access is an app which you can sign up through your doctor with if your doctor does it, and what it does is it gives you all your medication on there
right,
of when you can repeat prescribe it every month. Okay. So when you're using that app and you're pressing repeat prescription, it gives you an in-depth list on your app to say that you're constantly keeping on top of your medication. And that
right,
can be used. That can be used without having to go through a SARS report to get access through doctors. Yeah.
fair enough.
Does that make sense? Does that make
Yeah,
sense? Because if somebody wants to gain access to your medical records, they have to go way round the block to try and get it. Whereas
yeah,
if you've got a patient access app, you can download it straight away. You can email it to people because you're authorizing it straight away. So that's in relation to your mental health. In relation to do you take drugs?
not now, used to.
Right. Do you drink?
Not as excessively as I used to. It's more social now.
Right. Does drink have an effect on you at all?
No, what do you mean, like?
Does it cause like negative? Does it bring back bad memories? Does it make you feel angry? Does it make you feel aggressive?
Depends what mood I'm in to start with. If I'm in a shit mood and I'm drinking to get rid of it, then yeah, it makes me worse. So I've cut them days out.
Right. So in relation to you drinking, they don't want to hear, oh yeah, I just drink socially. If it's affected you, if it's been involved in any type of your offences, if they're saying that you're aggressive or anything like that, which could be used against you in relation to your children, they don't want to hear any of that. What they want to hear from you is that I don't touch booze. Booze
Right.
has a bad effect. Booze has a bad effect on me. It makes me not think straight. It makes me not, act straight. That's what they want to hear. Now, the reasons why and the reasons how I'm staying off alcohol is because I'm using this course. Yeah. And the
Yeah.
course which I'm using at the minute is called Turning Point. And the turning point and I'll give you all the information for them. I'm sure they're all over the country.
Yeah.
That's a structured plan where you kind of speak to them on a regular basis. They have like video links on a Friday. And tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be. See that
with a smoke.
They give you a plan on how to refrain from drinking and keep on top of it and where to seek help. So when I first come out of prison, I didn't have that then. So what I did myself is, because I knew that all this was going to come up, I went and joined AA meetings. Because whilst I was in prison, I was doing AA meetings through prison throughout every single jail I went into.
I went to a few of them. I didn't really like it. The one where I went for the AA meetings were a bit cliquey and sketchy.
Mate, I totally agree with you. I didn't like the one that I went to. It's weird.
Cliquey.
They hold hands and they sing and they dance, and then at the end of it, you have to fucking pay for it. What's that all about? you send a mug round, but yeah, that's what they tell you. They say that Alcoholics Anonymous is, it's a unique thing because it's funded by ourselves and this, that, and the other. So that, I understand why they do that. So I'm not disrespecting it, because they do a lot of good work for people. But yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. I mean, I'll give you an example. When I was on one of them courses, there was a guy who was in there. Who sat there like this. He went, "My life's been terrible. I've been in and out of jail all my life. I've been in prison cells. I've been doing this just like this, the way I'm doing it." And I sat there and I thought, "Wow, I've just come out of prison. I'm gonna go and speak to this guy." I said, "Wow, mate," I said, "I've just come out of prison. What jail have you been in?" He went, "Oh, I've never been in jail." I went, "What?" And he went, "Oh no, I've never been in jail. I've been locked up and on a Friday night and then released on a Saturday." I thought, what the fuck? Yeah, it's like they sat there and they like the energy of people. Does that make sense? The praise, the self-praise.
Forward.
Some people are like that, unfortunately. But again, it's something else that you can fall back on to say, this is what I've done off my own back. And that's what they want to see. They want to see you doing things off your own back, not people pushing you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If you're doing it yourself and you're taking, the gumption to kind of do things yourself and push things forward, it's going to go in your favour, mate. Trust me. It's going to go in your favour. And all I'm speaking from is my own experience.
Yeah.
And like Cody said, I was very nervous and very kind of sketchy about not coming on Cody's channel until my license was up, and I was going to come on it and just say, "Look, I'm David. I've been through this, that, and the other. I've done videos with Cody," and that's what I was going to do. But listening to somebody who's talking about the children when I'm been going through it myself at the minute, it touched an heartstring. And your kids are the most important things in your life. And I've never harmed a child in my life, and to be told that I can't see my kids, to be told that I can't do this, that, and the other, it nearly killed me.
Kicking bollocks, isn't it? Really, it's like, what the fuck?
It's a kick in the bollocks, mate. But there's a terminology. If you get kicked in the bollocks, you can only stay down for so long.
Exactly.
It's a positive mental attitude, David. You can hear it the way, there's no such word as no. I can't. No, you can't. It's just like, yeah, I can. And like you said, you'll go through. Can't go round it, you'll go the other way. Can't get over it, you'll go through it. It's that sort of mentality. And the thing is, I think this is what Declan needs. And the thing is, I can't give advice like this because it would be counterproductive. The one thing I'm interested to know, David, from you is how involved. I know you've obviously sought legal advice and everything, but how important, how much involved are Fathers for Justice?
So Fathers for Justice in relation to my case, they're not involved in relation to giving me legal advice and stuff like that. I have to pay for my own solicitor to do that. Now the reason why I'm paying for my own solicitors, I can mention solicitors, can I know?
It's up to you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's up to you.
Not individual names, but you.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Tucker's solicitors. Tucker's. Yeah. So when I got sent to prison, I used to.
Deansgate.
Yeah, Tuckers. Well,
Yeah, I know, yeah.
this
Go on, sorry, but
this lady, she's kind of like a human rights stroke
hold
family
on.
court.
I know who she is. She wouldn't happen to
She's
be American, by She wouldn't happen to be American, by
She's American. She's American.
I know who she is, brother. I used to interact with her. I know who she is.
And you find her.
What's that?
And how do you find her?
So I spoke to her, like, nothing to do with human rights or anything.
Cody,
But, go on.
I need to bounce. My battery's dying. I'll just come
No
out.
worries, brother. You drop off, brother. It's cool. No problem. We'll continue without you. And
Catch
up
you tomorrow.
or something. All right, brother. God bless, man. So, yeah, so the lady that you were referring to, as soon as you said Tuckers, human rights.
Sorry,
I was
I need
like,
to put your phone on charge.
No worries, man. No worries. But yeah, I know. It was a few years ago, and I interacted with her through Twitter. We swapped numbers. I believe she's got. She lives pretty. She's got big gaff and all that stuff. Blah blah blah. And really nice lady, dead down to earth. Not up herself, and just. No. But again, it's complete. It was nothing to do with human rights. It was just we came in contact through Twitter. She told me that she was at Tucker's. Then she left. Hold on, David's knocked himself off. Yeah, look at this, right? So, guys, with David, who I'm sure is going to jump back on in a second. James, just a second, brother. I see what you're going, brother, and I'm more than happy to get you on. But we're currently going through a little something with David. So let's get David back on. Yeah, no worries, brother. Technical difficulties.
Sorry, sorry. I was putting my phone on charge. So
right, man. So yeah, so with her, it was just literally I followed her on Twitter, she followed me, or vice versa, and we ended up swapping numbers. And it was just like talking about the world, putting the world to rights and things like that. It was probably about 2 years ago, and then she vanished from Twitter, and then that was it. Or I think Twitter came back, but she wasn't active. But as soon as you said human rights, Tucker's human rights, I was like, because this lady, she wasn't bigging herself up, but she spoke to somebody else, and they was like, this woman, when it comes to human rights laws and things like that, she is second to none.
She is, mate. She is, and family. Now, when I say family, she's not kind of like a family kind of, you know, where she'll do everything, but she knows her stuff, and she does. And you know, we could sit here all night talking about her, but you know, we're not kind of promoting Tuckers, but you know who I'm talking about, and she's very, very good, very good. So she kind of, that's the person who is my solicitor, and she kind of, you know, advises me and whatnot, and this, that, and the other. So Fathers for Justice are there as a kind of you know, advice and which way to go, etc., stuff like that. Now, obviously, I spoke about my mum. My mum's very passionate. My mum's kind of, she's like a dog with a bone. If she doesn't agree with something, she will, you know, get on it and get advice from me. Again, when I was in prison, I mentioned before that she was following yourself and you know, getting advice and stuff like that. So, yeah, my mum points me in the right direction with a lot of stuff. So, you know, I'm not a mummy's boy by any means.
Is that where you get it from? The dog with a bone? Is that where you get it from, your mum?
Very much so. Very much so. I mean, for me, when I was,
go on.
No, go on, Cody. Sorry.
No, it's all right. No, I was just going to say, like, having looked at your pictures and stuff, you can tell you're a good family, bro. Tight family unit. Brothers are all, you and your brothers all built like brick shit houses. But the thing is, you know, all that, you can see, brother, that you've been raised the right way, and that you're not a criminal in any regards. Yeah, you've been to prison, but like I say, we make mistakes, but it's not how you start a race or a little trip up during the race. It's how you finish the race, man.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Now, when we were growing up, am I all right talking like this? Am I all right? Am I all right just to talk? Or
yeah, no? You go, brother. I'm just sit, bro. You go.
So when we were growing up, we had our dad was we're half Scottish, so our dad's like I think he was born in Glaswegian, and he had a very bad drink problem. He was quite handy with his hands, and you know, he used to do a lot of like bad stuff to my mum and to us as well. you know, like, you know, cracks and stuff like that over the top. Not sexual abuse. That was someone else that with me. And my mum just said, "Get the fuck out of my life. You are going out of my life. You ever touch my kids again, you ever touch me again, and you know, that'll be it for you." And she brought us up, 3 lads on her own. She had to sell a house. So she sold a house. You know the area, you know Hume Grammar. Yeah. So she sold a house because my oldest brother is very, very, very clever, very articulate, doing really well. He's got a massive house in Southampton, Chandler's Ford, for any of you guys that know where that is. Big house. I won't give you his address just in case, but yeah, he lives down there. He does very well. So she sold a house to send him to Hume Grammar. Wow. Yeah, so we then moved into a council estate in the Rochdale area. I can say that, can't I?
Yeah.
No doubt.
I used to live I used to live in Newport.
Well, you went to school not too far away from where I went to school. So, you know.
Yeah, you was further away, but spring up.
Yeah. So anyway, we when we were growing up, me and my younger brother, we couldn't go to this grammar school because we couldn't afford to kind of go there as well. So, and we weren't as clever as my older brother. So we got put in a school called Crompton House, which was still kind of like an half decent school.
Church of England.
Church of England school, yeah.
I used to live in Shaw, High Crompton. I know where you're at.
I know you did. I know.
Go on.
So obviously when she's always been there for us. Like, this is what I'm like trying to get to. I'm not like telling you my life story, which I'm just trying to get to the fact that, you know, my mum is a massive. She's our rock. She's and just like your mum is, and just like a lot of people's mothers are. You know, if you've got that support there, we're very lucky because we've had that in our lives. We've had that person there. Now, there's a lot of people in life that don't have that support. There's a lot of people that don't have that backing, that don't have that sort of drive to do things in their life. And, you know, I've met a hell of a lot of people like that in prison. But you know what, Cody? They're the most genuine people I've ever met in my life. The most genuine people that I've ever met in my life. And, you know, for me, some of the lads that I met in prison, you know, some of the lads kind of backed me up and saved me from some terrible kickings at times, you know, because of the way I was. With me, Cody, I'm very forthright. So if I don't believe something's right, I will stand up and say that, whoa, what you're doing, this is not right, mate. You know what I mean? And in prison, as you know, if you do stuff like that from time to time, you bring things on top of yourself. So that's what I did. So what I'm saying is that people that have not had that kind of upbringing and whatnot, they're some of the best guys out there. So
because like from what you were saying there, you wasn't born into, from what you've said, picking up, you wasn't born into like poverty, and you wasn't raised on a council estate, but then you ended up living on a council estate because your mother, God bless her, paid literally sold the house just to put behind you, obviously your brother, who just intelligent academic. She saw where he was going and literally thought, you know what, it's bricks and mortar. Bam. Yeah. House is a house, as long as we've got the air in our lungs and a roof over our head. Obviously it sounds like he's gone on living in Southampton, academic, smashed it, and making a success of himself, which is massive. But this is the thing, like, so when you went to prison, how did it affect your mum, for example? Because you guys seemed like you guys are tight.
Mate, it ripped everybody apart. Now when I first went to when I was first, you know, arrested, etc., I didn't have a clue what I'd done. I was totally, you know, I wasn't with it. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that, you know, they had blackouts, they had this, they had the other. I was mentally not with it. You know, my barrister told me we will go for a section order, which basically means that they were going to section me under the Mental Health Act. And he said, now, if we do that, you will be sectioned under the Mental Health Act, which you could be in a mental institution for an indefinite period of time.
Yeah.
He said, but then you would be released from the mental health institution, and then you would have to serve your prison sentence.
Exactly that, brother.
So he said, if you go down that route, he said, then that's what will happen. He said, now what I strongly suggest you do is you get the help you need whilst you're in prison. And I thought, yeah, that'd be brilliant. So my family were absolutely devastated. The first time when I got took to the magistrates' courts, as most people know, when you get arrested, you get the first thing you do once you've been remanded in custody, you get sent to a magistrates' court, and then they say this case is too severe for us to see to deal with, so we're going to committal you to a crown. I can't remember any of that. All I remember is landing in Strangeways thinking, what the hell? Where the hell am I? And, it was like Shawshank Redemption. You go into that new flipping bit area and then you walk out and then you see them big gates and you're like, every day I drove past that prison. Every day I drove past that, the tower, which I thought was like where they used to hang people and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Found out it was just a ventilation tower, but it was terrible. And the first thing that hit me was the noise. Now, the next time when I saw my family was, as you know, you're entitled to a visit within, is it the first week or the first 2 weeks?
Yeah, you're talking about your reception visit.
That's it, yeah.
Reception visit, yeah. I think you've got to get it booked in the first 72 hours, and then otherwise you've got to. Yeah, I believe so. If you don't get it in the first 72 hours, thingy, but some people say a week. I've heard other prisons say it's literally you've got a 72-hour. If you don't get it in, then you've got to sort of put an app in and sort of ask for one and stuff like that. But 28 days to get your clothes in once convicted, and then obviously it is normally a week. But I have heard other prisons where it's like they say 40, your 72 hours, but splitting hairs. But go on, carry on, brother.
But again, like obviously, I wasn't aware of any of this. I was new to it. I didn't have a clue what was going on. Obviously, I didn't have a clue. So I was remanded in Finger. I went to the court, to the Crown Court. I was back on my medication then. I was starting to feel stable. Went into the Crown Court. My family were at the court every single time I was there. And oh God, it still gets me to this day, man, that I looked over and I could see him. My mum was in bits. My brothers were just sat there with the gobs open. And I was like stood in a dock with a glass screen in front of me with two guards stood either side of me. And I was thinking, wow, what the hell, what have I done? Do you know what I mean? What have I done? Not like what have I done in relation to my offence. What have I done? Why have I done this? And that's all I kept going through my head. And to see him like that, it crucified me. And to then go back to Strangeways into, it's a jungle. That's all I can describe it as. It's a jungle. I was on. Obviously, I went on to A wing. You know, A wing. At the time, it was when I went on it. It was an induction wing. I remember. I've heard you speaking before that it used to be a non-swing, but the non-swing got put to the top.
So if you look, if you was on the side where the yard was, the old yard, but then you could see the silver sheets up where you can't see through. If you was going to visits, and as you start to go down the slope, if you look to the right, all the fencing, because that was their yard, is all like you can't see through it like you can normally. Just like a sheet. Yeah. So yeah, G wing was induction wing and A wing was nonces, and then A wing and G wing swapped because I think G wing is actually longer and there was more sex offenders being sent down and VPs and obviously all that sort of stuff. But yeah, sorry, brother, carry on with the story.
Yeah, so I got put on the induction wing and I was on there for a couple of days. It literally was a couple of days, and then they said, right, you're going on to B wing, and I went B wing, and they went yeah. And they went, good luck. That's what I remember the screw saying it to me. He's called Mr. Shepherd. I don't know if you remember Mr. Shepherd or not. He was on.
Go on.
He was a good guy, and he said, yeah, good luck. Went on to B wing, and it literally they called it B route, and it was horrendous. And I was like, and then, I'm not being fingered. Prisons aren't nice. I'm not like saying that I didn't deserve to be in there because I did. and that's what I've said on every one of the Cody's videos. But my God, I thought, wow, this is it, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Then I'll tell you a true story now. I was on that wing, and there was a guy on there that was constantly not in his own clothes. He was in basic all the time in his red sort of tracksuit, and he was a bit of a crazy guy. And I was queuing up for my meds one day, and he basically just went, "I know you." And I like looked to the side. I went, "What, me?" And he went, "Yeah, I effing know you." I went, "All right." I said, "What, for a good reason?" Like, and just tried to joke it off. And he went, "If I know you, mate, that means it's for a bad reason." And I went, "Fucking hell." And then he started steaming over to me. And then a couple of like female officers saw this and dragged him to his cell. And I was still more or less stood not too far away from his cell, because his cell was like more or less near the med hatch. And this female screw turned her back. And as she turned her back, this lad went running at her with a chair. And he was just about to try and smack her with his chair. So as I saw him doing that, now a lot of people are going to give me grief for this, and I'm pretty sure that they are.
The screw, man. Go on. It's right. Go on.
I ran at this fucking prick because of what he just did to me. And I just more or less roundhoused him. He went flying back into his cell. The screw turned around. She saw what had happened. She saw him that he was just about to run and hit her. She pressed the bell. All the screws started coming. I got slammed onto the floor. This lad, they all went into his cell and started doing whatever they were doing to him in his cell. And I was face down. And she went, no, not him. She was a Scouse screw. She was really nice. He's just like stopped him from whacking me over the head. So the kind of, and I know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get screw boy and all this sort of stuff. But you know, I know, because that's what I got. I did get it, but you know what I mean. As far as I was concerned, I wasn't protecting the screw. I just wanted to kick him in the head and get away with it, and I did. And they moved me off B wing then, and they said, right. Another screw came to me, and he said, I'm offering you a job now in the visits area where you go for your visits and where the solicitors are as a cleaner.
Legal.
And he said, legal, yeah. He said, so I want you to clean up there. He said, because you've done good. They give me enhanced status straight away. I got a cleaning job up in the finger, so where the visits where the cat A's go. So it's to the right, the cat A's are in there. It's just all proper eye security area. Yeah. I was cleaning all the holding cells. I was cleaning the legal visits things. And if I worked at weekends on a Saturday and a Sunday, I got an extra hour added to my visit, both sides.
Bloody hell, but all stemming from this guy was an arsehole. Obviously, you're an handy lad and you can handle yourself, and you're a big lad. And it's like you said, this guy's come bouncing over. He's gone back, and then like you said, he's going to hit the screw, but you wanted to get him as well. So it's like you to the con, you'd be like screw boy, but really, this guy's come bouncing towards you anyway. So it's probably in your mind to just wipe him out anyway. And then, like you said, just roundhoused him, dropped him. But look at the benefits it got you. He ended up on his ass. No adjudication. Obviously, you obviously didn't get a nicking for that.
Nothing. I got my enhanced status. So for you guys that don't know what enhanced is, so you go from basic, which is like basic. You don't wear your own clothes in strange ways. It's like, you think you get like something like £2 a week. Somewhat daft like that. You can spend £2 a week. Then you've got standard, which is a standard level, which is in between both of them, where you earn so much and you can only spend like certain amount. Then you get enhanced, and enhanced is like the top sort of thing, and it takes months sometimes to get that sort of level.
3 months, 12 weeks without a nicking, positive drug test. It's a behavioural scheme, as you know, David. Incentives earn privileges. So you literally, so when you landed, was you double cell or you single cell restriction when you landed because of the mental health side of things?
No, it's not being a double.
So as soon as you got that job, you should have moved to a single.
No, I went to a double again. Yeah. No, so on Cody, in strange ways, as you know, all the cells now, they're a lot bigger than what they used to be back in the day because they've added the toilet areas to them, haven't they? Which is a separate door, so you can go in and it's like blah blah blah. On the end of each landing, that's where the single cells are.
Yeah.
And they were taken up already by flipping, like, you know, murderers and all sorts of, you know, people that are kind of like a hell of a lot higher up in relation to prison status than I was. So, you know, I was just happy to be off B route, as they called it, getting my
What wing
hands.
did you end up on? What wing from B wing from A to B? Where did you go from B? Did you end up on K?
C wing.
Right,
C
right.
wing. It's a lifers wing.
Yeah, I always wanted to go up onto K wing, the notorious K wing. They've got segregated landings, from what I believe. They're not allowed on Soch. They're not allowed off their landing. It's like gated off and locked off, and you're literally confined to the landing that you're on. So if you're up on the 4s, the 3s, or the 2s, you ain't getting no pool, you ain't getting no table tennis. Sort of segregated landings. And K wing has always been a notorious wing. B wing, when I was there, was actually the drug-free wing, but like you said, B wing becomes Beirut, and
mate, trust me, it wasn't drug free, that wing. The people were playing pool right outside the cell that I was in on B wing, smoking spice. Do you know what I mean? And then it was like, when I went in, it was, you know, you could still smoke tobacco and whatnot. So you know, it was people just stood there having a smoke, but they were smoking spice. People pretending there were birds on the stairs going, oh my god, you know what I mean, stuff like that, and jumping down the stairs. I was like, what the fuck? Where am I? So yeah, they put me onto C wing, which it's a lifers wing now, and it's everybody's employed on there. So basically, if you're not employed and if you're not kind of a lifer, so they say, then you don't go on that wing, because it's meant to be a peaceful wing. You know what I mean? It's a long-term type of wing where people aren't like Cat A prisoners, where they're segregated on. I think it's E wing now, Cat A. So yeah, so it was all right. It was quite chilled on there, and like I said, in relation to my visits, I worked the Saturday mornings, and it's like a couple of hours, you know what I mean? But it got me off the bloody wings, and it kind of gave me that little bit of, made me feel like a bit normal.
I'm interested to know, right? We could have done it another time, but we're just rolling with it and stuff like that. So that reception visit, how emotional was that? First time your mum coming on a visit, coming into a prison to see her boy with the security measures that are in place at this prison. It's a Cat A prison, maximum security, but it only actually houses approximately 40 Cat A prisoners. It's actually a multi-category prison, but it's built to a Cat A standard. But what was that first visit like? And I can imagine it, because I've had an emotional one with my mum, and so I can imagine the emotion in the room and who was on the visit and all that stuff.
On my first visit, it was my mum and my 2 brothers, because I think you can only have 3 visitors at a time in strange ways. Mate, I was in bits.
Just blubbering, mate. It's such an emotional, especially because when you've been through the system a few times, unfortunately, it gets easier, but it's not a feeling that you want to become accustomed to. But that first visit, man, it's crying, you're hugging, your family feel violated that they've just gone through all these steps of security, because it is a secure prison, obviously. But that first thing, man, that first, did you get half an hour, hour?
I think I got an hour.
Yeah.
I think, if I can recall.
How quick does that first visit go, man? It's a morale boost, but it's over like that.
So basically, on a visit, for those of you guys that haven't been in prison, every single visit that you have while you're in prison, you get this like rush. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I'm on a visit. It's like, you know, you get a rush, you get a buzz, and then you get walking down to the visits, you're getting a buzz, and you're thinking, blah, blah, blah. You see your person walk in, and you're getting a buzz, and then it's over, and you just feel drained, and you think, fuck, back to normality for me for the next, God knows how long, until I get my next visit. But that first visit that you have, it was terrible. Now, I've only learnt this after me coming out of prison, because I've never been told this, because my brothers have always said to my mum, you need to be strong while you're in there, because if we're all in bits, it's going to affect David, and it's going to kind of send him off the rails. So, you know, I could see it in the faces, and I could, but they want, like, you know, you know, breaking down in front of me. It was me that was doing the breaking down.
Yeah.
When I went back to court, sorry, what am I on about? So the visit, that's what happened on my first visit. But I was just about to talk about when I went to court for the last time for my sentencing.
Oh, man.
As you know, when you get sentenced, they kind of give you a figure, and then you kind of have to work out yourself how long you're going to serve. That's what I kind of did. From my sentence,
you give it you in days, don't they? Your notification slip, your release date, and HDC and ROTL dates. They put it in days, don't they? And then they work it out and stuff like that.
yeah, I'm talking about when you're in the actual court, you hear the judge say, for that thing you get this, for that you get that, consecutive, blah, 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 and I was like, what the so for me, I thought I heard 8 years. And I like looked over to my family, and my mum was in bits, and I thought, what the? So I just thought, Jesus. And then they said, right, send him down. And I went down, went into that little room that you sit in where your brief comes in and speaks to you. And he said, right, so that's not too bad. You've kind of like got 5 years with your deductions because you pleaded guilty. And you'll do half of that, and then you'll be out on license. Nice meeting you, and fucked off. And I just thought, but what I was going to say was, unbeknown to me, after that day, my brothers and my mum and my sister-in-law, they went out into Manchester. They didn't speak to each other at all. This is what I found out after I've been released from prison. I was never told this while I was in jail. They went out and they went into an Irish bar in Manchester, and they sat down. Nobody spoke, and my mum just went.
So, Waxy O'Connor's by any chance?
I think it was another one on Deansgate.
Ah, got you. So yeah, this is the thing. There was a girl that I used to speak to from Liverpool. Her partner was in and out of prison for a long time, and she said that having somebody in prison is like suffering a bereavement. And I completely get that concept of it is like losing somebody. Do you get that? Like, could your family relate to that and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah. Now, oh God, and Bennett. The reason, obviously, why I went to prison, and I think I've told you this, haven't I, Cody?
Yeah, go on.
So I went to prison because for some crazy reason within my head, I decided that I was going to take my missus, who's my missus now, and her dad hostage. Now I know a lot of people are going to give me a bit of a bad press on this. There's nobody more ashamed of that than me, but I have been given another chance. Now, the reason, obviously, why one of the main reasons why the social services were involved was because at the time my missus was pregnant, and it was a terrible thing that I did. You know, I'm on here now. I've got my face on here. You know, people might say whatever they want about me, but prior to that happening, my missus knows I'm not a bad guy. My family and her family know that I'm not a bad guy. They know that something went wrong within my head that made me lose control. And from what I recall in the statements and what my partner's told me now, there was like 14 armed police outside the house, down the side of the house. They blocked off the streets and all sorts of stuff. My missus, I let my missus go out. I then let her dad go out, and then I held a knife to my own throat and told the armed police, "If you come in, I'll just cut my throat." Eventually, apparently, like again, my statements that I've read and I've read and I've read and I've read and I've read over and over and over again when I first got sent to prison, it said that the only way that I got taken out of that house was when they got a negotiator to come to the window and said, think of your kids. Now, I was messed up in my head, and somebody said to me, think of your kids, and I stopped what I was doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. It's like the magic word, isn't it? Like it sounds like, and I don't know, you might disagree, but it sounds like he was in the grips of a psychotic episode. He wasn't in charge of your own actions. Mental health. When you need mental health medication and you've been taking it for so long and you stop, the doctors always said to me, it's the worst thing you can do because unpredictability, where your mind goes and things like that. And then you add alcohol into that mix, and like you said, you simply wasn't in charge of your actions. And I think that's why like your missus and the family and everything like that, and your missus's family understand this because they know you as a person. And this was a moment of madness as opposed to like just a bad guy being a bad guy. It was just, and this is the thing, man. I remember you telling me in depth about the situation. But to say that magic word though, kids, and just, it's like abracadabra, sort of like the light come back on. It's like, whoa, like even though you still wasn't in charge of your actions, you just knew that kids, because you live for the kids and you miss it and everything else.
I've got. Can I carry on, or do you want to?
Yeah, sorry, brother. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you. Continue, brother.
No. I'm not. No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying about you interrupting. I'm just saying you don't have to. You're not going to chop it off, are you, or anything like that. That's what I'm saying.
Brother, it's going live, brother. It's going, brother. It's there.
Yeah. So one thing for me is, and this, when I went into Strange Ways, I was sat there one day, and I was sat on my bunk, and I was very, very much so contemplating killing myself. And this is, again, the God's honest truth. The door opened and the padre was stood there. And he said, not the padre, what do they call him in prison? The
chaplain.
The priest.
Chaplain.
Yeah, chaplain. And he said, David, and I just looked up at him, I was in tears. And he said, your partner wants to know if you're all right.
Have a moment, bro. Have a moment, bro. It's all right. Take a moment. But this is the thing, man. It's like, it's mad, isn't it, brother? The emotional thing. And like you said, you live in each moment there, man. It's mad, isn't it? But for the family, for her to ring up to the chaplain to ask to go and do a welfare check on yourself, sat there in that cell, like you said, darkest mood. But of all the moments, that door opened at the right time for you, because God knows where you would, where we could be.
1 sec,
brother. David, on your screen, there's a little. If you can knock your camera off if you want. It just goes.
No. Need to crack on. This is a thing. This is a moment, man.
Yeah, man.
So I said, yeah. I'll please tell her that I'm really sorry. And he said, right. He went, and then he come back not too long after and said she wants to come and see you. Fuck me. So I arranged a visit. She came to see me. Belly was out there by this time. Oh, and this is what I'm talking about in relation to visits. That visit, I was on my ass. Literally. What am I doing? So then she, you know what she did? She hugged me and said, I love you. You want well. And I will never, ever, ever give up on that woman. Ever. All my kids, never. The court, when I got sentenced, they put a restraining order in place and said that she cannot see me. They put it in place because of the offence that I did. So the severity of your offence they can actually put them in place without people actually wanting them.
Mm.
She went to court while she was pregnant and battled to have it removed.
Come on, brother.
And
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening.
And they removed it. They removed it. Because, you know, they removed it for a temporary sort of period of time. And then afterwards, as we went down the line and the visits were all going well and she was bringing my son and everything else was being monitored and this, that and the other, she went back to court again and they removed it completely.
This is the thing, though. But like you said, in that, like, you're in prison, right? Like you said, your whole world's come crashing down. It's impacted you. It's impacted your family. Your relationship with the mother of your unborn child, you think it's gone. The relationship's done. You've not heard from her for how long? Had you not heard from her from the initial arrest to the visit? Was roughly.
So I got arrested in August, September. I think it's just going up towards October time.
Right.
So it was about nearly 2 months.
So 2 months.
Month and a half.
So not even a letter. Just the chaplain come. You're literally thinking, you know what? I can't do this anymore. You win. In that moment, it's like you needed to know, apart from your family, that someone cared. But the thing is that door opening from the chaplain must have been like a ray of light, like da-da. And then he says that, and then he's like, she wants to come and see you, and it must have been like. And then when you was going on that, the emotions that you went through, it's like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but then you're still dwelling and you're in prison, and it negatively impacts your mental health. And then you go on this visit, and the woman that you love that's carrying your baby is there, and she hugs you, and you must have just I can only imagine how emotional that was, that visit.
But what I was saying is, yeah, when we were talking before, and I was saying about the positivity and the thing that comes off, you only get that positivity when you've been on your ass.
1000%.
You only get that knowledge and that energy and that drive to move forward when you've been at rock bottom, like you've been in the same sort of places, Cody, and look at the drive you've got, mate. And people will agree 100% with that.
Do you know what, brother? My mum, right, has still got a suicide note that I wrote to her. I was in Strangeways. I was on A-Wing, and I was in prison on remand with Noonan on a witness intimidation charge. No evidence. The phone box was forensically and DNA examined. There was no link between me and this phone box. 4 calls were alleged to have made. 1 was alleged to have been made by me to these former friends, come police informers, and there was no recording of my call because it didn't take place. But the police hustled me into prison. I was up on bail application. I had a couple of bail applications, got my first 2, changing circumstances, got a 3rd one, and I got knocked back. And I'm thinking, hang on, it's a maximum of 10 years in prison for this offence. And I thought, Noonan's despised, and Dominic's words in the back of my head are, if you're ever in court with me, just know they're going to throw the book at you. So I'm thinking, oh shit. And then I've just been knocked back in again. And I thought, I'm going to go to trial on this. I'm not going to get an out. I'm going to trial on this bullshit. Noonan, I'm going to be guilty by association. I sat at the back. I was padded up with an IPP kid, Connell, and he was asleep. And we had a separate toilet, so I was behind the bunk writing my letter, tears streaming down my face. Ink was all over the page, man. And you know what? Honestly, I thought the next time Connell goes out to go wherever he goes, or a visit or legal visit or whatever, I thought I'm just literally gonna get that fucking bed sheet. I'm gonna make a noose. I'm gonna string up from that thing, and I'm gonna be gone. Close that flap, cover me flap. I am dead. I can't do this no more. And I thought in that moment, and then what happened, right? So then I got on the phone, and when we got out and I got on the phone, and this phone call, and then I had a visit the following day, and the phone call was what I needed, just the spirit of my mum and the girl that I was with at the time, because I rang her as well, and it uplifted me, and I just felt like, you know what, let's go another day. And anyone that, listen, there's people that I've spoken to, serious kids, dangerous kids, right, that have said, anyone that goes to prison, right, for the first time, for the 10th time, and says it doesn't affect them, they don't get down, they don't get upset, is a fucking liar, because it affects everyone. We do the whole macho thing as men. Oh yeah, prison's easier, I rolled me jail. And I've had some of the funniest times in prison, as you might be able to relate to, as twisted as this sounds. But I've also contemplated suicide in prison. It's that much of a journey. When you go to prison or you're supporting somebody in prison, the roller coaster that it is literally like, it's, unless you've been in prison or supported somebody in prison, that roller coaster is hard to describe. When you're up, your family are up. When you're down, your family are down. And you're trying to stay strong for them. They're trying to stay strong for you. But both inside, you just hearts are broken and you're fucked. And you're just like, wow.
But, you know, the thing is, it's that, mate. It's that and that. And, you know, people do it. People, you know, take their lives every single day in prison. We both know that, and it's all it takes is, you know, like you just said, something that this is what I was saying before. Some people don't have that. Some people don't have that kind of support network that some people have while they're in prison. They don't have them people to talk to. I was commenting on one of your videos the other night about, you know, the listeners that they have in prison. And somebody was talking about not being able to read and write or something about being in prison. They have something called the Shannon Trust, and they train up people in prison to help them read and write and stuff like that. And sometimes that kind of little interaction with people can sort of stop them from doing something. And, you know, the listeners that are in prison, yeah, sometimes probably they take the job up because they get like perks and all that sort of thing, but some of them are quite good. And, you know, if nobody needs to not speak, do you know what I mean? And that is an absolute fact. If you're in prison, if you're not in prison, if you're a high rolling executive, a footballer, living on the streets, whatever, you know, if something's going through your head, it's very hard. And I know it is very hard at the time to say, right, well, I want to speak. But the more that people kind of push out, you know, people have been through this. People have been through prison. People have been through bad times, and we've come out the other side. And the reason why we've come out the other side is because we have opened ourselves up. You know, we've not kind of used this big macho thing and fallen back on what we've done in our past and this, that, and the other. We have opened up, just like yourself, probably been speaking to your mum and to the girl that you were seeing. You've opened up and you've been honest about things, and they've kind of give you that lift and you know, give you a reason to live. And
a million percent. And the thing is, like, I don't mean this as a negative question, but I know it's a brutally honest question. If you didn't have the support network, i.e. the family, then the missus gets back in touch. Would you have survived?
Oh, still there?
Sorry, yeah, I'm here, brother. Yeah. What I was saying, so is, and it's just a brutally honest question. And if you didn't have your support network, your family, your mum, your brothers, the missus getting back in touch, do you think you would have survived that stretch, that time in prison?
The honest answer is, at the time before the Padre opened the door, I was gone. And, you know, I've just kind of contradicted myself there in relation to what I said about opening your mouths and speaking, but I can only say that from the experience that I had at that present moment in time. So the answer to that question is no, I wouldn't have. I would have been gone.
It sounds like you was falling, and it was like nearly to the point of past return. And then this woman that you worship, that you idolize, that you love, that's carrying your baby, makes the call to the. It's like, I know it's like weird. It's like all the stars align. What are the chances? Right, one, she doesn't know your mental state. Yes, she knows you're in prison. Right, she doesn't know you're suicidal. She makes the call. It's like she felt that something was wrong in her heart, in her soul, to think, hang on, I need to, at that moment, in that moment, because if that thing would have come 12 hours later, 24 hours later, it might have been a cold blue, and we've got someone hanging here.
Cody, her words to me were, when she came into the prison, she said, David, I knew that you were not well. And she said, because when you'd smashed light fittings, etc., there was glass on the floor. She said, you went and got me a pair of boots and put a pair of boots on my feet. When you opened the door to let me out, you shouted to the police, if you do not look after her and take her to an ambulance and look after her, I'll have you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 1000%.
So, you know, she knew that I wasn't thingy, and for her to do that, and for her to still be with me today, and for her to, you know, because we're still not living together at present, for her to be going through this roller coaster journey as she did when I was in prison, as she's doing now, to go through all the child protection order thing, to stick by me through thick and thin, mate, I am one of the luckiest men alive. So at that present moment in time, when that door opened up, all the stars were aligned, as you say, everything was in place, and that was my call to say, you're going to get through this, and the reason why you're going to get through this is for that woman and your children.
Now, do you know what? So I remember doing an interview a few years ago, and they were stressing they was talking about the importance of family ties whilst in prison, whether that be family support network, whether it's the missus, wife, kids, like family. And I simply said straight off the bat, I said the importance of family ties whilst in prison, in my opinion, can literally be the difference between life and death. I seriously, genuinely, with my hand on my heart, believe that. And if you was a lot of these prisons, these macho bullshit, oh yeah, we're men and all this stuff, they'll say, yeah, I could handle me jail without my family. Bullshit.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance, mate. There's no way. The only people, right, that can survive jail without family and without sort of anything else like that are psychopaths.
Do you know
psychopaths in Broadmoor.
1,000. And the thing is, like, when it literally, so how I describe like the relationship when I was on the first stretch and stuff, I was being supported by my Cody's sister and her husband, my mum, and the girl that I was with at the time. And when I was suicidal and stuff like that, and then I made the call, and then I had the visit, it lifted my mood again. And it was that sort of morale, which I drop down, I get lifted up, I get dropped down. And the thing is, the way that I can describe it was like, it was just every day was like a step. There was the light at the end of the tunnel, and it was down the line, but it was like, it's just go another day. Let's go another day. Take each day. Yeah. Don't focus on the release date. Just do it day by day. And they are the light at the end of the tunnel. When you get to the end of that tunnel, the relief, it's just a great thing. But the thing is, before you went to prison, did you have like a stereotype in your mind about what prison? Well, you probably didn't even, I don't even know if you thought what prisoners are, or like what criminals are, or did you perceive criminals and prisoners in a certain light, or did you just like open-minded? And then when you landed, you're like, what is going on here?
No, is the honest answer. I have got a lot of mates who prior to me going to prison who've been in the sort of criminal mindset type thing, and the job that I used to do. Did I tell you the job I used to do?
No.
Pretty sure it is. No? I was, I used to kind of investigate sort of fraud and like big organised crime, theft and stuff like that. And we used to have to put cases together for the police and attend court. And, you know, something which is quite ironic, Cody, one of the courts I had to give evidence in with a big gang of Eastern Europeans was the court that I actually got sentenced in.
Wow. Crown Court, Crown Square?
Crown Square, yeah.
Yeah, the big one, the main one. That's the main one, isn't it? But yeah, so this is the thing, like, but when you was in prison and you was living amongst these people, and you've got so many personalities that are around you and stuff, and I literally feel like people are just treading water, and some people are bullies and they're trying to push other people under.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to lift to the rope, and then you're drowning, but they're trying to pick your pockets. It's that sort of, it's such a weird mad. I've laughed till I've cried in prison, and I've cried until I wanted to commit suicide in prison. It's literally that, and it's from one extreme to the other. And the thing is with prison, it's like every undesirable in your life you could bump into in there, but also some of the best lads.
Best people. That's what I said before.
Go on.
That's what I said before, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? You've got people in there. I used to get myself into certain like kind of scrapes because I would open my trap. You know, if I saw something that was going on. So from Risley, I went from Strangers. I went to Risley. You know, Risley's like another kind of, they call it Risley. That's for a reason. There was a lot of things in there that I saw, and it wasn't on people bullying people. You know, I hate bullies. You know, I'm quite similar to yourself. You hate bullies. So I'd step in, you know what I mean? And they'd say, oh yeah, you know, go for a straightener in the shower, and I'd say, fuck that shit. I ain't going into no shower, so it's organised. I said, I'll fucking have you here on the landing. Simple as that. You know what I mean? I wasn't bothered that you're a bully. Simple as that. I'll crack you here. But the thing is, what you need to understand in prison, as you do, but some people might not.
Yeah, of course.
There's always people behind them. There's people behind them, and if there isn't people behind them, there is always. And please, if you ever go into prison, always bear this in mind: the littlest, tiniest, rattiest person that you see in prison is the one that will stab you in your back for a bit of spice.
1000%.
Yeah. So, you know, if you piss somebody off, you need to sort it out sooner rather than later, instead of letting a few drag on, because that's what will happen. You'll see this little lad walk into your cell or whatever, and you know, you've got to, if that happens, you've got to know that they're gonna stab you. And that happened. I didn't get stabbed, but a guy walks into the cell and he was gonna try it. Do you know what I mean?
This is the thing, like, so when you was categorized, what was you catted? Cat B?
Cat C. Cat C.
So you literally got your Cat C. So bam, straight down to Risley. I actually exposed a murder in there last January. Somebody rang me. Stephen O'Donnell, God bless his soul, traveller boy from Stockport. God bless him, rest in peace. This Wivenshaw kid, Idris A. Gray, stabbed him up. But like, literally, someone rang me, and literally from a blower, and just said, just to let you know, there's a kid laid dead on the thing here with a shank in his chest. He's dead, bro. He's dead. There's claret everywhere. His colour's gone. He's dead, bro. They've just locked us all up. I've just literally got behind my door, and people might call it a grass, but I just let the media. It comes out anyway. But I've got good media contacts, and I was just like, wow, this is like fucking worst thing ever. So I got it out there. But this is the thing, like, what was it? It must have been bliss to go from Strangeways, where it's a very harsh regime, to nice little Cat C Risley. I've never been Risley, but Cat C.
Right. So for me, Sea Wing on Strangeways was a hell of a lot better than Risley. A hell of a lot better. A hell of a lot. I mean, because like I said, when I was on Sea Wing in Strangeways, you know, I was on with people that were on there they were chilled out people. They were lifers, you know, and they were all workers. They all had jobs. I had a nice cussy job in the visits area, stuff like that. I was getting extended visits because of the hours that I was working on the weekends. I got on with most people in there. You know, it was Manchester. You know, everybody could visit who knew me, kind of. You know, they're all local type thing. And then to Risley, Risley is fucking terrible. It's a terrible prison. It's run terribly. You know, the cells are disgusting. And I'm sorry for saying this, and it's like, you know, we're at a 5-star hotel or something. But in comparison to the ones in Strangeways, they're horrible. And you know, the wing that I got put on, I don't know if you know the wings in Risley. I was put on a drug rehabilitation wing, which was C. Was it C North or something, or something like that, or C South? I was on something daft like that, and it was terrible. So yeah, is the answer to your question. It wasn't a cussy little prison for me, anyway.
And then you entered the shithole that is Berwyn.
HMP Berwyn. So there's a story behind HMP Berwyn. So whilst I was in Risley, I seemed to have this ability to be able to speak to people and help them out. Yeah. And at Risley, I was helping a lot of people in relation to paperwork, because in Risley, it was just all paper acts and stuff like that, and people didn't know the rules and the regulations. So I was helping people out, and I was like filling out documents for them and giving them advice and stuff like that. And I got given a PID mentor, and I don't know if you know what a PID mentor is. No. Prisoner information desk, it's called. So basically, it's whoever you go to people to fill out applications and things like that. So I got given that job, and it was a cushy job. It was well paid. Stayed on the wing, helping people out, blah blah blah. And I kept putting in apps to do courses. And I was like, I want to do courses. I want to better myself. I want to do this. I want to do that. And they said, look, there's nothing in this prison for you. You're probably best off going to Berwyn, because they do loads of courses. And I went, right. So I turned around to one of the officers and I said, right, I want to go to Berwyn. And he went, do you? And I went, yeah. And he went, I've heard some bad things about that prison, you know. And I went, it's only just opened. I said, no. I said, I've heard loads of good things. You know what I mean? It's got showers in the cells. It's got underfloor heating. You know, you've got your own laptops and telephones in your cells. And he went, I'll get you on the next bus then. So he got me on the next bus, arrived at Berwyn. I wanted to leave straight away. It is a terrible prison. Terrible. Yeah, you've got underfloor heating in your cells. Yes, you have got like 900 channels on your television and whatnot, and telephones and showers and whatnot. But the way that prison is run, it is disgusting. I can assure you. And if there's anybody watching on here that's from Berwyn, or I'm breaching my license conditions from speaking about my experiences in prison, then I don't think I am. There's nothing in my license conditions that say I can't speak about anything. And I've been through them, and that's what I did before I got on here tonight. I had my license conditions out, and I was going through them.
Listen, before I sent this text, I need to David, when you was inside, did you ever study like prison service instructions and prison safety orders and stuff like that? Or did you not, prison service orders, or did you not?
In relation to what, the
some
rules and regulations?
Yeah. Because you sound like one of those that you get your head into a thing, study, and think, well, hang on, that's not right, I'm going to call that out. And you've got that about you where you challenge the system.
Yeah. So basically, there's the rules and regulations. Off the top of my head, I can't recall the exact number and whatnot of it, because there's a lot going on in my license there. But there was officers in Berwyn that were kind of going into your cells, and they were just doing cell searches. Just randomly, just going in and tipping up all your stuff and this, that, and the other. So they come into my cell one day, and I said, "What are you doing?" No, we're doing a quick cell search. I said, "You're doing a quick cell search?" And they went, "Yeah." And I said, "On what grounds?" And they went, "What do you mean we don't need grounds?" I said, "Yes, you do." I said, "You need grounds to come in and start rooting through my personal belongings." And you do. They do need grounds. The only time that they can come into your cell and ransack your cell is if they've got any sort of evidence or any sort of suspicions, which they have to build up intelligence on to say that you're committing an offence, or you are likely to commit an offence, i.e. hurting someone else, hurting yourself, or supplying or holding Class A drugs or drugs in general. So I told them to fuck off. And I stated the law to him. So that was one example. But yeah, you can get all access to them. But all them books, Cody, right? When you go into a prison library, all them books are all locked away. They're locked away in cabinets, aren't they? Have you never noticed that? Yeah. You've got to ask for them. You've got to root for them. You've got to kind of, they're not there. Why is that? Because they don't want you to know it.
I don't think, they don't, because, like I said, it's there, and it's like, they're there, but who's going to read them all? And then certain prisoners, they'll study it, and they'll quote it, and they off the back of the finger. Other prisoners are too busy just getting stoned and smoking fucking spice. But there are kids that, see, the thing is with you, when you was in prison, probably the best thing that you did when you landed in Strangeways, even though you didn't mean, you inadvertently got yourself a job, got yourself enhanced early, was by working in prison, even though it's for exploitative wages, and well, I say wages, you get paid peanuts. which for me, how is that supposed to give the prisoner a sense of self-worth and things like that? But it's better than the alternative, rotting in a cell, mental health deteriorating, dark thoughts coming in. By keeping active, the time goes quicker. You get out your cell. If you're working on the wing, you get the best choice of food. It keeps you mentally stimulated, and it's the best. If you can get a job within the prison, get a job. And certain jobs, obviously, you've got to have X amount of time left and things like that. But the one thing about Berwick, which I've always heard, and it was a Scouser that told me, Amy, her fellow was in there, was apparently that apparently it was a Cat C/Cat D, but they didn't have enough staff to run it as a Cat D, so they ran it as a Cat C. I think that was probation or something. But apparently they'd had a way, there was no sex offenders wing, and he was openly integrating sex offenders into general population and just keeping it shush.
Yeah. So in Berwyn then, because it was a Cat C prison, what they were saying was that there wasn't any sex offenders in there. So what they were saying was there weren't any sex offenders on a sex offenders charge. Yeah. That's what they were saying. However, they could not say that there were not sex offenders in there on previous charges. That's how they were getting around it.
Clever wording.
Yeah, pretty much. But now that prison is changed again now, Berwyn. So prior to me leaving, they were changing it again. So they closed down a whole wing. So it was Kerryog wing, it was called. So they closed down a whole landing upstairs at the whole landings, and they were having that as a remand wings, and they were having one wing specifically for sex offenders on there. So
is it true that I heard conflicting things about this, but
Can you see me all right? Can you see me all right?
Yeah,
with the
man,
light
100% white screen behind you, but we've got the one thing that people said, and I've heard conflicting things, was apparently there isn't a healthcare wing within the prison, but I can't see that in a new build prison.
No, there isn't an healthcare wing. So basically there is a healthcare centre. So they've got a health centre, yeah? So that you go there to see the doctor, or you go there to see the dentist if you're very lucky, or an optician if you're very lucky again. But it's very, very poorly run. There's very few people in there. The mental health things that I had in there, they were actually really, really good towards me, and they helped me out a lot. But again, I think that had a lot to do with my positive mental attitude and the way that I looked at things, and I wanted to move forward. But yeah, they were all right. But no, it doesn't have a mental health wing. And for nearly 2,100 prisoners, which it's saying that it can hold, they're breaking the law, mate. Pretty much, because as we all know, well, maybe not, we all know, but anything is it over 1,200 people, it needs to have I think it may be that.
I think it does, yeah. But the strange thing with it is, this is a new build prison that I believe 2017, I believe it opened, and it cost £252 million or whatever. And the thing is, if you look back through videos, I literally, before this prison was even open, I said this prison will have the same problems as every other prison. I said, oh, new build, it's not a cell, it's a room, it's not a wing, it's like it's a living space and all this shit. I said, you can't normalize a prison environment. And I said, by trying to normalize a prison environment and putting murals on the fucking wall, that's not going to give the prisoner a sense that he's got a stake in society. It's not going to reduce reoffending. Calling somebody Mr. Jones, blah, blah, blah. I said, that doesn't work. I said, you can't. But the thing is, like, with the prison, was like, it's just had every issue, but to not have record levels of violence year on year for the past several years, right?
Oh, and yeah.
Record self-harm, suicide attempts, assaults, but we're not going to have a medical wing.
Deaths in custody, just normal deaths. People dying of like heart attacks, brain tumours, all sorts of stuff, Cody. You know what I mean? While they're living in the cells, people with proper conditions just dying, being left. I mean, there was a guy. Sorry, go on. There was a guy in there which I'm pretty sure you'll know about. I'm not going to mention his name, but he was a wrong un. I think he tried to inject heroin into his baby's mouth, and he was on the wing I was on. Nobody knew about it until this lad started googling everybody,
always the way.
And it come out. And everybody was just like, you don't show your face out here again. And he just stayed in his cell. stayed in his cell, didn't come out. Screws took him his food. He died. He just stopped eating. He died.
I covered the story for the channel.
Mm.
I covered the story, and I got the death out of, and it broke my heart, mate. And it was such a fucking sad case. And it was the case of, I will name him because I've named him previously, and his family, like, will be cool with it. Michael Quinn Senior.
Quinn.
Now, Michael Quinn Senior, God bless him, his son Michael Quinn Junior was also in the same. I think it was on Bala Uppers or Bala Lowers.
They were on Ballasy Uppers. Well, Quinny was, the young Quinny was on Balla.
Yeah.
Well, I was on Ballasy Uppers. He was on there, and he got moved down onto the basic block. I think after his dad died.
Ballasy Uppers, I believe, was for employed. For people.
No, Ballasy Uppers is a veterans wing.
Ah,
so
right.
It's Sean Stocker.
The VIX, Veterans in Custody Officer. So yeah, so what happened was Michael Quinn Senior. It was New Year's Eve, if I remember correctly, and he was trying to ring. He was having a mild heart attack, and I fucking hate these stories. And he's got his pad mates asleep, and he's trying to ring. He's desperately trying to ring his one of his sons on the out, and it was New Year's Eve. He was partying and everything. Mobile phone in the pocket, couldn't hear it, dancing, whatever. Leaves a voicemail. He's on his buzzer. He's on the door. He's on the buzzer. They came. The night clock. He came and said, "Oh, you'll be right till the morning." And his heart attack just got progressively worse. And his pad mate got up in the middle of the night, early 4 or 5 in the morning, to go for a piss, and actually tripped up over his dead body. And I got the story out, and I put his family in contact with the media if they wanted to pay tribute. Some families choose the right, and I completely understand, not to speak out because these stories can get twisted. But the journalist that I would have put him in contact with, he's actually quite down. He actually has some sort of understanding and sympathy. But yeah, and this was the thing when I was talking to his son, but this is the thing, the way that prisoners are treated. I mean, yeah, we've made mistakes, but haven't we all? And people, go on.
So, yeah, sorry, that's what I was just about to say. Yeah, we have all made mistakes, but I mean, I think when you were saying there about some of the families that don't like getting the stories out there, I think that's because of the way that prisoners are perceived. Do you know what I mean? I think it's the way that they think that people are going to look down on my family because they died in prison. You know, if you die in prison, if you die on the street, if you die in your bedroom asleep at night, it's still a travesty to that family, plain and simple. Now, the fact that somebody died in custody, it's custody. So custody means that somebody's custodial over you, watching out for you.
Yeah.
They've got, you know what I mean? They've got care of duty for that person. They knew that person wasn't well, etc. Stuff like that. Now, for somebody to press a buzzer, and it happens very regularly in Berwyn, you press the buzzer, they open your flap. Sometimes they even tell you to F off. They shut the door and they're gone. They're not bothered. All they turn around and say is, "No, with only one of us on tonight, it takes 3 of us to open a door." And you're like, what are you on about? Why does it take 3 of you to open a door? Well, because it's night. What? One of you opens the door in the morning? What the hell's the difference? Do you know what I mean? What is the difference? Especially if somebody's not well, if somebody's dying, somebody's like killing themselves. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's not legal in my eyes. It's not legal.
And you know what?
Treat people like dogs.
Yeah, 1,000%. And the thing is, with like when someone dies in custody, the reason that it happened by accident. The reason that I made a point of getting prison deaths out, suicides, medical negligence deaths, and things like that wasn't because I wanted to get the prisoner's name out there and be ashamed. The reason is because the system as a whole tries to stop these names getting out. And it's when you see stories out in the media about prisoners dying in custody, it's because a friend or a family or you do get a very small number of whistleblowing officers that contact a journalist indirectly and privately, and just let you know, death on Sea Wing, prisoner's name, prison number, today, 8:50 a.m. Bam, phone down, put the call into the MOJ or the press office of a private prison, Serco, Sodexo, G4S. And I don't like these people dying in custody and their name staying like under the rug, which the MOJ sweep them under, in the hope that, because it shines a light on the system and people that are like human rights people and prisoners' families, and they start to think, well, hang on, and the statistics come out, and I believe the statistics with deaths in custody and things like that, I genuinely do. They're manipulated in the sense of, and I've been told by someone senior, that they defer deaths and stuff like that, or it's inconclusive, and then that might drop onto the next quarter, and so on and so forth. And if you've got that knock-on effect, things get pushed back, so it doesn't look as severe. I mean, I think last year there was 318 deaths in custody, 92, only 92 out of a prison population that tops out at 86,616. Only apparently 92 prisoners had self-inflicted deaths.
You know what I mean?
Another thing as well. Another thing that I was doing as well during all this coronavirus stuff was the prisons. Right, I got told by a bloody good journalist, right? Trusted journalist.
Sorry, bro.
Go, it's all right, bro.
Quick drink.
Yeah, man, do it, brother. So what they said to me was, when it comes to prison deaths during coronavirus, that the MOJ, the Ministry of Justice, will not be discussing anything to do with coronavirus, including prison deaths, because they stated to this journalist off the record, it will cause panic and unrest in our prisons. No, it would cause panic and unrest is riots. And they wanted to avoid a riot situation. Go on, bro. You swallow it, man. It's good.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Right. So what I was saying was, right, what I was just about to say, they want to stop causing panic and riots in prisons, yeah? Do they not understand that prisoners have televisions, that prisoners aren't stupid, that prisoners know exactly what's going on, and the fact that they're locked up in the cell for 23 hours a day, that they don't already know this? They're talking crap. And the fact that they're saying that, well, we don't want to cause this, is because they're covering it up. Because the fact of the matter is, coronavirus is being taken into prison by the officers. Because there's no visits. I don't know if there's visits on now. I don't know if they've relaxed it now. But at the time, they stopped all visits. So the only people that was potentially bringing that coronavirus into the prisons were the officers. So why were they not testing the officers every single time they walk through them freaking doors? Because again, they're still responsible for human beings. They don't get treated like human beings.
Yeah. So there was somebody was putting loads of. They was in Berwyn, and they was putting. They was in prison themselves. They was putting all over these prison banter pages on Facebook and everything, footage of prison officers. It was you could see, if you was an officer in the jail or the governor or security, you could work out where this cell was. I reached out to this kid and said, you put it everywhere else. Can I put it on my channel? He said, yes. It did views, and what it showed was this bottleneck in Berwyn. There's like a bottleneck thing that you go up and then they all spread off. So it's showing prison officers from other wings all congregating, not social distancing. And this lad was a Yorkshire. He's like, look at all these fucking idiots here, talk about corona and all that. We can't have fucking visits. Look at them all shaking hands and fucking high-fiving and all that. We said, we're not allowed out of our fucking cells. And do you know what? I literally looked at it. I thought, this is the thing though. So I was like fucking screaming from the rooftops. And this is the thing though. It pisses me off because, like you said to him, officers bringing it in, not social distancing, and then they're outside the prisons doing these fucking silly TikTok videos, which I had a huge issue with.
Mate, I showed my mum that the other day. I said, Mum, look at this. And I said it, and she was like, what is that? And I said, that is while everybody's locked up in their cells because of coronavirus, and they're all outside doing this stupid dance. What the, if that's not taking the piss, Cody, then what is?
And you know what? So yesterday, I don't know if you saw, I did a 3.5-hour interview with a former officer at Wandsworth, and also Lewis, right? This guy, I started off a bit shaky. My anxiety was really bad. And then when I settled in, we smashed it. This guy, so prison, he did a music degree, became a prison officer, worked towards his senior officer, became a senior officer, worked in security for a time, and then went on to be a tornado squad officer. And the guy was actually born in Failsworth, moved down to Brighton at the age of 18, and was a prison officer for about, I think he said 14 years. He stopped being an officer 6 or 7 years ago, but even though things might have changed in the way prisons run, the bread and butter and the basics are still very much the same. And this guy was just give me his time. Neil Samworth as well. Samworth is former screw at Strangeways, wrote a book and everything. Neil did a video, but I much prefer, it's much easier to talk to someone and get a lot more information and back and forth and whether you slightly disagree when you're doing it like in this format. And this format that a guy called LK, I don't know who the guy is, said StreamYard. This, I can have up to 10 people on this, David, and it just brings in a different audience, and the views are going up. And like yourself, man, you're so articulate.
Amazing, mate. It's amazing. I swear to God. I sent you a message when it was on it. I said, Cody, this is amazing that you're doing this, and you're having people just coming on all the time, different people.
I love it, man. Oh, someone asked it. So Lucy Lou, I don't know who she is, she put, David, you're a good man. I'm really happy for you that you and your missus is with you. But this is the thing. There's so many. If you go back through the chat at a later date, you'll see there's so many people. Right, Cheetah Mill's very own, born and bred. I don't know if you've ever come across the name Purple Aki. It's not him.
Who, me?
No, yeah.
What?
Well,
have I come across Purple Aki? I've actually met Purple Aki.
Right, it's not him, but it's a troll. But he's a funny troll.
Right.
Right, okay. And all the muscles down. Hold on. See, you've got someone in here. Cody, can people from America join you live? This is mad. It's like, it's crazy, isn't it? Do you know what, though? This is the thing, brother. And then all the comments pop up, and then people can interact and stuff. And, bro, I've done it where I'm talking to people. And what I like to do, if I'm just looking at the comments, I think it's quite rude. So I'll glance, but I want to be in the room. And it's like, when I'm talking to one, I want to, even though I'm not looking in the eye, I'm looking down the barrel of the camera.
But Cody, the thing is, right, what you need to understand now with your life, and I do, sorry for like saying this, your life's moved on now. Your life's moved on, if you like it or not. You're kind of like now, you like a kind of presenting yourself. You're going to go far, mate. My words, you are going to go further than this. You are. And everybody, and I know you're going, and I know sometimes you have your bad days. I don't like
compliments, but go on, brother.
Right, everybody who's on this channel now watching this think exactly the same thing. Otherwise, they won't be following you. I'm not saying it. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass or doing anything to finger. You don't pay me. Yeah, I come on this channel tonight and waive my anonymity, as it were, because of that lad and the issues. Yeah. Now, the reason why I watch your channel is because I can relate to a lot of things, just like a lot of people can do. And you bring, like I said before, you bring people together, people that have issues and that can get bits of advice and this, that, and the other from all different sectors of life. And what you're doing at the minute, you like live presented. Yeah. So let's say, for example, if you was a radio host, you would be looking down and looking at questions and things like that. If you was a television host, you'd be looking down and looking at questions and things like that. So you're doing exactly the same thing. So not only are you speaking to somebody who you more or less type of interviewing, you're also appeasing your viewers who are sending in messages and taking note of what they're saying and interacting with them, so they know that they're getting a voice heard as well. So you're doing brilliant, mate.
You know what? The one thing, so like, example, so Laura, who I don't know if you've come across Laura, she's been on a couple of live streams now, and I can speak openly about this. It's out there. She's spoken about it, and so Laura is, and she's probably asleep now. But Laura lives down in Slough. She She's got a penchant, shall we say, for black guys. That's neither here nor there. Anyway, cut a long story short, a lot of the kids, a lot of the kids that are in prison, right? And she chats to all these guys and everything like that. She's really down to earth, lovely girl. Suffers with bipolar disorder, which I believe clouds of judgment. She's also, and she doesn't mind me saying this because we've done it on the live, insecure, naive, and quite gullible. She started to talk to a guy that was in a certain prison down near the south coast, and cut a long story short, wasn't interested in her, but was stringing her along, boosting her ego, giving her some self-esteem, some confidence, started to work on her, condition her, and eventually asked her to bring in drugs into the prison. There was a
I watched it.
There was a financial incentive. She also had the blinkers on because she liked this guy as well and would do anything for him. Again, feeding from the low confidence, low mood. Cut a long story short, she got caught. She did it against her will. She was actually harassed into it. She said no in text messages. There was asked about, we know where you live. She's got a mother, 4 kids. She shit herself. We did it under duress and for the lure of money. Got to the prison. They had intelligence that she was coming. She was stopped and searched. She was found with 2 ounces of herbal cannabis. And then when they searched the house, there was 7.2 grams of amphetamine, which was personal use and everything. And yeah, so she's been falling apart. Right, just people are talking to her. Like she's got these kids in jail and they're all telling her different things. And then she's got like straight head friends that are like, don't have a clue. And all I did was I just spoke to her, and then what I've done is I put her in contact with Lily. I told Lily about Laura about Lily, and again, what you was referring to before, I simply made the connection. And because Lily's been through the system, she got 8 years for fraud. Well, she got 6 years, 7 months for fraud, topped up with a 15-month because proceeds of crime act order. She didn't pay it. She got Pocker, yeah. She got 15 months on top. Went through the female system and everything like that. So, and she actually lives down in the area where Laura's going to court, and she's going to give her some like spiritual support and also experience and that voice and that. This is what you pack for prison, for going to a female prison. I'll come to court. I'll support you. And the thing is, if this channel, I put myself down a lot because that's just me, and I've had it drilled into me that I'm fucking useless, and I just believe it. So, but if my channel didn't exist, that connection, that bridge wouldn't have been made, and she might have been okay in the end anyway. Hold on, worldwide. Look at this. So this guy's replied here. Fahid bin Hussein has put, very true, Cody. He's going to go very, very. He's already got followers watching him worldwide, which is mad. Which it is a bit mad.
So my thing is, what's it called? Fahad. So Fahad. What I meant is, obviously Cody has gone far, and he is far now because he's got viewers worldwide.
Yeah.
But there is a next level to this. That's what I'm saying. And you know, Cody puts himself out there. He's on television shows. He's interviewed. He's this, that, and the other. But do you know what? My own personal thing, and I'm Cody. I'm not normally wrong about people. I can tell you that now. I sent you a message the other day, and I said we will meet, and I said I think we're going to become mates. That's not me blowing smoke up your ass. No, we think the same sort of way. Do you know what I mean? Positive sort of thing, and you are a positive guy. Now, you know.
You know what? I'm down on myself. But I'm definitely
for the underdog.
I'm happy being in the gutter. But if I can example that, I won't name her, but there's a subscriber, and she suffers. She's had really bad things happen to her, which I won't go into again. Just don't want to breach her confidentiality, sort of like being polite. Like borderline personality disorder, like really bad mental, like psychotic episodes, and all these bad things. And just by being on the phone, yesterday I did a 3.5 hour interview with this former prison officer, which started off shaky, got there in the end. Then I did a 2-3 hour live, and then I was on the live, and this girl, I won't go into these, but she needed to speak to me in that moment. She needed to know that somebody cared in that moment. So I actually said at the end of the live, I said, guys, I'm sorry to be rude. I'm going to have to log off. And I literally was like, bam, I was gone. I was on the phone to her for about nearly 3.5, possibly 4 hours. And so it's like a job and I don't get paid for it. But the thing is, you know what? I get more satisfaction from doing this than my interviews, document, all them things. I'm not bothered about that. This is now become, before this StreamYard thing came along, I literally was close to, I'd done 1,400 videos.
You were going down, bro. You were going down, and you could see it. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, bro. Sorry for interrupting you. You were going down, and you could see it on your videos. Yeah, there was times when you was like just down. You were doing random videos. You had like towels over your head, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You were like looking down and off the lawn because you kind of lost your mojo for it.
Yeah.
And that's what it was. And this has just rejuvenated you. This setup here, and it has.
Do you know what?
And it's brilliant to see.
Well,
it's brilliant to see, mate. It's brilliant to see. You're a damn good guy, Cody. And I don't give a fuck what. Sorry for swearing. I don't care what anybody says.
The thing is,
I don't care what anybody says.
Like this is the crazy thing. Like, so since I started this thing about 8-9 days ago, I've probably put in excess of probably 40 hours easy in lives, right? Now, the thing is, how can somebody sit there because I'm not scripted at all. I just speak from my mind and from my heart. Sometimes I get it wrong, but I say it how I see it. I'm like you, I'm direct. And if I've got something to say, you might not like it, but I'm going to say it. And I put myself down, talked about being non-stop, talked about being fucking homeless and shoplifting and being involved with fucking crime and going to prison and bad, embarrassing stuff. And you know what? That my hope is that by speaking about being sexually abused, which fucking, I still can't form emotional attachments with anything or anyone, right? And like I said, and this is the thing, and I know you can relate to what I'm saying, and by speaking out and stuff, and like with the prison side of things and the criminal side of things, by not being a macho dickhead and talking, oh yeah, fucking prison's easy, oh sweet mate, and all this crap, by actually bearing my soul and saying, you know what, I was scared. I was a hardened criminal, but when I first went to prison, I was fucking nervous, I was anxious, I was scared, man, because I didn't know. I can handle myself, but I didn't know what I was going into. And by breaking it down, I want it to be a deterrent to people. I'm being honest about it. And number 3, I want to break down this whole macho concept of mental health. We're men and we can't fucking talk about it. I suffer, you suffer. I think everyone's got a little bit or a lot of mental health. And sometimes it's inherited because I believe it can be passed down in part from a psychological tree of breakdown. I do believe that things that happen to you in your early life mold you into the person you are today. They make you, they break you, and we're all struggling and we're all suffering in some capacity. And if you can brighten someone else's day up and be there, and I've had people contact me, this was 2-3 years ago, and they said, Cody, I'm sat with my missus, she's having radiotherapy or chemotherapy in some like cancer thing somewhere, God, and we're listening, we're sat here watching your videos, and it's like people in America here, like America and Canada and New Zealand and Jamaica, and it's just mind-boggling. But it's not about me, it's never been about me. It's about trying to break down things, act as a deterrent, be open, be honest, break down stigmas about mental health. We suffer, just don't fucking hide it, because you're going to suffer worse. And if you don't talk about it, you could go down the route of suicide and self-harm and spiraling. Talk about it. Sorry, brother, I'm going on a rant on some fucking...
No. I'm Cody, I've got a big smile on my face, mate. Don't you dare apologise to me.
Passion, man. The thing is, life is fucking hard, and it will bring you to your knees, and it will cripple you, and it will break you down, and relationships break down, and family relationships, and people die, and you're struggling, you've got mental health issues, and it just, every time something bad happens in your life, it just chips bits off you. And
it does.
It either makes you or breaks you. And in life, I've been homeless. I've lived in city centre apartments. I've had money. I've had fuck all. I've had to shoplift at Tesco and eating sandwiches and shit in a disabled toilet, sticking fucking wrappers up the U-bend and flushing the toilet because I didn't want to get caught, because I was like, shit, I'm in the shit here. And I was too proud to ask for help. And you know what? It nearly fucking killed me. I was living in an outside power station somewhere in York. There's a place, not a million miles away, called Haywood, and I lived in an outside power station on Edgerton Street, right? and I was going shoplifting to feed. I wasn't doing drugs. I wasn't turning to alcohol, right? I was non-stop. There's nothing I can do about it. It fucks me up and it chipped bits off me. But how can you know you're at the top of the mountain if you've never been down at the bottom looking up? Everything happens for a reason. If you change one moment in my life, one moment in your life, we wouldn't be sat here on this fucking mad fucking stream for nearly 5 hours.
I'm
Come
on, everybody. Come on, everyone. Whoever's watching this fucking channel right now, that man needs an applause.
It's just,
without a doubt.
You know what, brother? Like I said, I've cried. I've contemplated suicide. I'm physically scarred. I'm mentally scarred. I'm not proud of the things I've done, but like, we're all struggling. We're all like treading water in life, and life's fucking hard. And if you can be the light in somebody else, I had the lady today, and she just like, I called her babe. I was like, dead. I was just getting something from this like meat place, and she was like, you actually really like you're so polite and stuff like that. Now manners cost nothing. Manners cost nothing. I've got the air in my lungs. I've got a good heart and good intentions, right? And if you can plant a seed, we've had addicts on this channel, right? There's a guy, brother, that you would really bounce off, brother. There's a guy called, you will have seen him, Q, big Asian Q.
Yeah, big Q.
Brother, this guy, honestly, on a level, this guy is like, he's like you. He's articulate. He's intelligent. Guy was addicted. The guy was a drug dealer that became an addict for 10 years. And he sat here on a live, brother. He was sat here on a live crying like you was, bro. And do you know what? When somebody cries, right, dickheads will look and think, fucking soft lad. People with a heart and compassion and that understand will look and think, you know what? It takes bollocks. Somebody comment earlier, and you'll see it later on the screen if you watch it back. And someone said it takes balls, respect to David, because coming on a channel, opening yourself up, getting emotional and stuff, and showing that side of you, it shows that we're human. You're a big Andy lad. Your brothers are all bloody big units as well. And like, it doesn't matter how big and how bad you are. At the end of the day, we've all got emotions and feelings. And some people try to suppress it and not show it because, oh, I'm a man and I can't do that. And I've got mental health issues, but I'm a man, so I can't speak about that. You spiral into depression. And people that feel like they can't talk to each other seek suicide as a way out. And it's like, talk about it, man. And the aim of the channel is, yes, we're blowing the system up and we're exposing prisons for what they are and things like that. But then it becomes this thing where it's like, act as a deterrent, open people's eyes, break down stigmas and stuff, talk to people. The girl that I was referring to, that again, I won't name, like, I told her, I said years ago, you need to seek help for your mental health. You're not in a good place. And not because of me, but she got because it takes balls. I think when you're suffering to that extent, and you go to a doctor and you bare your soul and you might break down and you're asking for help and you're trying to address these issues that you've got in your head that are crippling you psychologically, emotionally, holding you back from opportunities and just consuming you. By asking for help, it takes a lot of bollocks to do that. And I've got nothing. It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, without a doubt.
And this is the thing. And we're all struggling and stuff. And like I said, we're all treading water. We're all heading towards that final resting place. But life is hard. But if you do it right, once is enough. And I've met some bastards and I've met some amazing people. And in prison, and I don't know if you can reference this, when I went to prison, because of the violence I suffered as a kid and fucking being non-stop and all this negative bullshit, which has made me into the person I am today, which I wouldn't change 1 second of it because it's made me who I am. Like, I don't know where I was going there. I was in a I was mid-flow and like thinking.
So you're talking about what's happened in the past and when you went to prison.
Yeah. So
how did you take your emotion into prison?
So when I was young, I genuinely believe I was disenfranchised, desensitized, and dehumanized from a young age. So when I went to prison through 3 sentences, especially on the last sentence, by being in prison, as much as I talk, I also absorb information and my brain's constantly trying to learn. And when I'm in prison and you can hear the like situations going off and people slashing up and code reds and stuff, and you're trying to look through your flap and stuff. When I was on that third and final stretch at Forest Bank and I was a cleaner, I saw the whole situation with prisons in the cold light of day. And I'm seeing people slash up. I've seen a kid throw himself off the landing. There's no netting between the twos and the ones. And this kid head first me. And I grew a conscience and open my eyes, because I'm seeing people slashing up. I'm seeing relationships break down. I'm seeing people spiral. I'm seeing people like just being withdrawn and not themselves. And I'm trying to talk to them and trying to get things out of people and just watching and learning. And by doing this, I actually open my eyes. And my mum says to me often, why do you don't get paid for this prison shit? Why do you do it? And I say, Mum, when you've got knowledge of something or experience of something, if you can't, I said, what's going on in prison's wrong. I said, yes, we've done wrong. But the fact is people in prison are spiraling and like suicidal thoughts and self-harm. And if you go to mental health if you go to prison without having a mental health issue, you will develop a mental health issue in some part. We're social people. We're social people, social creatures. When you're locked up for sustained amounts of time, lower category prison, you're getting more freedom standard. But it takes a bit of you every time. And I just like, when I was seeing these shit going down, I left prison. Do you know what? Right, there was a kid that died about 3 weeks before I left the jail, right? A kid called Darren Rawlinson. God bless his soul. Died of a drug overdose on a drug-free wing, which tells you everything you need to know about fucking prison, right? The kid, right? I was on my wing, and the death in notice, it wasn't on our wing, it was on the wing adjacent, and the death in notice was on the board. And I said to Esky Boy, watch the screws off this. I ripped it off, folded it into a stamp, ran it into my pad, put it in my paperwork. When I got out of prison, because I knew the prison I knew it wouldn't get out. Straight on the phone to the MEN as I was leaving the prison. Yep, death in custody. I'll send you a WhatsApp now. Get this out there, please. Because why should he die like he never existed, like he was a piece of shit? I can't have that.
Like he's a dog. Because that's how they look at people in prison, mate. And my eyes were totally the same as you. When I went to prison, my eyes were totally open. That first initial sort of impact of going into prison and thinking, wow, where the fuck am I? Soon became apparent that you need to kind of get with the game here. Because if you don't, you are gonna go down. So when I was saying to you about the time when I was just about to like kill myself before the Padre came to the door, after that, that's when I knew I had something to fight for. That's when I knew I had to keep my head above water. And you do, Cody. You see everything that's going on around you because you have to survive. And that's same with life. It's same with everything, isn't it? So you see it all, and it makes you think that this system is the most corrupt, bent, non-sort of rehabilitative system ever. Do you know what I mean? It's all bullshit. Absolute bullshit. And it is. It's a truth. It's an absolute fact. I will not, you can ask any prison officer worth his salt who you've interviewed. I've not seen your interview regarding the prison officer. You can ask any governor who will be gone, when they've retired years down the line. They'll tell you the exact same thing because it's all coming from government where they're saying, yes, we're putting more people behind bars. But what they're not understanding is they're putting more people behind bars. But as you were saying before about giving them jobs and doing this, that, and the other, and giving them something to do, giving them a purpose in life. They're calling them dogs, they're treating them like dogs, and when they're dying in custody, when they're killing themselves in custody, they're just brushing it under the carpet like they're fucking nothing because they're prisoners. Bullshit.
Yes, do you know what?
Right.
You know what? When it comes to prison, right? Prison doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care what your social standing is, how much money you've got in the bank, what your color of your skin is, what religion you believe in, what your sexual orientation is, what your health is like. Prison fucks us all, and it doesn't. Yeah. Do you know what? The one thing, and you'll definitely be able to relate to this. So when I first went to prison, right, I was for some reason, and I'm not a selfish person at all, but I was talking to the girl that I was with at the time on the phone, on the prison phone, or on visits. And like on my mum, and I'm like, you don't know what I'm going through in here. It's all right for you on the out, right? This was very early on. I was fucking stupid, I know, but I was like, you don't know what it's like in here. You're not fucking living this. You're not on this roller coaster. And you know what? And you'll know what I'm going to say. The fact is, if you are supporting somebody in prison, you are strapped in front seat on that Big Dipper, on that roller coaster, tied in to your loved one. Whoever's the serving prisoner, whoever the family member is, whoever the girlfriend is, whoever the partner is, you are strapped in, front seat, first stand. You ride that fucking thing together. And you know what? Relationships can break down. paranoia becomes fucking. How many arguments did you see between fucking fellas and the missus, whether it's on visits, on the prison phone?
Shitloads, mate. Shitloads. Now the reason is, right, this, if you can believe this or not believe it, but when you meet me, in fact, you've seen my pictures and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Me and my missus did not argue. We did not argue. I did not distrust her. I did not finger. I did not do anything because of what she did for me. Does that make sense? So I knew that. I would million times %. But what you just said there in relation to, you know, turning around saying, you're not in here, you're not doing this, you're not doing the other, it's worse for them, actually. It's actually worse for them because they have to kind of, you know, wonder what's going on in their head. They're not constantly on the phone to you. They're not, you know, they're all they're seeing on the news every single day is people dying in custody sometimes when it does get kind of thingy. Prisons going downhill, you know, prison inspectors like saying that these prisons are terrible, conditions for prisoners, blah, 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 blah. So they're going through all that. They're supporting you financially. Yeah. So they're putting bits of money in your bank every week, every month, whatever, so you can buy a decent canteen for yourself to top up whatever wages you're getting. They're going out of the way to come and visit you. So if you're local, if you're in Strangeways or you're in Forest Bank and your family's local, then that's not too far to travel. If you're in fucking Wales, yeah, my missus, when she first started coming visiting me in Wales, she used to get a taxi.
What?
Yeah, she used to get a taxi from Oldham, yeah, to Wales. She used to get a taxi. Now, luckily enough, there was a girl who she was speaking to in the holding area prior to them bringing in, who lived just around the corner, and they just got talking, and she went, "Oh, I only live around the corner. Well, next time you come, we'll just make the visits on the same day I come, and I'll finger you." And she said, "Well, what about petrol?" She said, "Just bang us a tenner because I'm coming anyway." She was spending like 130 quid a time, mate, on a taxi to come to flipping Wrexham, there and back. So it's financial, it's everything, it's emotional, it's everything that hits you, that it's the loved ones and the people in the family. Outside, it's madness.
Do you know what? Very well put, and like I completely agree with you. Like you said, you're sat in prison, not sat pretty, but you're in prison. It's them that are doing the running around. It's them that are constantly, like, for those that relationships that are in insecure relationships where your fellas ring you on a Friday and you're shit scared that if you don't answer on the third ring, he's going to start leaving you shitty voicemails. You're fucking out there, blah blah. So they're on edge. They've got the phone on loud. That they're living the life through the thing. They're living their own lives. Money's tight for a lot of people, and then you're sat in prison like, yeah, well, because I'm in hands now, so I can spend £25.50 on the canteen. I've got to put some phone credit on out of that. Send me some stamps, and the petrol. Just think about the financial cost. Not the psychological and emotional impact is massive, like you've alluded to. Coming away from that, the financial cost to support somebody in prison per month. Per week, per month, per year, massive.
But Cody, as well, what a lot of people don't understand is, right, they're having to then pay for their own ways as well while you're not there. So if you've been financially kind of supporting people, I know a lot of people aren't in that sort of beneficial thing, but for myself, I had a decent job, I had a good wage, you know, I was financially supporting people and doing this, that and the other. When I went to prison, it kind of went, you know what I mean? And then my family had to then pick up the things in relation to outstanding bills. Yeah, so outstanding bills that kind of get in debts and all this sort of stuff. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I'm listening.
Oh, sorry, I thought my flipping headphones had died. So they pick up your financial things, so they're sorting out your bills for you. They're kind of doing all that kind of things. My brother, when I went into prison, he become third party on my bank accounts, so he could cancel my direct debits and take over, you know, just paying the most important things like life insurance and things like that, which people need. I know a lot of people don't have it, but you know, you need them kind of things to be topped up. Making sure that my money that was being put into my bank, to my family, from my family into me, was going through my bank, so my bank knew that my account was still active, so they didn't take my overdraft off me, you know, stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like madness. It has a massive knock-on effect. And some people they don't care. They're so selfish. You know what I mean? And I see it every single time. Well, when I say every single time, I saw it every single time when I was in prison. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck. And it's like, you know what? You are going nowhere in life. Simple. You're going to go right out of this door again. You're going to go and do the same fucking shit. And you're going to be back in here. Simple as that. And if you think that's a life, then crack on.
Do you know what the
Because it's
interesting
not
thing to see? Like you said, you hit rock bottom. You probably hit rock bottom before, but this, when you went to prison, I think it literally is a next level, like low bottom. But the thing is, what I'm interested to see with your determination, with your passion, with your there's a lot of deadbeat dads out there, a lot. I know because I fucking got one. Selfish alcoholic prick.
same, mate, same.
This is the thing, and your desire to be a good dad and be there for your kids, unlike what your dad was and what my dad was, your fight, your determination, your desire, your bouncing back will be, the fact is, some people you talk to and you're like, yeah, you're just talking it. The determination, the fire from you you're just gonna succeed. Whatever you put your hand to, you'd succeed at. You can tell. I think, like you said, your mother sounds like an absolute diamond, by the way, because to raise how many? 4 boys?
3 of us. There was 3 of us.
Sorry, 3 boys. Sorry,
Yeah.
3 boys. To raise 3 boys, I've been like, obviously, like you touched base with domestic abuse and all that stuff in the past, with your dad and everything, and then to raise 3 boys that have gone on to be successful. Obviously, your little blip, that it's not like no one could look at your situation and be like, that's just a bad person being bad. It was a psychotic episode. When you're not in charge of your own actions, it's do you know what? There was a man. Right, I'll tell you a quick story. So through this channel again, there was a prisoner by the name of Anthony Payne from Liverpool, from Garston in Liverpool, South Liverpool. Paranoid schizophrenic, diagnosed. He had a psychotic episode. He climbed on a roof while he was having the psychotic episode, paranoid delusions and all these things, was on the roof, smashing the slates, throwing them onto the ground, didn't throw them at anybody, didn't hurt anybody, just smashing them onto the ground. And they called in the street, blah, blah, blah. He was arrested. He was up for sentencing. His mother said to the judge, that with medical like letters, please do not send my son to prison. It will do him more harm than good. It'll probably kill him. This lad had the most horrendous time in prison, and I didn't say to his mum, but they're like, oh, they're trying to stab me, this and that. I believe that he was like, people were throwing drugs at him and try this and try that, and he was in a single cell restriction, and God bless his soul. He was a month away from getting his tag, and he took his own life. He strung up, and I covered the story again like I do, very polite, very respectful, genuinely gutted for the family. And his sister reached out. She actually works in mental health, and then his mother spoke to me that night, and from about 11 o'clock till 2 in the morning. And I said to her, I said, when you feel up to it, when you've grieved and everything, if you want to. She said, I want to pay tribute to my son. And I said, when you've gone through the grieving process, I can help you. She went, no, can you help me now? And I said, you need to understand something, Janet. I said, if I put it out there that you're willing to speak, people will clamber over you to tell Tony's story. I said, but it's going to be a new story for them. She said, I don't care. So cut a long story short, I passed the number to everybody the next day, and she must have done about 15 interviews from radio to thingies. And I still speak to this lady. I spoke to her a few weeks ago, actually. I stayed in touch with her. And she said to me, I said, I don't know how you got through that stage, going on national TV time after time. One news van would pull up, one would leave, another one would pull up. She was being constantly interviewed. This was in 2018. He actually died, and I can tell you when. He died on the 18th of February 2018. At H&P Walton or H&P Liverpool. And this lady, brother, I having set these interviews up for her, I watched these interviews, mate, and I'm quite an emotional person, but I was in tears holding the letter from him. Mum, they're trying to kill me. A month away from tag. Mum, I'm not going to do well. I'm not going to get out of here alive, Mum. And she's holding the letter and she's crying her eyes out. And like she says to me, like, I said, I don't know how you did it. And she said, Cody,
I'm glad I did, because if I didn't, I probably would have done myself in. She said I was such in a low mood, but these interviews kept her occupied. And this is the thing through the channel, but suicides, when somebody dies in prison, unless if it's a nonce, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit. I feel sorry for the families. I feel sorry for the families, but a rapist or a nonce that does themselves in prison, I don't give a shit about. But like, it's just if that man wasn't in prison, if that man would have been given a hospital order, like you was referring to earlier, where he would have gone into a psychiatric unit, he would have got pumped full of drugs, he might have put on weight and everything, but he would have got the one-on-one care he needed to get him better. Where prison was actually a death sentence for this man, and
it is.
You could probably.
It is, unfortunately. It's a sad case, and God rest his soul. It's a sad case, but it is, mate, for people with severe, genuine. Because don't forget, there's a lot of people that play on mental health. For severe, genuine mental health sufferers that do go to prison, it is unfortunately sometimes a death sentence, or it's either a death sentence where they give up, or they turn to drugs. And if they're not on drugs prior to going to prison, the targets, mate, they're just it's an easy thing for people to get into, and the life starts spiraling even worse. Do you know what I mean? And it's not good, and that's what I was alluding to prior when we were talking about opening up and speaking, and you were saying to me, well, do you think you would have survived if the door didn't come? And I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. No, but we need to speak. We all need to speak, not kind of play out this big hard man act. We just open your gob. But can I just change the subject a little bit?
Go on, do it.
You were speaking before about that lady, who got nicked for supplying HMP.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a little story, and I'm sure you'll agree.
Oh.
There was a few lads that I knew when I was in prison. I'm not going to say the prison or anything else, just in case they're watching this thing and thing. And what they did is they used to get in touch with women, and people, vulnerable people, and this, that, and the other, pretend that thing, blah, blah, and then they'd ask them to visit them every now and then they'd get them to smuggle in small quantities of drugs. Now, then
test rooms.
But they'd tip them off. So they'd tip the screws off with these women that are vulnerable women going in, and they'd say, this woman's bringing in drugs. So then they'd focus on that person, when someone else who's organised it, which is in the prison as well, which is in the same group, is getting someone else to come in with a larger quantity of drugs. So they get through, but the person that they've kind of like snitched on and got this woman and like fed her fucking bullshit, they get jumped on and this, that, and the other, and that's all they're focusing on. So they do that in prisons. They do kind of use people, and you know what I mean, and they do it. And I know that for a fact, because I've heard people talking about it. Yeah, this is what we do. We get these birds who think they're like bad boys who are in prison, and then they come on a visit every now and then we get them to bring stuff in and this, that, and the other, and then they bring in little bits and this, that, and the other, and then we get somebody else to come in, another missus, one of the lads' real missuses. Right. They come in, big fucking wadge or whatever, and then that's it. The little one gets nicked, and they get a thing, and that's a true fact. So I'm sure you know that anyway. I just wanted to get it out there.
This is the thing. So with her case, mate, it's the emotional and psychological effect on her. Like, some people, like, they do it and they're brazen and they're doing it and everything. This girl, mate, is just, she's a good girl, and it's. I've told her, I said, I don't think you'll go to prison. I said, but I can't say that definitively. I said, my advice, always prepare for the worst. Plan for prison, plan for prison, plan for prison. Because if you do, and it happens, it's going to take the wind out your sails. But if you walk in expecting a suspended, and then you get jail, fuck, your world's going to crumble, and your head's going to fall right off.
Well, you know the saying, don't you? Prior preparation prevents piss poor performance, and it's more or less the same type of thing. You need to prep. If you don't prep, and I didn't have that luxury. I didn't know. A lot of people don't have that luxury. But in hindsight, if I would have gone in, I would have done a hell of a lot of things differently. Well, I wouldn't have done it in the first place to start, but prison's a freaking mad game, mate. Mad game.
And do you know what though? And I'll say this openly: prison is a mugs game. What do you benefit? How do you benefit from prison? Your health deteriorates a lot quicker on the inside than it does on the out. Addictions, mental health problems. I've genuinely seen people go to prison as seemed all right, and then they've developed a mental health problem in prison because being locked up. People think that prison isn't a punishment. When you're locked up away from your loved ones, especially strange ways. You've been into strange ways, David. How often was you getting out for social for exercise and social?
Well, for the social, I think.
You ended up working.
Yeah, I can't remember the source, but I was working. I also in between doing my cleaning and this, that, and the other. I also did college. They let me do college, so I went to college as well, and I learned peer mentoring. So I did peer mentoring there, and I did. I can't remember what else I did. I did another course there as well, which was kind of like a part-time thing, and then they let me clean at the same time as well, which I was lucky because normally they don't let you do 2 jobs. So in relation to going outside and walking around the yard, in all fairness, that didn't interest me. Do you know what I mean? It was.
But the thing is, like the regime for me, for example, that was locked behind my door, 22, 23-hour a day lockup. Depending on staffing, and then like that, definitely, I believe that because we're social people, we're social creatures, being locked up, you was obviously, you was doing it, and the best thing for your mental health and just prisons in general is to get yourself active, throw yourself at courses, get as much as you can out of your time in prison, so you don't go back there. If you're sat in your fucking pad, fucking with your feet up, smoking fucking spice and weed and spiraling, right? There's nothing. You're not going to change. You're not going to change the cycle. You're going to go back to prison because prison doesn't fucking work. It breeds. Do you know what? Go on.
Prison breeds like contempt. It breeds criminals and everything else. It just makes it go on and on and on. It's a continuous cycle. But another point I was just about to say there in relation to keeping yourself busy. If you're not in that frame of mind in relation to drugs and everything else, it's to throw yourself into the gym. Now, a lot of people kind of don't go into the gym and they're like, getting all the big weights. You can actually go into a gym in jail, speak to one of the gym screws, who seem totally different to the normal screws. They're more like PT instructors. And you say, look, I'm not like really fit, if that's what you want to do, and you speak to them. Can you give us advice on doing this, that, and the other? And they'll give you the advice. And you know what I mean? And if you go into prison like unfit, they can you can build that up as well. So there's a saying, fit body, fit mind, and you can push forward. And you can get that out of prison. If you can get anything in relation to anything out of prison that you put into it, just like life. Do you know what I mean, Cody? If get out what you put in. Get you. Yeah, you do. And it's a horrible place. Don't get me wrong. It's a horrible place, and you have to battle harder to kind of, work the system for your benefit. But if you're a novice and you haven't got a clue and you suffer mental health issues and you've not got any support or anything like that, any family backing or partners or children or anything like that, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna start like going downhill. But that's where we both agree that you need to people need to speak out and say, look, I'm struggling. And these listeners that they have in prisons, I don't know if they have them in all prisons, I'm pretty sure they do, run by the Samaritans. They're actually really good. They are, like I said, you do get a couple of them that are just doing it for the perks of the job, but some of them, they'll come and it's just somebody to talk to, and it gets it out there. Then it gets it out there because it's all recorded. So it's recorded, but it's all confidential. But the screws know all about it. Do you know what I mean? So it's all kind of there, and it's a step forward. And then it's like they can say, right, go and speak to mental health. Mental health is shit in prison. We know that, but it's still something else. It's better than dangling from your bunk. Do you know what I mean? It's the next sort of step. And I can only say that, and you can only say that because we're both still here.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, 1000%, man. Danny, David even. I'm going to shoot off in a second, not to be rude, because I know there's so much more we could go into. We'll
have to talk again one day.
Brother, no, listen. I'm literally, the thing is as well, and I need to make this point as well. Another thing by doing this channel, right? And like I said, there's been dry moments where it's been shit and everything, and then it's gone up, and then we start, and then other things. But like, I've got to be honest as well. As much as like I give my time to people, and like I try and link people up and everything, it's like therapy for me as well. And that, I don't mean that in a selfish way. It's just it's sort of like a little sweetener for me, because it helps me, man, in a weird way. It's like I'm looking forward to these things now, and you don't know who's going to come on. You don't know who's going to say, "Let me jump on," and like it connects people, and if it helps people, I've had people that just they don't like come on, but they watch the comments and they watch the content, and they're like, "Oh, it helps me. I'm dealing with my own demons," and even if it's not necessarily mental health aimed at, it just people live, and people can just jump on and think, well, we're in America, the people in the UK should be asleep, but we're all bloody insomniacs, obviously. And it's one of those things, but like, it's brilliant. And the thing is, brother, I've spoken to some of the most amazing, some of the most resilient, some of the most just crazy in the nicest possible way people. And like I say, mental health's not to be sniffed at, and we're all struggling. But if you can, for some people, you just being nice or saying hello, it might be like the one thing in the moment. They could be the most loneliest person in the world, and we live in such a judgmental society where people are on fucking these social media platforms, and the whole world's crumbling in the brain, and the whole world's falling apart, but they've rented a fucking Range Rover or a Lamborghini, or they're taking pictures with themselves on a beach that they took fucking 3 years ago, and pushing their best life, but really in the head and behind the scenes, that everything's on fucking fire and the world's crumbling down. But David, we need to do this again. Maury, do you know what? We've got so much we could talk about. I'm grateful for everyone for tuning in. I'm extremely grateful for David. Number one, give his anonymity up, because he's on license and he was worried, but he checked his license conditions whilst he was watching us, jumped on, helped Declan. The guy's just amazing, and like I said, we can speak, and I hope that we're speaking sense. I know David is. And there'll be more to come. Brother, I'm blessed, but like I said, we will meet up at some point. You're not a million miles away, and I'm very grateful for you coming on, and I'll leave the last word with you, David.
The last word with me is be kind, speak the truth, be honest, and you'll go far in life. Simple.
Right, on that note, right, I'll let you go, brother. God bless.
No.
Hold on. Oh, I've just kicked him off. Right, guys, so there we are, another 5 hours and 16 minutes. Intense stuff there. Great show. Thanks, Cody, David, Dusty Nuggets. Like I said, I kicked David off prematurely there. I thought he was going, and I thought it was like goodbye. So I apologize if I knocked him off a little bit early. Guys, this is the thing, right? So we've got Declan on. We had Declan on and everything like that. I wanted to get into Declan's story. And he's a lovely lad, and my heart goes out to him and everything. And then for David, right? David's done videos for the channel in the past, and he spoke very openly. He's very articulate. He can tell a story amazingly well, and all during the time of some of the worst moments in his life. And by people watching that and taking something away from that, it actually helps them, or potentially helps them, or might act as a deterrent to people, because you don't want to go down that slippery slope that's crime and prison. David's not a criminal. He might have a conviction, but he's not a criminal. He was a man that was in the grip of a psychotic episode, and took 2 people hostage. And it could happen to any of us, guys. Like I say, when you're not thinking straight, when you come off your medication, when you've been impaired through alcohol, that's not a criminal. It's just an unfortunate incident that stems from mental health. But like I said, his knowledge, he speaks so well, and it's just an honor getting him on the channel. But waiving his anonymity to come on and show his passion and his own fight, trying to help Declan as well, which is fantastic. Right, guys, I'm not going to talk much longer. I've been dying to go for a pee for ages, but I didn't want to be rude to David. So me and my weak bladder, I've been sat here for 5.5 hours. Very grateful for everyone tuning in. If you're watching this on catch up, thank you very much. Press that like button, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll catch you all soon, guys. Thank you to David. Thank you to Declan, and we'll catch you on the other side, guys. Good night. God bless.